What's up, Cap? You are first again. All right. We are all set up to go. Dope. All right, cool. All set up. How's everyone doing? What is up, Moon? Same shit every day. Valid. Oh, man. Did some new nails. I gotta disconnect my damn phone again. Oh my god. The amount of notifications. Holy crap. There it is. New nails. Got like a little silver. You can't really see it well with this lighting. Here, let me try this. Got some like silvery, glittery tips. And then this one did a matte black base. Oh, you can't see it very well with gloss black kind of little designs in it. Can't see it super well on this camera though. That's sad. That's a shame. What is the source of your consciousness? Your fucking brain. Neuroscientists agree with this consensus worldwide. GWP. All right, we're gonna get up our first guest over on the TikToks. All right, for anyone that is wanting to join up, you got to be 18 or older, believe in some sort of a god, and we're going to have a conversation about whether or not there is evidence for that god and if I should believe in him or not. Covey, let's get you in here. What is up, Covey?
What's up, man? My fault. That little preamble. I guess I'm 25, born in November 7th, 2000. I'm an atheist. I just wanted to. I was like, there's definitely some evidence for God. I just don't think it overwhelms the evidence against him. But if you just want a believer, I'll go ahead and leave it to your effects.
Yeah, I do typically just want believers. Let me explain why I don't grant that. There is absolutely zero evidence that points to a god causing, creating, or interacting with anything. So when I look at evidence for something, it's actually the evidence is going to lead to that thing being the cause of it. So if I look at a computer, we can find evidence that leads us to an actual creator of the computer. People claim God made the universe. Zero, and I mean zero, evidence for that. There are hypothetical what ifs, sure. There are possible probability raisers. There's absolutely nothing that actually links to a god, which is why we're atheist, because there's no justification for it, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna agree on the fact I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's any good justification. But I don't want to be disingenuous. I think I get what you're saying, and I think me being an atheist makes me see it a little better because I would say that there Yeah, I guess because I'd make the claim there's no good evidence for a God, but I can see how that can be presented as what you're saying. You want some direct train of
Yeah.
evidence leading
Oh,
back
I
to
want
some
causal
conclusion. Yeah,
relation. Yeah.
yeah, and I can't. Yeah, I grant you that there. So
Yeah.
yeah, my fault, though, bro. I'll let you get on with
You're
it.
all good, brother. Appreciate you hopping up and saying hi. Guy was pretty chill. Love that. If you're over on the YouTubes, we got the link that is pinned in chat if you want to call in over on YouTube. And then on TikTok, obviously, click those people at the bottom. You can click request over on the TikTok. What real magic? Wait, what? What is going on YouTube? What? Vanch, real magic is fake. Vanch, what is Vanch saying? Bless you. You look like Jeffrey Dahmer, jackass. You look like a bitch hiding in chat. What real magic? Bradley, who do I look like? It's always so funny the hate I get for what I look like. No, you some sissy with your nails painted. Oh, you wear eyeliner, you sissy wuss. I would kick your ass in person. Sure you would. Sure you would, Christopher. Speaking of eyeliner, maybe I should put mine on. Might piss off some more conservatives. Grown men terrified of nail polish. I know, it's fucking hilarious. It's not like men throughout all of human fucking history have worn some sort of makeup, eyeliner, and nail polish. Like, that's never fucking happened. It's only a new thing in Western society that it's wrong or gay to wear anything as a man. It's hilarious. They don't know anything about history. They don't know anything about critical thought. And that's why they voted for a rapist. Makeup was originally made for dudes. I've heard that a couple times. I've never researched that, so I don't know if that's true or not. Personally, I like to wear a little bit of mascara on my beard. If I could grow a beard, that's a damn good idea. I'm stuck with this fuck ass shit. The Orange Clown wears makeup. JD Vance wears makeup. All of the people that voted for Trump, all of their boyfriends wear makeup. You're chopped. Your mom's chopped. Lots of projection in the chat. Dude, so much. How can you convince someone not to do bad things without appealing to a higher order of life? Easy as fuck. I know it hurts when I touch a stove. I know what pain feels like, and I have empathy, so I don't want other people to feel that. It's that fucking simple. If you are incapable of making decisions for yourself without a book telling you that something is good or bad, you need mental help ASAP. You need to be locked up. Morals have ontology or whatever. Dude, ever since... What's up, dude? What's up, bro? What's up? What's up? Ever since David Kushner's videos, I have it stuck in my head. Yo, Cody, I did my first witchcraft ritual the other day. It's helped with my creative visualization. Dude, I fucking love that for you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh man, I love that. I actually I've got a little blessings bottle I did the other day and with wax sealing. I love working with wax. I've got so many fucking candles too. It's atrocious. Ah! What is... The cat is knocking all of my nail polish off of the fucking table. Sentinels. Yeah, I use I'm very big on incense. Love me some sage, love some myrrh and frankincense and sandal wax. Oh, love it, dude. Love it so much. What's the formula of asymmetric matrix? Well, there is no matrix. I closed my eyes and saw waves crashing, and eel a dragon fly out of the eel's mouth, and the dragon breathed fire and turned into a bat. I don't know how to respond to that. I like rusty spoons. No, bad things like stabbing, stealing, or hurting. Those are just 100% subjective. If I'm in a store and there is a mother or father with a baby and they steal shit, I don't give a fuck if they're stealing. Steal all you want, motherfucker. I'm gonna help you steal as a matter of fucking fact. Homeless man stealing some fucking food, I don't give a fuck. That's not bad. That's fucking survival. Stealing is not always bad. Lying is not always bad. It's a social fucking construct. What is evidence? Facts and information leading to true conclusions. If you guys don't know words, don't come up. You have a fucking supercomputer in your pocket with a free dictionary. I have very vivid visuals when closing my eyes and when in the right mindset, and the rituals help me achieve that. You know what's really fun with that then? Black Mirror scribing or crystal balls. Crystal balls are super fun if you have a vivid imagination. Super fun. They're super cool. I love crystal balls because I'm not a creative person. I'm just not creative at all. And a crystal ball is one of those things that helps me like get into my imagination, if that makes sense. So I could take from you as long as my reason is justified to me. Yeah, if you have, dude, this is how morals work. It's called the study of fucking ethics. It's been a thing for thousands of years. If you have a moral or a framework of thinking and certain things being morally good or wrong, which is what the fucking definition of morals are, principles to determine what is right or wrong, you're going to say cannibalism is or is not good. You're going to have an argument for that. I'm going to have an argument for it. We're going to go about it in a way which one of us is going to have a better justification for why we say what we say. There you go. That is morals. It's fucking simple. Yeah, if I am stealing from someone that very obviously put effort into what they have, if I walk up to some vendor on the street who is just trying to make a living, they're enjoying their work, they're an artist, if I just take a fucking painting for some, that's wrong. The person put effort into it. Now, if someone is struggling on the streets and they can't afford food and they go into a McDonald's, hop behind the counter and take a burger and run, I don't give a fuck. They're trying to eat. That's not thievery. I don't give a shit. If you disagree, fuck you. Crystal Ball. I love Crystal Ball, the journalist. Never heard of that person. What? Maybe you just have creativity lying dormant within you. Possibly. I'm not a very creative person, though. Then aren't you defined morals now? Morals are principles to determine right or wrong, Suave. It's so easy. Then aren't you defining morals now? Morals are principles that determine right from wrong. They are subjective by all nature. If you believe in a God and get your morals from the mind of God, they are subjective. If you have your own morals from your own mind, they are subjective. Anything based in thoughts, feelings, and tastes is by definition subjective. Anything in accordance with your mind is subjective. Ravis, I'll take you up and I'll take Sean up. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I'm avoiding all the Phil Bro rhetoric today. Not even giving it the light of day.
Sounds good to me.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, daddy.
Sitting here playing Digimon Time Strangers.
Dude, your voice immediately makes me smile.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I know my voice didn't make a classroom full of adults smile yesterday.
No, Khaleesi, I don't hate you. Yeah, I was a little bit rough with you and SX the other day, just because, like, that one dude kept on fucking rabbit holing into all these fucking annoying ass Phil Bro rabbit holes. I was trying to pull it back out of the rabbit hole and like, dude, evidence. I do not understand what that Philbro stuff. When Ian tries to claim morals are secularly objective. No, I agree with Ian's argument. If you have like a goal-oriented framework for morals, you can make like a quote-unquote objective argument for them. Morals in themselves are not objective; they are subjective. But if you're like reaching it towards a goal, you can have an objectivity to it. I think there's some pretty good arguments for moral objectiveness. Meredith, you don't even know anything you're talking about. Go study. You come on every single video, you watch every single live, you've never requested up, you've never studied this ever in your entire life. Go learn. I'm done talking to you. You're a waste of breath.
We would absolutely love to have you up, Meredith, though, if you decide to not run away from the conversation.
And you are correct that opinions do not make something subjective or not. Something being inherently mind dependent makes it fucking subjective. Morals, principles to determine right from wrong are based on feelings, tastes, and opinions. That is subjective by definition. Something that is true regardless of mind is objective. Morals don't have that. That was a great invite. You know what? Let's just mute Meredith until she decides to fuck off or request up. I'm so sick of explaining the same thing over and over and over and over and over. It's so annoying.
So I think the best way to demonstrate the point here, and not that you haven't done a great job, but like the question is, are there morals on Mars? If your answer to either there being morals on Mars is yes, then your framework's bad. Let's just call it what it is. But if your answer is no, then you are admitting that it's going to be a subjective thing because there's no minds on Mars, and so we can assume, well, humans aren't required for moral standards. Yo. If humans were required for moral standards, we wouldn't see moral standards throughout the Animalia Kingdom, and we see them all throughout it.
I think therefore I am evidence that I exist. I actually don't grant that as evidence that we exist. I don't think I think therefore I am is a very good argument.
I think it might be the best argument we have for personal existence. I don't know if there's a better one.
I don't think it gets us out of Matrix ideas.
Sure.
Like you can think in a Matrix.
That's true.
Or a dream.
Also true. Great.
Yo, mama, let's get you up here. How's it going, mama?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh my God, fantastic. I love it. I didn't know I was up.
Oh, you requested up. Are you?
I was tapping the screen all over the place, but that's fine.
Oh.
I would love to talk to you. I am I'm a nihilist when it comes to knowing if anything is true.
That's valid. I can subscribe to that as well.
You can? Oh, I'm glad to hear that because I usually get muted by everyone.
No, I think when it comes down to everything, like if we break and reduce all metaphysics down, we don't actually know anything about anything. But in order to live a life without going absolutely fucking crazy, we do hold to metaphysical frameworks that allow us to have epistemic justifications for how we know what we know.
Well, I'll go so far as to say, whatever experience is happening, I can't prove it. Whatever experience is happening here, I live in pragmatics, which is everything created by humans as far as I can observe, but I can't prove anything.
Yeah, I definitely don't grant certainty for anything, but I do grant justified true belief beyond reasonable doubt.
I have not decided if I grant that. I just assume nothing is provable or knowable.
I think that's valid. I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily.
Well, I'm glad to hear someone say that. Most people get so pissed at me. But
yeah,
anyway, I won't
take
your time. I'm glad that you, I'm glad that I talked to you. Thank you.
Yeah, you have yourself a good day. I appreciate you.
You too.
I love people like that. Everyone gets some W's in Yo-Yo Mama. Cookie guy? Cookie guy. Cookie guy. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! I poop, therefore I am. Change my mind. Hey, facts. A lack of evidence is not evidence against God. Yeah, it is. It absolutely fucking is. There's no evidence for unicorns, so I don't believe they fucking exist. Absolutely is. If there's not evidence for something, there's no justification to believe in it. Therefore, that is evidence that you don't have to believe in it. Like, no, that's so stupid.
I think the sliding scale and the definitional framework of God also acts as evidence against God, but that's a little bit harder to justify. You got to go into some detail to justify that one.
It is just a pointless stance to take. You're skeptical about your own existence. Yo-Yo Mama didn't say they're skeptical about their own existence. We're just admitting that when we break down everything and reduce all metaphysics, all philosophy to its absolute bare bones, everything we know, quote unquote, is based in axioms, which are self-evident truths that we take for granted. We just grant them their truth. So it's like, yeah, by literal definition, everything that we think and know is just presupposed to be known. I think beyond reasonable doubt, we can have justification for believing things. Like, for instance, me existing, all my observations, all the observations of those around me, all the tests against objective reality, everything that I can test, observe, whatever, demonstrates that I exist. But it's still based on a presupposition that of the axiom things exist. I mean, I definitely grant that nihilism is nothing matters, yeah. But she was trying to say something else. That was just the best way that she could word it. That's why I granted it. All right, I'll be right back. You can let someone up if you wish.
Anyone is welcome to request up. But while Cody is away, what we're gonna do, we have 11 people here, which isn't a whole lot, but we should all share the live. Copy the link when you open up the share menu, which is oh, I'm so sorry. The little arrow at the bottom, you can share the live, copy the link, and add it to your story. And all this stuff is entirely free. If you have an extra coin, sending a heart me to Cody is very helpful. It's the equivalent of like 1,000 taps, I believe. It's either 1,000 or 2,000. I can't remember exactly what it equivocates to, and it allows you to play the little heart game, where you can, as long as you send daily heart me's, you can level up in Cody's live, unlock different emojis. I will show some of them now. Cody doesn't have any original ones yet, but you know, you get the tap 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 emojis. And over on TikTok, I guess like or whatever. Fucking, or I'm at TikTok. I mean, wow, I'm making myself sound stupid. Over on YouTube. But yeah, we're already getting some more people in. We're at 14 people now. Let's get some taps in. Let's see what we can do to really get this live going. I mean, I think that both Cody and myself are individuals who have a lot that we want to know about the world, and we have questions. There doesn't appear to be evidence for this God claim. But if you believe you have evidence for the God claim, we'd love to hear it. I think it's one of those things that it's always worth taking a moment to try to figure out evidence of other claims. Let's see. Anyways, if anyone wants to request up, we'll be here. I don't know if the call-in feature on YouTube is up yet. Cody, I don't have access to that. Cody usually puts that up when we at some point during the live. But it's hard to tell. man. Without anyone requesting up, I'm not an entertaining person. I can talk about a little about my studies, I suppose. So we have in my particular lab, we've been going over a few different studies that have been going on. Specifically, one that I've been quite enjoying reading about is about different forms of cannibalism throughout Homo sapien groups. And it appears as if it's something that's been long lasting, though it is hard to tell if it's a form of survival cannibalism or ritualistic. I would imagine the concept of ritualistic is going to be something which is going to apply much more to these types, but you never know. There's other things to consider. I also look into abiogenesis. If anyone here is looking to discuss or have debates about abiogenesis, there are individuals here who will be able to talk to you about that. Sick and tired of this evidence. Panthers, man, you're right. Having evidence is such a shame. It's horrible to have evidence. How dare people require evidence for claims? At this point, I might as well be rambling. I myself am a cosmic nihilist. I take a lot of comfort in the fact that I am not important to the greater universe. It is so
Not a single
comfortable.
fucking person got up. What?
Yeah,
Quasi. I was
I know.
quasi
We have
once. The Wats made me
crazy.
quasi. They locked me in a
Locked in
womb. A wubba womb.
And there were rats. Rats make me crazy.
Quasi? I was quasi once. Oh, man.
I used to have a dress shirt that had that written all over it.
I love it so much, I'm not gonna lie. By the way, you all lost the game. Anyways.
I'm incapable of losing the game.
You just did, motherfucker.
You have to be older than me to make me lose the game. I don't listen to children.
I got David Kushner's song so fucking stuck in my head right now, dude. I've been singing it all morning.
I'm not familiar with the song.
The "Oh, I love it and I hate it" at the same time.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. Checkmate, atheists!
It's shocking we haven't had anybody that's wanted to request up yet.
Not a single motherfucker. Hey, theists, it is okay to be terrified. It is okay to be scared of seeing the truth. I'm trying to teach you. It's okay. It's okay. Jesus said, God said in the holy book, Bible, in 1 Peter 3:15, that is your duty and your job to explain why you have the hope that you have in God.
Oh, that makes sense. Scott's live right now.
Who?
He is a science communicator. He just started getting popular. But when he is live, I have noticed it's hard to pull attention away from his live.
It's hard for anyone. I'm a little guy. What's up, Jackson?
Oh, hello. Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yes, sir. I'm legal.
Okay. Which God do you believe in, man?
Christian God. You were talking about sin. We're gonna go. You don't think that correlates to God?
What?
You don't. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I'm gonna get off. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
What?
What?
Do you not believe? He said something. Do you not believe that correlates to God? Like, we weren't gonna be mean. I promise, man. You can come back up. I'll rein Cody's attitude in.
I think we had this person up yesterday. I forgot how to pronounce that.
I think God is
Metobi.
real because yes, very true. Yes, yes, I don't know. Yes, 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 yes.
Great argument.
Thank you.
Should you have an actual argument or?
No,
Oh, okay. Well, at least he's honest.
And then dropped.
I'm
What
scaring people away today. It must be.
how dare you?
I know. This person says you are God. Well, Cody might be God, but
Oh, bro, you can't see it well in the light, but I did the matte black with the gloss black designs. Finally. Oh, it's so hard to show. Focus camera! Damn it, can't see that one well. But we also did like this like matte black base with a silver sparkle, like camera focus. Fuck! I can't. I tried.
I mean, it looks good. I did my best. I tried.
When you try so hard, but you don't succeed.
Once my hand heals, I'm gonna paint my nails again. Just gonna wait for it to heal.
We got one of our friend is a professional nail artist, and I plan on going to her pretty soon, as soon as I can, and getting like some specific designs I've been craving for a little while. What is up, Rax?
How's it going?
Hey man, you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. And which god do you believe in?
I am a Catholic.
All right, man. What you got for me?
Well, one of the interesting ones that I would say is I think that something that I don't really get a good answer from, honestly, and this is not necessarily obviously like proving God, but if you were to take the historical spread of early Christianity, you'd have to basically look at a lot of impossibilities as to how it spread.
Talking about the Edict of Theodosia, for instance, where they made it illegal to be anything but a Nicene Christian and killed and imprisoned anyone that wasn't Christian, or the 9 Crusades where they slaughtered everyone in the name of God.
I'm talking about early Christianity. I'm talking about like very early Christianity, where it was essentially like punishable by death at that point.
Yeah, Edict of Theodosia.
But you would agree that like if something is, it's not impossible for it to spread underneath the guidelines of early Christianity, right?
I would say that it's like what I would say is it's very improbable from the beginning. Like if you take like early Christian, if we're talking about like early, yeah, like even if it spread to like Turkey and Lebanon and Ethiopia and Greece at the time, you'd have to believe that people that were like maybe at less than 100 people that spread to these different countries where it was illegal to preach at the time.
Not even, brother, the Greeks, Romans had their own gods. The Greeks had their own gods. The majority of the fucking earth believed in them. Does that make it real because it's so unrealistic for so many people to believe?
I'm not saying that it's unrealistic. What I'm saying is that if you were to compare those religions to Christianity actually spread through minor means, whereas like if you were in the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire,
9 Crusades, dude, 9 where they went and slaughtered people. Romans made it illegal to not be a Christian.
Hold on. But this you're talking about different time periods.
Yeah,
like, you're talking about
throughout all of the last 2,000 years of Christian history, they have made it illegal to not be Christian. They have killed people for not being Christian. They have imprisoned people for not being Christian, and they have spread it by crusading.
Yeah,
I'm talking about different. Like I'm trying to talk about like
day
early
1
Christianity.
through day 2026. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too, bro. The historical facts of the bloodshed for Christianity is just fucking disgusting.
I think what you're asking for an argument, and I'm phrasing an argument in like the first period of 200 years, and then you're jumping to Crusades, which is 900 years
That's
later.
one of the
And then
things
you're
I've said.
talking
What's the
about,
other thing I said?
like the Roman.
The Edict
I mean,
of...
like,
But you would also have to agree that untrue things spread all the time. Like they
untrue
have
things
widespread-
spread all the time, but that's like, it's almost like trend versus truth to me, because it's kind of like the same argument if you were to say that, like, you know, it would be the same way. It's like people say that capitalism in the same sense, but it's more of a modern
Brother,
look on
would
it,
you go
because
ahead and
it's only,
define for me what early spreading time period is?
I would say, from anywhere from, like, you know, 32 to like 100.
Okay, well, it didn't spread around that
AD.
time, so that's when Jesus was first fucking mentioned.
That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't
I mean, like,
mentioned until almost 100 fucking years later. It didn't spread fast at all. It took generations, decades for it to start spreading at all. And then it was spread through fucking law and sword. It wasn't spread because of it was true. It wasn't spread like 2 plus 2 was spread.
No, like, I mean, I would disagree, because if you
Disagree
look, like,
with what?
Ethiopia
When
has
did fucking Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John get written?
I mean, it's not about the writing, it's about the actual spread.
It
I mean,
is,
like,
because
you
Yeshua
can-
didn't fucking exist until it was written.
Well, then you're trying. Are you saying that Jesus didn't exist historically?
I am a
let's forget-
mythicist. I don't believe that he existed historically. I don't think there's anything wrong with believing he existed as a historical apocalyptic preacher. I don't have anything against that, but I personally don't accept it. I have a very high criteria for what makes something true.
I guess at that point, like, do you believe that, like, I mean, we have more evidence that
No.
Jesus existed as a person
we
than
don't.
we do, like, some of the Chinese.
No, we don't.
We do.
No, we don't. China, we have fucking DNA. That's more than Jesus. Julius Caesar,
We don't have
DNA,
from China.
archaeology, contemporary writings. Genghis Khan, fucking DNA. We have so much more evidence for all these other historical figures than Jesus. Jesus has nothing but a few anonymous fucking writings. Decades
It's not
after.
anonymous.
0 contemporary witnesses. 0. Literally 0. We don't have evidence for Jesus, like, at all. The only reason we grant the existence of Jesus is because of Josephus, Tacitus, and Pliny saying that people believed in Jesus. That's not even evidence that Jesus existed.
I mean, I think the issue you're going to run into repeatedly here is that the claim that you're going to want to make is
I did not say we have Caesar's DNA. Did I say we have Caesar's DNA? I said
no,
Genghis
I didn't
Khan.
hear. Yeah, but so we like the claim that
You
you
did
might
say
want to.
Julius Caesar's DNA.
Did I? I did not mean that. I meant Genghis Khan, not Caesar. But we do have archaeology from Caesar. We have his goddamn face on a fucking coin that is also accurately represented with the historical facts of wars and things that he did.
If we have recollections of books and sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Actually, you go forward.
You're good. I'm just saying, like, the thing is that you have, like, what? I want to say, like, hold on, I'm so sorry.
What a fucking adult. Answer your phone call.
I would say that, like, you know, if you're looking at it from that angle, we have already the Bible stories, we have the books, we have, like, accounts,
who wrote
we
the
have Roman
Gospels?
accounts.
Name
like,
one contemporary Roman that wrote about Jesus. One.
let me pull it up.
Not one
I don't
exists.
remember
It's a
the
trick
guys.
question. The names of the Gospels were attributed in the 2nd century by Irenaeus. Josephus also talked about Hercules. Did Hercules exist?
I wouldn't say that there's.
There you go. So you can't take
Hercules
Josephus
was-
saying Jesus was believed to exist when he also said that fucking Hercules was believed to exist. Like, that's not evidence that they existed.
I mean, it's I mean, if you're talking about Hercules, who's kind of understood to be a mythical creature,
So is Jesus.
mythical, like
Jesus is
but
understood
that's
to be
different.
a man that was stolen from other Greek and Roman gods, turning water into wine. Guess who did that first?
I think it's like not as relevant to the conversation.
Dionysus. So that was stolen. Okay. Then you got resurrections. Fucking every god and their mother has resurrected at some point or another. Fucking virgin birth. That's happened. Like all of these myths that were attributed to Yeshua were attributed to other gods before his existence. If he existed. And again, the Gospels are anonymous, non-contemporary, decades after writings from God knows who.
Well, we do know who they're from. It's
no,
from
we don't.
Original, like it's from secondhand accounts of the apostles and the disciples.
No, we don't know that. Who wrote Matthew?
Wait, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry. What did you say?
Yeah. Who wrote Matthew?
I cut off. I mean, it's like, you know, yeah. I mean, you'd say that there's anonymous sources, but it's at the same time, pieces of literature like that don't survive unless there's authenticity.
Yeah, they do.
And
you're correct. You're correct. Hold that thought. Pieces of literature and history do not survive unless there's authenticity. Therefore, Odin is real. Therefore, Hercules is real. Therefore, Santa Claus is real. That's fucking stupid. Don't use that stupid ass logic. If you believe that, then you would need to believe in every single historical fucking god that existed before Jesus. That's stupid.
I mean, if you take some parts of like, if
you're
you
trolling.
Take some books from,
are you trolling?
I'm not trolling.
You're trolling.
Why
There's no way you're using that as logic.
I mean, that's not a bad. I mean, it's not a terrible.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
do you believe in Hercules?
No, I don't believe in Hercules.
Is there authenticity behind his writings existing?
No, I wouldn't.
Then you just contradicted yourself.
Well, because no one went out and preached the
they did.
Of Hercules.
They did.
No one went out
they did.
and willingly
they did.
for Hercules.
Yeah, they did.
Where?
Everyone for every religion has died for their fucking religion. That's such a horrible argument. To this day, Muslims die for their religion. To this day, Christians die for their religion. To this day, Hindus die for their religions. Pagans die for their religions. Everyone dies believing stupid shit. I'm gonna die believing stupid shit. Just because I believe it and die believing it doesn't make it fucking real. Just because I die believing unicorns are fucking real doesn't make them exist. That's stupid.
That to me is... You're comparing Hercules to Jesus.
Yeah, I absolutely fucking am.
That's just... I mean, that to me is trolling. That's... At that point.
What's trolling is saying... A survived piece of literature from history means there's authenticity behind it. Hercules is a surviving piece of literature, yet you don't believe that there's authenticity behind it, therefore contradicting yourself. Your own logic fell apart.
What I'm saying is...
You're trolling.
What I'm saying is that...
You're joking.
What I'm saying
I can
is
hear the smile.
There's no... I'm smiling because I just think it's kind of silly to talk about it in this way, honestly.
Because I'm saying what you said. You said if a piece of literature survives, there's authenticity behind it. There's pieces of literature behind Hercules surviving, yet there's no authenticity behind it according to you. You need to keep your logic consistent.
Because you're talking about two different things here. Like the Hercules was always understood to be a myth, and it was
people believed in Hercules.
Myth. And to the same extent, there's no religion behind Hercules. He didn't.
Yeah, it's called Greek mythology.
Kind of
now, the Greeks believed it as truth. They're called mythologies now. Do you think that it was always a mythology?
Because you're talking about when you're talking about
do you think that Greek mythology was always considered a mythology?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't.
Then don't use that argument. Keep your logic consistent.
What I'm saying is that when you're talking about Hercules, it's not in the context of like a religious movement. There's no Hercules and the Greek mythos don't have like a this is how you're supposed to live, this is how you're supposed to spread
Yeah,
the
they
word
did.
of our religion. And when you talk about it in
They
regards
absolutely
to
had
Christianity,
this is how you should
and you
live.
have the different. Okay, well, I see why you don't get more than 100 views, because people can't even talk.
If you're wrong, you're fucking wrong. The Greeks had ways to live. Oh, he ran.
Hello.
S-Nex, if you invite one more person up without permission, I'm taking away mod. I've already dropped that guy like 3 times. He's a troll. What's up, 3?
Yeah, how you doing? So I'm confused on, like,
Are you over the age of 18?
I guess the lazy. Yeah, 23.
And which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Cool. What you got for me?
Yeah, so I'm confused why you're making the lazy comparison between Hercules and Jesus. I mean, obviously, there's a big symmetry breaker between the two. One was a historical figure, one was not. So at the very least, like one is historically verified to have existed. Whether you believe the resurrection, anything beyond that, just that alone makes them completely different claims.
I grant that mindset, but I don't grant him as a historical figure.
You do not grant Jesus as a historical figure.
I don't.
So you'd be a mythicist then.
To a degree. Like, I don't have anything against believing. Like, for the sake of argument, I usually grant that he existed.
Okay, do you understand how fringe of a position that is in scholarship?
Yep.
Okay. And what's your evidence that he didn't exist?
There's no contemporary
based
writings.
on the standard that's used for historical analysis to
I obviously don't grant
show
their
that
standard. If I granted their
So you don't
standard, I would
grant-
grant
not-
their consensus.
Yeah, so what would be your standard then?
Yeah, if there was some contemporary evidence, I would most likely follow it.
Okay, so do you think the writings of Paul are contemporary, 15 years after Jesus?
Paul never met Jesus. If Paul existed.
Paul. Okay, let me ask you this then. Well, he did say he met him on the road back.
No, he
from
didn't.
Damascus,
He said
but-
he fell and hit his head and had a vision of meeting him.
Yeah, but the Greek he used there was like indicates
Vision.
that it was a real encounter.
Incorrect.
No, it was a real encounter.
Incorrect.
That's not true. It's
According to him,
whatever.
he had a vision and saw.
Okay,
That's
cool.
not a real encounter.
Cool.
That's a hallucination.
Okay. Whatever it may be, right? Like the Creed in 1 Corinthians is dated to around 6 to 8 years after the crucifixion.
Name one
so we have
Roman historical record of a crucifixion of Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach.
So is that your? So now it's not just contemporaneous. It's
That would be
and now it has to be a.
That'd be contemporary evidence.
Yeah, contemporary means it's at the same time period.
Yep.
But you can have other evidence that's at the same time period.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
you brought up the
not
crucifixion.
just contemporary.
So I'm
You're
saying
adding
bring
another.
up-
Hold on, you're adding
Name
another
one
condition on top
contemporary
of it
witness of Jesus. Name one.
now. Wait, contemporary now?
Yeah.
Or is it contemporary plus Roman?
Yeah, plus Roman or contemporary.
Okay,
Just
so
name
no,
one.
it's not just contemporary because I just gave the example of the Creed in 1 Corinthians.
What part of I met Jesus is in 1 Corinthians? Or Jesus existed? Name me the verse.
The Creed in 1 Corinthians, I think it's 1 Corinthians 3:15. The Creed in 1 Corinthians being dated to within 6 years of the crucifixion shows the evidence, right, that Jesus in Nazareth existed at that
What is
around
this?
that time
1
period.
Corinth.
1 Corinthians 3:15, I believe. You also have, and beyond the scriptural evidence, you also have.
I got to get through 1 Corinthians 3:15. If it is burned up, I don't think this is the one you're thinking of.
Oh no, maybe I'm thinking of. Oh, I gotta find it.
You said Creed. I can
I'm
look that
trying
up. First Creed.
Yeah. No, I would look up just Creed and Corinthians.
Corinthians Creed. 15:3:8 maybe. 1 Corinthians 15:3:8, which Paul presents as
15:3.
what I also received. So again, Paul never met Jesus. So
Yes.
doesn't count.
Yeah, well, hold on, but the Creed itself. I'm not saying Paul here. I'm saying the Creed itself. It's dated as a rabbinic teaching that was passed down to Paul. Okay.
Oh,
So
I see
it's
what you're
not-
saying.
It's not the fact that
Paul quotes a creed formula that includes Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. He was buried. He was raised on the third day. All right, so let's
Yep.
see. So
So that's something he was received, or
This
he
was
received
this was
from
written
people
in the
prior to
early
him.
30s. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's contemporaneous.
No later than 35 AD when Paul visited Jerusalem and met Peter and James. Some argue it could be as early as 32, 38 from eyewitnesses. Cool. Okay.
So that meets your standard contemporaneous, right?
You're correct.
So now yeah,
pause,
so
pause. Shit.
oh
Slow
yeah,
it the fuck
yeah.
down. I can grant that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can grant that. There you go. Good boy. So what evidence do I have for
Yeah.
the justification that Jesus is a god?
Hold on. We're starting right now. We're on the did he exist?
I
Okay,
already
you said
granted
you
it.
believe he did not exist.
I just
So
granted
you
it.
believe he exists now.
Yeah, that's contemporary witness.
So you believe he did exist. Okay, so now you see the symmetry breaker between Hercules and Jesus, because Hercules was not a historical figure.
So when facts are presented, my feelings don't matter, and I change my mind.
Oh, I'm not saying
that's evidence that Jesus existed.
Yeah.
Cool. So
No,
why
I
should I believe in God now?
appreciate you admitting that. I appreciate you admitting that.
Yeah, facts don't give a fuck about my feelings.
Yeah, no, I agree. But yeah, so what I like when it comes to the existence of God, I like reasoning to God existing, and then I look in the historical record based on the evidence that's presented. What is the most
likely is it's
outcome.
Mythology and false memory.
Well, it's not mythology because it can't be if it's rooted in historical mythicism.
There can be a myth.
It was made up
there
later.
Can be a mythology surrounding a real person. Human beings can be deified based on mythology.
But mythicism itself is defined as something that's invented later.
We're not talking about mythicism. Now we are talking about the deification of Jesus.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. If you want to say that it was made up at the time of Jesus, right, that he resurrected because of the creed that you granted, right, then that's fine. But that's completely different than mythicism.
I didn't say mythicism. I said the mythology that Jesus is a god.
Okay, what is a mythology?
A fake story? A deified story? Let me get the actual definition.
So a fake, yeah.
Mythology, a collection of myths, especially one belonging to a particular religion or religious or cultural. It's a myth. It's a set of stories or beliefs about a particular person, institution, or situation, especially when exaggerated or fictitious. It's just a myth. So Jesus being a god is a myth.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I was confusing mythicism there.
You know that people believed that Hercules existed too, right? And Josephus also talked about that.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah. So that's just fine. Because a person
people
existed doesn't
for
mean
example, I didn't say that. I'm saying that Jesus did exist. There's historical record of Jesus
Holy
existing.
shit.
So why'd you just bring up Hercules and him existing historically?
I'm bringing up the myth.
You're still trying to save the Hercules
I'm
thing.
saying Hercules is a myth, even though some people believed he existed. Jesus, having existed, is not a god. I granted that Jesus, based on... Dude, slow down. We already got past mythicism. We are now talking about mythology. Mythicism is the belief that Jesus did not exist. I got past that with that piece of evidence from the Creed of 1 Corinthians. I said, I grant that Jesus existed. Now, demonstrate the deification of Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I never made the claim that just because Jesus existed historically, therefore he's a god. That's stupid.
I didn't say you said that
claim. No, but you said Hercules existed, or people believe Hercules existed in history. It doesn't make him a god, right? But that's straw manning my position. That's not what I was saying.
It's not what I'm saying you're saying.
Then why'd you bring up Hercules existing in history?
Because he was also deified.
Yeah, but I wasn't making the argument that just because people or because he I
was just bringing it up as a side note. I didn't say you said. I said Jesus and Hercules existed. Both are deified. I have no reason to believe either are a god.
Yeah, okay, I guess I'm confused why you brought up Hercules. But anyways, so again, I like to reason to the belief that God exists. I know you're not one that you're more of an empiricist.
Not really.
So you don't. I believe you don't really use philosophy, even though
I'm not an empiricist. I'm not a philosophy, physicalist. You're not supposed to subscribe to just one school of epistemology. That's stupid.
Okay, so because I've talked to you in the past and I've used this a particular argument to reason that God exists, right? Now the reasoning leads me to God existing, but it doesn't necessarily entail the Christian God. I believe that reasoning can get us to a God existing. This God is all powerful, all good, all knowledgeable. And then we go in history and we look at where could this God have revealed himself. So that's kind of my approach. I think that makes the most sense. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you want me to go with, like more historical or reasoning about God, because
I thought you were
you
about
just
to
said
provide an
God.
argument.
Oh, for why God exists. You go
Mhm.
with that. It's kind of tedious. So yeah. So I like the argument from motion, or argument from change. Um, change is when a potential X becomes an actual Y. A potential X cannot become an actual Y unless something already actualizes that potential. That thing that actualized that potential must be actualized by something prior to it, and so on and so forth. This chain cannot go back into infinity. Sorry.
Why not?
Therefore, this must, because it leads to a logical contradiction.
What contradiction?
So it's a certain type of causal chains that I'm interested in when I'm making this argument. They're called essentially ordered causal chains. So it basically just means that in a causal chain, an essentially ordered causal chain, one of the members in the causal chain receives its causal power from the member prior. So it's a derivative causal chain. Okay. And so if you have a infinite chain of a derivative causal chain with no source to derive from, that would be a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction.
And you can demonstrate. It is, yeah. So I can.
What's the P and not P?
Yeah, so you can use a paradox to show this. I like the paper passer paradox. So say you have a chain of people standing at, say, each moment in time. Okay. The rules of the causal chain is that if someone hands you a piece of paper and it does not have a number written down on it, you have to write down your number. And if it does have a number written down on it, then you just pass it along. Okay. And say this chain goes back into infinity. It's an infinitely long chain. The question would then become, when I receive that piece of paper, what's the number on that piece of paper?
Well, you go far back enough to where the paper is being created by the tree, then you go further back. So there's no contradiction here. You're just making up a false analogy.
No. It's not a false analogy.
It
it's
is
a paradox,
a false analogy.
By the way. Now, it's a paradox. It's
Whatever
showing
you
how.
want to call it, it's a false analogy because we're talking about the universe.
Yeah. No, it's
we're
not the universe.
Just talking
We're
about an infinite chain would still work when it comes to a piece of paper. Okay, you have 5 numbers on it. You go back to 4 numbers, then 3 numbers, then 2 numbers, then 1 number. Then you have the piece of paper being handed to the person. Then you have the piece of paper being created. Then you have the tree existing. Then you have the tree being planted. Then you have.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It's an infinite regress. So where's the contradiction for?
No. I'm saying the chain. So say each person is at a particular moment.
Handle this one.
Okay, that's fine. If a particular person is standing at a particular moment in time, each person standing at a particular moment in time, right? This chain goes back into infinity, right?
Yep.
So that means
that
it's the paradox. It's testing the principle.
No, just motivate it. Why would I ever accept that?
Here, give me a pause moment real quick. I'm sorry. Give me a pause real quick. Teresa, I hope I'm saying that correctly, just became a member, as well as gifted 10 memberships. Hell yeah, W. Appreciate the hell out of you, and I'm sure that the new 10 members appreciate the hell out of you as well. Welcome into the cult club. Appreciate you. All right, continue.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah, so it's like saying, it's like you giving me a hypothetical to test my principle, and I'm gonna say, well, why would I accept that premise? Why would I accept the situation? That's stupid.
Yeah, why would I accept a hypothetical that's that's paradoxical? Could you explain the paradox, please?
Because yeah, I'm trying to explain the paradox, but
How?
you're not allowing me to
Sure.
set up the hypothetical because you're saying why should you accept the hypothetical?
I'm asking why should I? What the
Yeah,
fuck are you?
I haven't even finished. I haven't even finished the paradox.
Yeah, he
I
hasn't
haven't even
finished
finished
it
it
yet.
yet.
I'll hear it.
Yeah, so this chain goes back into infinity. The question becomes, I'll just speed it up. The question becomes, what number is written on that piece of paper? Because this chain goes back into infinity, no particular number can be written on that piece of paper, yet a particular
It's
number
not a
has to be written on that
paradox,
piece of
dude.
paper.
No. If it goes back into
It's a logical
infinity,
contradiction.
no, dude, it's not a
It's P and
contradiction.
not P.
No, it's not. Because if it goes back into infinity, there's a point where there's not even a universe for a piece of paper to exist, and we go back and back and back and back and back.
Oh my
This
god!
hasn't. This, if you're talking about an infinity,
Okay, let me show you. Let me
then
ask you
there
a
is no
question.
longer a piece of paper at some point.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, say this chain of people going back in time, whatever, with the piece of paper.
The paper eventually doesn't exist, dude. How do you not see
hold
that?
on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Say this. By the way, it's a paradox. It's a hypothetical. You're
It's
like
a
trying
failure.
to like.
It's a horrible argument.
It's a It's a
In
well
this
known paradox.
hypothetical, it's a well-known dumbass argument. In this hypothetical, if
Okay,
it goes
hold on.
back infinitely, there is no longer a piece of paper at some point. I don't give a fuck about the piece of paper. You're talking about infinite regress.
The whole premise is that if the people go back into infinity, right?
The
and
people wouldn't go back
this
into
chain-
infinity. People have existed for 300,000-400,000 years.
Exactly, because
With infinity,
because
there
you
would
can't
be
go back
no.
into infinity.
Yes, you can. Nothing you said.
No, I'm done.
Nothing you said
Yeah.
shows that you cannot not exist anymore. There's a
Yeah,
point
here,
in
I'll show
time
you.
where
Ready?
human beings did not exist. So fuck the piece of paper and fuck the
Yeah.
people writing.
Yeah, you ready? So say the chain starts. So the chain has a beginning, right? So you have a
Why the
person
fuck should
one,
I allow
person two,
that?
whatever. It's a different hypothetical to test the principle to show
I
you
don't
why
accept that. There's
not-
no start. Why should I accept that?
Okay. So you don't accept a hypothetical to test your principle. You
You
can at
haven't
least show me why the
provided a
paradox doesn't
single
follow.
paradox or contradiction to an infinite regress.
Okay.
Hold on.
I think
Let me
we
show
need
you. Wait, just let me explain this part. And then I'll let you go ahead. So if the chain has a beginning, right? This problem of no particular number can be written on the piece of paper when I receive it, yet a particular number is written on the piece of paper. That contradiction does no longer exist. So why in one situation in scenario A there is a contradiction, in scenario B there isn't a contradiction? It's because one has an
You're
infinite.
contradicting yourself by
one-
saying there's a scenario A and a scenario B that
Wait.
has like some kind of causal relation.
There's two scenarios, right?
Just like semantically within what you're saying, it's a contradiction with the way you're proposing this proposition.
Wait, what
set
are you
A
talking?
and set B. There's a contradiction set A, and then there's a contradiction set. So
No, there's
sorry,
not.
There
There's
is
no
a
longer
P in set
contradiction in
A,
set
and there's
B.
a not P in set B.
No,
but
they're
then
not. They're.
It's an
I'm not
infinite
showing the-
regress. Okay,
No,
so then
I'm
sorry,
showing-
but
I'm
respectfully, I
showing-
don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
It's very simple. Okay, if I give you two different scenarios, right, and I'm saying scenario one has a condition in it, right, and it leads to this, right, but scenario B does not have this same condition in it, and it leads to some other result. It's the same setting, whatever. One has one condition, one doesn't have that condition. That's all I'm trying to explain here. So I'm using the same hypothetical scenario to show when you add the condition of an infinite regress, it leads to a logical contradiction.
Brother,
and since that's the only condition you add,
before SX
that's an
responds,
impossibility.
Before SX responds, 3, was I able to change my mind when you presented me a evidence that proved me wrong?
Yes. yeah.
Okay. Should that justify reasoning to you that I am capable of changing my mind if I am wrong?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Does
don't
that
think
show
you're
you that
understanding
I
my
am
paradox.
trying to be as honest as possible?
Yeah. No, I would.
Okay.
I think
You
you're
are
trying to be
providing what
honest. I'm not
you
saying you're
are
not trying to be
calling
honest.
a paradox. Your point is only focused on the piece of paper. My point is the piece of paper doesn't matter when we're talking about infinite regress, because at some point the paper doesn't matter, but
Facts.
you're held up on the paper. If we're talking infinite regress, it goes from 10 numbers on it, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, paper existing, paper being in person's hand, paper not existing, paper being a tree, tree being a seed, the seed not existing. It goes infinitely back. There's no contradiction in infinite regress. Do I grant that there is infinite regress? No. I don't even grant that as true, but it's not impossible and it's not contradictory. So the fucking paper hypothetical does not work for this.
Listen, okay, if you were to give me a hypothetical and you're trying to signify something in a hypothetical, right? You're trying to test a particular principle. And I say, wait, hold on, you're giving me a hypothetical out in space. I couldn't get to space. I don't have a space rocket to get out to space.
I have a better way to explain this.
Signify
I have a better way. Is your hypothetical talking about an infinite regress? To say.
Yes.
Is your hypothetical talking about an infinite regress without an infinite regress?
Look, I think
hold on.
Is your infinite regress is your infinite regress the numbers on a piece of paper?
Correct, not time.
That piece of paper with an infinite regress would at some point not fucking exist. Therefore, you're talking about an infinite regress that is not at the same time an infinite regress, therefore a contradiction. You're saying this is an infinite regress, then you're saying it's also not an infinite regress because it can't go back. That is a contradiction. Your fucking hypothetical is a contradiction.
I'm not talking about, the thing I'm trying to signify is not an infinite regress in time. That's not what I'm trying to signify. What I'm trying to signify is
an infinite regression is a set of events. Without causal relation, how can change happen? Time is just a measurement of change. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, what? Wait,
brother,
say that again?
I was able to admit that I was wrong.
Time is the measurement of change.
SX.
Change is inseparable from cause and effect. Infinite regression has...
Did you hear my premise?
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't realize I was done speaking. Sorry, excuse me, I didn't realize I was done speaking. Sorry, excuse me,
I didn't realize you didn't listen to the first premise.
Sorry, excuse me, I didn't realize I was done speaking. Okay. Does an infinite regression have causal relations, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Is cause inseparable from effect?
No, obviously not.
No? Wonderful. So it is temporal. Beautiful. You don't have a paradox.
No. Wait. No. Hold on. No.
Gotcha.
Did you hear the first premise of my argument?
Just repeat your first premise, because you're just speaking about pieces of papers at this point, big dog. I'm a be real.
Yeah, because you weren't listening to my argument. That's why. It's your problem. You weren't listening.
Look,
you didn't listen to premise
from what I
understood.
This is the sniper's paradox.
What did I account? Okay? What did I say change?
I think. Wait, just real quick. Do you know what the? Do you know what the sniper's paradox is?
Explain the sniper's paradox.
Okay.
Explain it.
Yeah, sure. So the sniper's paradox is essentially a sniper calls in to take the shot. He has an infinite chain of command, right? Should he take the shot? Should he take the shot? Eventually, the causal relation never comes back for the confirmation for the sniper to take the shot. So he never takes the shot in the first place. This is a true paradox, right? It's a paradox. Is this what you're trying to present, except it's about a piece of paper?
Similar, but it has nothing to do with an infinite past of events. Okay,
infinite regress is by definition a past of events and sequences.
No. Listen. These are what I already told you this.
Brother, I'm about to read you the definition of infinite regress. I was able to admit I was wrong on something, and you're incapable of admitting you're wrong. Infinite regress is a philosophical concept to describe a series of entities. Each entity in the series depends on its predecessor, following a recursive principle. That's going to be by P2, by P3, by P4, by P infinitely. If we follow this paper failure of a paradox that you're trying to provide, the paper would eventually no longer be paper. It would be a tree. The tree would be a seed. Just because you want to hold it in parameters does not mean that it can. If you are talking about infinite regress, then it doesn't stay as a piece of paper. It infinitely goes back, not just the numbers, The numbers don't just go back. Everything goes back. It's an infinite regress. Infinite. Infinite. Does not stop. It doesn't just stop where
Yeah,
you
do you
want
wanna
it to
are you
stop to make it a paradox.
Yeah, do you I'm not stopping it. That's the whole point,
Yes,
is
you
that it
are.
doesn't
You're
stop.
saying at
That's
some
what makes it a
point it doesn't.
paradox.
There's no contradiction here, dude. There's no
No, okay,
contradiction, and it's
first
not
off
even
first off,
paradoxical. It just
you're
goes back.
hold on, you're not following, because
I know you're not
I never
following.
said no, I said you're not following.
I know you're
You're
not.
not following.
You're
You
having a
aren't,
really hard
because
time
I'm not
following. I was able to follow
hold
along
on.
and say I am wrong when it came to
Let
something,
me ask
and
you
you
a
are
question.
incapable of seeing our perspective. I have proven to you I am capable of understanding your perspective. You are not showing any
Let me
intellectual honesty here at all.
So,
I'm trying to be intellectually honest. Let me ask you a question. So a chandelier hanging from a ceiling, okay? The chandelier is held up by a chain above it.
In an infinite
Correct?
regress,
Would
that
you agree?
chandelier at some point doesn't
Hold on,
exist.
I'm not interested in the infinite regress, okay?
Okay.
If I say a chandelier is held up by a chain above it, right? Would you agree with that?
Yep.
A chain link. We'll say a chain link, okay? That chain link is held up by another chain link above it. Would you agree
Yeah.
with that? And so on until the
Yep.
ceiling, right? Where the whole chain is held up by the ceiling.
Yep.
Does that causal chain, right, from the chandelier to the ceiling and on time?
I'm sorry? You cut out there.
Does that causal chain of this? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Are you saying does it rely on time? No. Because that's an actual causal chain based on a chain analogy.
Is it
We
a
were talking
chain
about
across
infinite
time?
regress, which has to do with time.
No. I'm interested in, okay, is not causal chains across time, right? It's a essentially
That's
ordered
an
causal
infinite
chain, so it's a
regress.
simultaneous causal
What do you
chain,
think infinite
right? So
is?
it's the listen.
No,
Wait,
listen.
hold on. Is the
An
chain
infinite
to the ceiling an infinite
regress,
regress?
what does
Is that causal
infinite
chain
mean?
infinite regress?
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, hold on. Read the definition, because it said nothing about time in that definition you gave.
What is the definition of infinite, dude?
Anything.
Forever.
Wait,
which is a
infinite
measurement
means,
of time. If we're talking about infinite regress,
wait.
we can follow all these
Is
arguments
that
back
like a
infinitely. If you're
like-
talking about specifically something that specifically has a chain on it, and we remove all the links, yeah, you're correct. There's a point where it's no longer a chain, and there has to be a start to it. You are correct. I'm talking about infinite regress. That's what you started with. You started with infinite regress is impossible.
Here, yeah, let me explain. So the chain, I feel like we're good on the chandelier to the ceiling. Right? If we add another chain link, is the causal chain one link longer?
Yeah.
Okay. If we add 50 chain links to the causal chain, is the causal chain 50 links longer?
Yeah, this is not an infinite regress.
I think
like we add infinite amount of hold on, let me finish. If we did an infinite amount of chain, right? The causal chain infinitely long.
If you add an infinite amount of chains, is that what you said?
Yeah, this causal chain not infinitely long.
If you add an infinite amount of chains, yes, it is infinitely long, and you will never reach the beginning.
Okay,
that's different from it has 50 chains.
Is this causal chain across time?
Would that be across time? No, but there
Wait,
would be
hold on.
infinite chains on it.
Is this causal chain? We didn't. Okay. Yeah, infinite chain.
And
okay,
you will
so
never reach
this
the beginning
causal
of it.
chain that we're concerned with, from the chandelier to the ceiling. Exactly. This is an infinite regress of a causal chain. This is what I'm trying to signify here.
Okay, that has nothing
That's
to do
what
with
I'm
a piece
talking
of
about.
paper
I'm not talking
being
about cross
created.
time. This.
Okay, let's use
Yeah.
that analogy for the paper analogy then.
concerned
Then you
with
will never finish it. You go from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then you have 0, -1, -2, -3 for infinity, and it will never end. Where is the contradiction? You made up something to seem like it had a contradiction. There is no contradiction in infinite regress.
I'm not right. Oh, hold on. So when I gave you the situation of the chandelier to the ceiling, right? Did we have to talk about like, oh, what if the world doesn't exist or whatever in the
Brother, I already
scenario, or am I
granted
trying to
moving
signify
past that.
something in that scenario? Can we stick to the scenario?
Yeah, I grant that.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to show here is that this infinite regress I'm concerned with, it doesn't have to necessarily be across time. It's
I
just
granted that.
an essentially ordered causal chain where each chain link, each each member of the causal chain derives its power for cause. One of them
You're cutting out hella bad, bro.
above. Can you hear me? I don't know why my connection's so bad right now.
It's in and out.
We're only catching like every fourth word.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm back, but
Oh yeah, you
Sorta.
sound good so far.
can you hear me or no?
Yeah, you sound good.
I've been good. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying, but what I was trying to say is this causal chain I'm concerned with doesn't have to necessarily be across time.
Okay, so listen to me.
And we
Let's
can
go
still
back to the
infinite
paper.
regress, just like the chain.
Yeah, so let's go back to the piece of paper and we have numbers on it.
Yeah,
those
so,
numbers can
yeah.
infinitely go back. -1, -2, -3.
Just very quickly, Cody, I won't be here unfortunately if you need me, but I'll be listening. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Copy.
I hope you can still hear me.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know what, like it says I have 3 bars of 5G, so I don't know what's going on. But so can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think. All right, sorry. So yeah, back to the paper. So you're saying you can go back to infinity, right? Like -2, -3, -4, -5, right? Yeah, so like
it seems fairly.
we have this chain of people that goes back to what?
As I say, like it seems so. I mean, the thing is, this seems fairly obvious, right? If we have an infinite amount of time and there's me and you in a room, right? We're gonna live for an infinite amount of time. We're infinitely in this room. There is no point in time in which this room will be a problem. If me and you, our goal is to count to infinity, we will never reach it. Like we will continue to. There will always be a next number.
Yeah, but Faborn, this chain of people can be at one moment in time. It could be like a yeah, listen, this chain of people can extend across space. It doesn't have to be across time, right? So it could be at a moment in time. It could be at a moment in time. You have this infinite chain of people standing across space, right?
This would demonstrate influence.
Remember, each one. Yeah, listen. Yeah, I'm trying to show you why this can't be the case according to this causal chain. Okay, so each person, if they receive the paper, they pass it to the person to the left of them, right? They receive the paper and there's no number written on it. They have to write down a number, their number, right? They're assigned a particular number, whatever. They write it down, they pass it to the person to the left, and so on and so forth, right? If this chain does not have a beginning and it's infinite, I want to ask you, what number would be written on that piece of paper?
I have no clue, but it would be infinite. Where's the contradiction?
Yeah, you said this.
So wait, hold on.
The P
Hold on.
not P. You said this is the P not P. What is the P?
Yeah, before I demonstrate, I'll tell you the P and the not P. Before I demonstrate, I want to give you the same scenario, right? But this chain has a termination. Okay, so this chain starts somewhere.
Then it's not
What
an
number would be
infinite
written on the
regress,
piece of
and
paper?
we're no longer talking about infinite regress.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
argument is about infinite
it's the same-
regress.
Yeah, correct. So I'm showing you the same scenario with a termination where it's not an infinite
Then
regress.
it's not an
This
infinite
problem doesn't
regress.
occur.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Because
Listen,
it's
just
not
listen
the
to what I'm
same
saying.
thing. You are making a
confused.
contradictory error in your argument. Your argument is
I
a
don't even know what
contradiction.
So what you
I
were
literally don't
saying-
even know what you're saying right now.
what
You
were
are
saying
arguing
is-
about infinite regress, saying it's not possible by
Correct.
arguing
Yeah.
about a non-infinite regress not having a problem that you think there is for an infinite
no.
regress. You are the one
No,
with an
listen.
error.
Okay,
So
I'll show you the P and not P. I'll show you the P and not P in the scenario of the infinite regress.
What
The
is
P the P is, according to the rules of the causal chain, a particular number has to be written on that piece of paper.
Okay.
Right? Because if I receive it,
Mhm.
there has to be a number on it. If not, I would write it down. My
Mhm.
own number, correct?
Right.
So the rules dictate the P is that a particular number has to be written on the piece of paper, okay?
And there
But
will be a
no-
particular number written on there.
But no particular number can be written on the piece of paper.
You're
'Cause we
saying
can't
that
determine what Okay, then tell me the particular number.
the person
Nope,
who
I
has
need
their
to-
assigned number
No,
would be able to
what-
put it down.
when- No, by definition, no, because it goes
You're
back
doing
to
a trick
infinity. So by
question.
definition, no
Nope.
particular number can be.
No,
It's not a
if
trick
it's
question. It's
each
showing you the
if each
paradox.
individual person, as you said, has an assigned number to write down, then yeah, I would continue going infinitely. Just because I don't know what their number is doesn't mean they don't know what their number is.
The particular number would be
No,
the
oh my
number of the
God.
person
You made a
before-
trick question and then called it a paradox.
It's not.
No,
It's not a
this
trick
is just a
question.
brain
This
dead
is so
argument.
simple.
It is simple, and you're missing it. The particular number would be the number of the person before me. That's the answer to your question. Whatever the number of the person before me is, will be the number.
Can't be.
Will be the number on the paper.
Can't be.
Okay.
Can't be.
So
You wanna know why?
Run by the rules again. I don't want to hear why.
Oh,
Tell
wait,
me
hold
the
on.
rules one more
No,
time. Tell-
why?
No.
Because-
Tell me the rules one
Okay.
more time.
If I receive a piece of paper, or the person before me receives a piece of paper that has a number written on it, then he passes it along, doesn't do anything. But if the person before me receives a piece of paper with nothing on it, he writes his number down.
Then there would be an infinite chain of numbers on the piece of paper. What? This is
Exactly. That's the whole point. The whole point is
this
that no
doesn't demonstrate not
Listen.
infinite numbskull. What the fuck? This is
Listen,
like the
listen,
dumbest argument
Faborn.
I've ever heard.
Faborn, you're running because you know you can't answer
I'm
it.
not running.
Okay, so
I'm
let me
not
explain.
running.
Then
You're
let me
just
explain.
ignorant.
Then let me explain. Let me explain.
You've explained several times, and every time it's fucking ignorant. Like the thing is
Yeah.
it the
Filibuster.
answer?
Go ahead.
Filibuster. Okay.
Go ahead.
Do I give a fuck? Like I'm gonna be real with you. You think I give a fuck?
Go ahead. No, yeah, keep filibustering. I'll wait until you're done talking.
You've
I'll
been
explain.
ranting.
You don't
you've
want
been
me to
ranting
respond.
You've been ranting.
Yeah, you
this
don't
whole
want me to
time.
respond. You make a
Right, so-
point and you
So again, you've been ranting this whole time. I try to get a point in. I try to bring something up, and you say filibuster when you've just been the one yapping your mouth. Like
No, the point is when I talk, I'm not trying to waste time so you can't respond. I'm trying to actually make an argument.
Repeated it several times. So what the thing is you've repeated it several times the same way. If you are trying to make your argument clear and you repeat it several times the same way, and every time we've had an issue with it, and you repeated it the same way again, is it an issue with us coming up with different issues, or is it an issue of you not understanding what the issue is?
That's the whole point. Is like each issue you guys have brought up, I've responded to
You
and
have-
showed. Like for example, at first you thought this chain had to be across time, and then I showed you through the chandelier example that this chain does not have to be across time. I'm not concerned with that sort
the
of infinite
chandelier
regress.
example did not demonstrate.
Concerned with a different sort of infinite regress. It did because the hosts understand that this causal chain doesn't have to be across time. Right? That's not the point of the causal chain. Right? So you guys
If
make a point and I respond to it, but I can't make a point to try to grip your questions when you just keep talking and saying, no, this doesn't make sense. This is brain dead. This doesn't make sense without actually giving an argument for why it is.
I've given arguments for why it is, and you've not responded to them.
We are now arguing
Okay.
about arguing.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Tell me. Yeah. It's a meta
I gave it
conversation. Go
to
ahead,
you.
Faborn. So what's wrong with with my P and not P?
There is no P and not P.
There isn't exactly. There isn't one. So the thing is
Okay,
that your
can you
P
demonstrate how?
is a particular.
I can.
Go ahead.
You brought up one.
Sorry, I think I'm a
scenario-
little bit behind, by the way.
You brought up one scenario with an infinite regress, and then you brought up another scenario without an infinite regress, and you said because there's two scenarios that are and are not both infinite regress, therefore there's a contradiction in the scenario of infinite
Absolutely
regress.
not. Yeah, absolutely not. The point of the contradiction exists within the one scenario. I was just bringing up the other scenario to show you an example of the same scenario without a contradiction. So the contradiction exists within one scenario. I'm not using the other scenario to show you that there's a
Still don't see a
contradiction between the two
contradiction.
different scenarios. Yeah. So my whole point. Okay. Okay. Can we just walk through this? Just walk through this with me. I'll be quick with this. Okay. Scenario A. Okay. We have people standing in a line with a piece of paper. Same rules exist. Okay. But this chain has a beginning. What number is going to be on my piece of paper, or what number is going to be on the person or on the piece of paper
it's
for
not infinite regress.
Yeah, what would be the number that's written on the piece of paper?
I have no clue. Whatever that person is supposed to put
0.
down.
Yeah, 0. Whoever the first person is supposed to put down. We could say it starts at 0, right? So a particular number is written on my piece of paper. So that's fine. I know the number, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Now let's change to scenario B. Scenario B, same scenario, but there is no beginning of this chain. Okay. What number's written on the piece of paper? On the person, just because Fayborn brought up the person before me. What number is written on the paper for the person before me? The causal chain, right? The causal chain is
infinite regress would work.
Okay. How would an infinite regress work?
Implementing a causal chain into a non-causal chain scenario. There is still okay.
What are you even saying right now?
In one scenario, you start a cause by putting a number. Okay.
What's the causal chain
in an infinite regress? The number would already be there, and it would continuously go back.
Yeah, if there was a beginning.
No. There already are actions. There already are effects. The causes would continue going back without a start.
Yeah, and that leads to a contradiction. That's my whole point.
You haven't provided the contradiction.
Yeah, I showed you. So what's the causal chain in scenario A? In the first scenario that has a beginning. What's the causal chain?
A number being put on a piece of paper.
Yeah, and passed along to me or the person before me.
In the infinite regress scenario, it would be more accurate to an infinite regress if you said, where is the start to the number?
Why are we jumping to infinite regress scenario? Can I just stick with this scenario first?
I understand what you're saying. You're saying in the other scenario, there's a start 0, whereas in the infinite regress going back, if there's not an actual piece of paper with a number on it, then there's nowhere to start. Yeah, no shit, because infinite regress would require there already being the number. There's already an effect.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Listen. Okay. So the person
in an infinite regress, there's no start, dude. The number is already there.
Can we just start with scenario A?
Listen.
Can we just start with scenario A and walk to scenario
listen.
B?
In an infinite regress, the number is on the piece of paper. Just because you're saying it's not on the piece of paper is you making it a problem. Infinite regress already has effects going. There would be a number on the piece of paper in the infinite regress.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how this addresses anything I'm saying right now.
All right, then we're going to move on because you're incapable of comprehending your own issue with your own argument. Holy crap. He's saying in the non-infinite regress, it's not a problem because he started by putting a number on the piece of paper. He's saying it's a problem in the infinite regress because he's starting it without a number, saying, where's the start? Well, there wouldn't be a start. It's infinite. The number would already be there in the infinite regress.
Yeah, like so.
The annoying thing is, I'm able to change my mind and proved that when proven wrong. 3, you need to learn how to be intellectually honest to yourself.
There isn't a crash out here, 3. I don't know why you want to.
Yeah, the chain never starts if there's no beginning. If there's no, it's an infinite. You are making it a problem by 3 by adding a problem.
So the thing is there would be a particular number on this piece of paper.
Literally.
Because if it was to the person before me, that person would write down whatever number they were assigned to write down if there wasn't a number on that piece of paper before them. And because of that, we can just say, look, there's a number on this piece of paper. We don't have to know what number it is.
3, I'm not bringing you up. You're incapable of comprehending what we're showing you. Which pisses me off because I was able to change my mind for you. I was able to admit, you know what? I'm wrong. Thank you for that evidence. And I changed my mind. You're incapable of seeing what we're saying. You are not intellectually honest. You are a dishonest interlocutor. So no, I'm not bringing you back up. It does work because it's an infinite regress.
Based off of the rules you said, there would be a number on that particular paper. There would be a particular number on that piece of paper. There wouldn't be no number because whoever had it last has to write a number on it.
Yeah, your problem 3 is you're adding a beginning. You are trying to start an infinite non-starting regress. Your argument doesn't work. And either way, that doesn't get us to a God. God may or may not exist with or without an infinite regress. The whole argument was fucking annoyingly stupid and had nothing to do with God. No, you gave your argument for why you think it doesn't work. It doesn't work because you tried to add a starting point to an infinite regress.
The whole thing that you gave is that P, a particular number is written on the piece of paper. Not P, no particular number is written on the piece of paper.
No, 3, you are adding a God by adding the number. In an infinite regress, the number is there.
Yes. Because, like, so we have an infinite chain. It doesn't matter where that piece of paper starts. It doesn't matter where that piece of paper starts. It will eventually pass through the hands of the person that came before me.
Oh,
right?
that's a good point, Chixie. He's being a presuppositionalist. He's presupposing that there has to be a start.
Yeah, I mean, if there is no start, then it doesn't matter where the start is, because, well, if there is no start, there's no start, and if you say it will eventually pass through my hands, it had to eventually pass through the hands of the person before me.
You are presupposing
so
3. You are such a dishonest piece of shit. I was able to show honesty and admit when I was wrong, and you're incapable of doing the same. You want God to be true, so you make up arguments that don't work to make God true.
It's a disappointingly bad argument.
Young Devin, you've said the same thing 45 times. Nothingness can't exist. Things exist, therefore something has always existed. There doesn't need to be a start if it's always existed for all. For eternity, for eternal. There is no start. It has always been. If it can't start, therefore your God doesn't exist. You guys literally don't understand logic at all. If there's no start to God, then he doesn't exist according to your logic. You guys have no logical consistency at all. Yeah, Jimmy, I said that to him. He's not comprehending. God is outside of time. You cannot have... Okay. We're going to get Devin up here. Are you over the age of 18?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Do you have a disappointingly bad argument?
How do you go from a changeless state to a state of change?
A changeless state to a state of change?
Yep.
What type of change are we talking about?
A changeless state or a state of change?
What's the change that we're talking about?
You don't understand what a state of change is?
I understand not changing and changing. Like, but what kind of changes are we talking about?
A state of change is the allowance for a change.
In yourself?
Dude, period.
Okay, if you are unchanging, you are unchanging.
Right. How do you go from a changeless state to a state of change?
You don't. You don't
Correct.
change if you're unchanging.
So how do you go from outside of change to inside of change?
You create change underneath yourself.
Nope, you're in a state of non-change. How do you go from a changeless state to a state of change?
Wait, are you saying creation isn't a change?
It's not a change in God. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
You just said God exists outside of time.
So,
yes, and
he exists in a changeless state.
Right, he's not changing his state.
No, he exists in a changeless state. He exists outside of time. Therefore, there is no change. Therefore, he can't create.
What?
If you want to call time God, go for it. But that's not the definition of God. God is the triomni, all-powerful creator of the universe.
why are you assuming that doing something is equal to a state of being changed?
Why are you special pleading God being able to change from a changeless state?
So,
uncaused first cause is required for anything
not.
to exist. That's the issue with an infinite regress.
Well, let's.
I mean, you can say that. You can say no, it's not. But
you can say yes,
all
it is.
we understand.
Devin, you can say yes, it is, but that's not up to the understanding of science and physics.
I'm saying yes, it is, because that's what we understand and see today.
False.
That's why I'm saying yes, it is.
False.
It doesn't.
You're special pleading. Like, no, it's
what am I
not.
special pleading?
Like, you're just hypothesizing that you can go back infinitely. Like,
no, that wasn't the question you were asked, Devin. You get to answer the question you asked, not the question you want to answer. What is he special pleading? Answer that specific question. You are muted, so you're aware. You just have to look down and press the unmute button. Answer the question.
What question?
Are you so fucking stupid you can't track the question? It was just asked of you.
Look, man, ad hominems is evidence of you.
Nope. I'm gonna mute you again. So an ad hominem would be me saying that you're stupid and therefore your argument is wrong. Me calling you stupid is just me calling you stupid. Just an insult, right? What the host has just asked you is what is the special pleading that he is doing? Go ahead, give the thing that he is special pleading.
Bro, you done brought us off track. I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Define special pleading. You said I used a fallacy. If I used a fallacy, then my argument is wrong. Show me where I used that fallacy.
Why are you switching topics, bro?
Because you said I used a fallacy.
What?
But you're running. Like, you're using this as an
switch, you absolute fucking moron. The host asked you a question, and you weren't smart enough to track the goddamn question. Fucking you told the host he was special pleading. He asked you, what are you special pleading? You went off on a tangent, some moronic tangent, right? And then I stopped you from that tangent and I said, what is he special pleading? Answer that specific question. Like, can you put on your big boy panties and like take a deep breath, right? And answer what he was special pleading.
You done?
You're about to be done here in a second, bitch boy. So again, I will repeat. What was the host special pleading?
The condescension.
He's creating a rule, bro. He's creating a special rule.
I'm creating the rule of time.
Just to support his argument, just to go in the direction
that he's trying to go. No. What is the special rule, Devin? You get to answer that question next. This is the stupidest fucking thing. Special pleading is creating a special rule. So what is your special pleading? Oh, this is creating a special rule. All right. So you just gave us the definition of special pleading. What is the special rule he's creating?
That infinite is a thing that you can go back infinitely in time. When I said, I'm saying that's not a special rule, you dumbass. Can you let me finish? Shut up. Oh my goodness.
No, I don't have to let you finish. I don't have to let the fucking moron talk.
You're right. You don't.
So the special rule is him saying that you can go back infinitely. He's given arguments for that, right? Therefore, it is a rule. It is not a special rule. It is a rule in which he is backed, right? What is your argument against that special rule? What's your P1? What's your P1?
What I said was that you can't go infinitely back in time. That's not what we see. That's what my position is coming from. We never see that. That doesn't work logically. I said he's special pleading.
If it doesn't work logically, where's the fallacy?
Because if there's no start, nothing starts. Like, there's no beginning to anything. If you're in time, nothing starts.
That's not true.
What do you mean? See, you have no understanding of
I have an
infinite,
argument.
but yet you're saying that's not true.
I have an argument.
Like, what are you talking about?
I have an argument.
He has like the last guy I told you, if there's a chandelier, and let's say it's I
have an argument.
Okay, can I make my argument?
What's the first law of thermodynamics?
Energy is not created nor destroyed.
Energy cannot be created, correct?
Or destroyed.
Correct. So energy can't be created, correct?
Right. That's what we observe. That's what we observe. Yes.
So energy can't be created, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does energy exist?
Yes.
Therefore, If it can't be created and it does exist, it has always existed. There
No,
doesn't have to be a start. It can't be created, therefore it wasn't created, but it does exist, therefore it had to have always existed. It's the same argument you would use for
that's not the
God.
only option. You're
It's
just
the
denying the
same
other
argument you
option.
would use for God. You would say God cannot be created, but God does exist, therefore God has always existed. The difference being we have evidence in the second thermodynamics that the law of conservation of energy. We know through observation that energy can't be created. We don't have observation for God being created or not created. My arguments
Not true.
require
We have the Big
evidence.
Bang.
Yours require faith. The Big Bang is not the start,
No,
brother.
we have. That's our
No.
understanding.
Here,
Your
I'll
understanding
tell
is
you
that
what the
it's
Big
not
Bang
the start.
Theory is. The
Wait,
Big Bang Theory simply
No, you don't
states.
have to tell, bro. We've all taken science.
No, you
you
haven't.
clearly haven't.
Here,
The Big
I
Bang
will
Theory doesn't
explain
come
it
from the start.
simply. All the Big Bang Theory states is, have you ever seen the Big Bang Theory TV show? Well, I'll respond anyway.
Oh, you got it. You got to at least tell me.
Yeah, so the
when you
Big
get in
Bang
your
Theory,
feelings.
the Big Bang Theory simply states that the universe existed in a hot, dense state, and 13.8 billion years ago, that hot, dense state started expanding, not existing. The universe existed in a hot, dense state, in a state of change, in a state of energy and potential, with all sorts of different energy and particles. And it started to expand 13.8 billion years ago. There is no scientific theory that exists that posits that the universe did not exist and then magically started existing. We do not believe in magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's not the understanding. The understanding is that the universe is expanding, and if you contract that backwards in time infinitely, at some point it stops existing.
No,
that's it's not that when you get small enough, it paused and just sat there. Like, that's not the understanding. You're doing that for your position. That's not the understanding. If it's expanding now, you're adding a situation where it began to expand. That's what you're adding.
Nope.
Now, I understand some atheists these days now believe.
All right, so.
All right, here, let me read to you. The Big Bang Theory stands as the most widely accepted explanation for the origin of the universe. According to this theory, the universe began as the infinitely small, hot, and dense point. It existed in this hot and dense state, which rapidly expanded and continued to stretch over 13.7.8 billion years. This initial period of rapid inflation set the stage for the vast and still growing cosmos we observe today. It doesn't posit that it was created. It's a singularity, brother. We don't know. We don't know
what infinitely small means?
Yeah, we don't have the physics to comprehend, observe, and test it right now. That we can see back to, thanks to cosmic microwave background radiation, is that it goes back to what we call a singularity. That's not even a physical standing point. That's just a mathematical equation. We don't know anything prior.
How will we distinguish between infinitely small and beginning to exist?
Did it say it began to exist, or did it say it existed in a hot, dense state?
Infinitely small for a bro, you can't distinguish between infinitely small and beginning to exist.
Quantum.
You can't, unless it begins at a level that's big enough for you to see.
You haven't provided any logical fallacy in infinitely small.
You didn't let me. So, like I was about to say, like he was telling you with the chain and the chandelier.
It doesn't work.
If the chain is connected to if the chain is connected to a ceiling, right? We understand how the chandelier is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
If you say the ceiling is the chain is infinitely long.
Yep.
There is no ceiling for it to connect to because it's infinitely long.
It is infinitely long.
So it shouldn't be hanging. That's the issue.
No, it's hanging.
That's the fallacy.
It's just infinitely long. There's no fallacy there.
It's not
What's the
hanging
fallacy?
because it's not connected to
What's the
anything in the past. It's not connected to
What's the
anything
fallacy?
in the past. The fallacy
is
is
connected.
hanging.
No, it is connected. It's just infinitely long.
The fallacy is it's hanging.
That's not a fallacy.
But at no point in the past is it connected to anything.
That's not a fallacy.
That's
but
the
it is
fallacy.
connected. You stated that it's connected. Therefore, in this argument, it is connected. It's just infinitely long. So where's the
It's
logical
not
fallacy? Name me
The chain is
which of the
infinitely long.
logical fallacies it is.
The ceiling is the beginning.
That's
You're
not a
saying there's
logical
no
fallacy.
beginning.
Incorrect.
I'm
We're
telling you,
saying
if there's
it
no
is
beginning.
infinite.
The chain is infinite. The
Mm-hmm.
ceiling is the beginning. You're saying there's no ceiling. So there's no
Well, that's a
hanging because
category
there's
error.
no ceiling to
So
hang
talking
from.
about the universe, which doesn't have a beginning, to a chandelier, which does have a beginning, is a category error.
So you just gonna
That's the
throw
logical
universe,
fallacy you're using, is a category error.
So-
That's your
so
logical
you're
fallacy.
just
So
okay,
your
okay,
logical
all right.
fallacy is a category error.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what my logical fallacy is?
So you're just gonna show the universe, which doesn't have a beginning, show that it has a beginning. You're just gonna throw
Because
that in
you're
there, that it doesn't have a
positing
beginning.
that it does have a beginning. I'm not saying it does or does not. I'm saying there is no way to know that right now. I don't even
I'm
agree
saying
that
that
infinite regress is true, but there's no logical fallacy in infinite regress.
I'm saying that it logically follows. That
What
something
is
that
the
currently-
logical fallacy? You're wanting to use logic. Tell me what the fallacy is.
Or perhaps which law of logic does it break?
I don't
right?
know. I don't know how many
so-
times.
Again, all logical fallacies are named, right? So you may not know what the name of these logical fallacies are, but let's try this. Which law of logic does it break? Does it break the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, or the law of excluded middle?
It's breaking a non-contradiction.
How?
Okay, the law of non-contradiction. Okay,
'Cause
so if it's breaking. Hold on. If it's breaking the law of non-contradiction, there's a P and not P. What is the P?
It's a cause that's existing without a cause.
So the P. Say it one more time. I'm writing it down so
It's a caused cause. It has a chain of effects that's existing without a cause. You're trying to posit there's no cause to this chain of effects.
No.
You're trying to posit that it goes infinitely back into the past where you can never get to the cause.
No, they're all causes.
Positing.
It's cause and effect over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah,
There's no first cause.
Right. With no beginning, right?
There's no first cause,
no
but
beginning,
there's
right?
always a cause.
So what's the not P? So you've given a very confused P. What is the not P?
I just gave both.
What the fuck?
You're saying that something exists
hold on,
with no beginning.
We're saying that there's no first cause.
Okay.
Because we don't know. There could be a first cause. We don't know.
Let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. What is the P?
Host, you're right. There could be a first cause, and you're claiming that you don't know. I'm claiming that I think it's more likely that there's a first cause.
I don't have evidence for that.
Huh?
Like we're running away from logic here, it seems.
No, I'm talking to the host. You keep trying to butt in and play Captain Save-O.
Excuse me, sir. I didn't say a thing for the last 20 minutes, sir. Speak for yourself.
It's called an open panel, bud. You knew that I was up here, and you requested up. So let's use that brain for something other than a coat rack, eh, bud?
A coat rack? Does that coat rack infinitely go back into the past?
That's a category error, brother.
I don't think your brain goes anywhere.
You're trying to compare things that have a demonstrated start to something that doesn't have a demonstrated start. It's a literal category error.
We know of nothing that doesn't have a start.
Wait, just very quickly. Wait, just very quickly. To clarify, could you please tell me what your original claim or what you mean by the claim when you say we know of things that don't have a start? What do you mean by that? Give me an example,
for me.
maybe.
I don't know. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh yeah, sorry. What do you mean by when you say we know of things that don't have a start? What do you mean by that? You can give an example. Hello, sir.
That we don't know of things that don't have a start, or we know of things that have a start.
You said no. You said we know of we know of things that don't have a start.
Yeah, our understanding of cause and effect. That
Excuse
if something
me, sir,
happens,
that's
it
not
has
an
a cause.
example.
That's our understanding.
That has no truth.
Well, here,
value.
let me follow him.
Sir, that has no truth value.
I want to follow him. Okay, so listen, for something that,
go on.
If you posit something does have a start and then you show the start of that, there is a category error where you show something that doesn't have a start and you say it has to have a start. An infinite regress is the position that there are causes and effects that infinitely go back. There is no first cause. There's still cause and effect. There is still cause. but it's infinite causes. There's no contradiction there. You're making up a contradiction by positing the presupposition that there has to be a first cause, but you haven't demonstrated that. Infinite regress does not have a first cause. It is cause and effect infinitely. There's no contradiction.
Y'all do know that the concept of infinite regress itself was considered a fallacy.
Nope.
Y'all do understand that, right?
Infinite regress
No,
is
we
not
don't
fallacious.
understand that because that's not a thing.
Bro,
Excuse me, sir. If you freak, sorry, sorry to interrupt. If you start freaking out instead of explaining things to us, you're gonna get nowhere in life with that attitude.
I'm not freaking out. Don't gaslight me. I'm not freaking out.
Explain how it's a fallacy.
The point of the term infinite regress was to address a fallacy. That's the point.
Sure, what's the fallacy?
If you say something is existing, and that thing that's existing requires a cause, and then you just push the cause back infinitely to no start, that thing should not exist. That's the fallacy.
What thing should not exist?
That's not a fallacy, dude.
What things should not exist?
Please. Whatever we're talking about. If it's inside of time, if you're not removing it from time, space, and matter.
Wait, I just don't think you can. I don't think anyone can conceptualize of infinity. But regressively, we know how this system works. Would you like me to explain it?
Yeah, we're not conceptualizing infinity. We, of course, can't understand infinity. It's
Excuse
a logical
me, sir.
fallacy.
If you don't understand something inconceivable to a somewhat fundamental point, we can't be having this discussion. Could you just summarize what infinite regression is?
How many times have I explained the infinite regression?
You don't seem to
Just
understand
explain
what
it to
an
me
infinite
again. Sorry,
regression is.
I'm dumb as a rock. Sorry, I have an IQ over room temperature.
Oh.
Is that what an infinite regress is?
You're trying to explain something. You're trying to explain something that has a
Sir,
cause.
I'm asking you to explain something. I'm asking you to educate me.
I'm telling you what an infinite regress is. It's when you're trying to explain something.
It's not an infinite regress.
I'm telling you what an infinite regress is. Like that sigh is infinite, how hard it is for y'all to understand this. I'm gonna be sighing infinite.
It doesn't explain what infinite regression is, sir. Please
that explains a lot to me.
Sir, just because something idiosyncratically explains something
does
doesn't
nothing
mean
for
we
me
can
except for turn me on.
Man, that's an infinite problem you're gonna have. You'll never be able to fulfill that one right there.
What? What are you talking about? SX, I'm coming over.
Yeah, bro. I got you, man. Would you like to have a convo? It's up to the host. I don't mind. I don't care.
Well, I just told you, if you have something that has a cause.
We're gonna move on to someone with brain cells.
Yeah.
3 seems like he actually is trying to be honest. So 3, if you'll be patient, I'm gonna get you back up. But first, I'm gonna get Hakeem. He's been waiting and hasn't been up.
Wait,
SX. All right, 3. Would you mind being quiet while we chat with Hakeem first?
Oh, he's on.
Oh
he's
my
on
God.
YouTube. Oh, sorry.
No.
I don't see anyone else in the request. Sorry.
All right, 3. I'm gonna do Hakeem first, and then we'll get you up, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ugh.
If Hakeem's able to join.
I think he closed the app. This happens a lot. You still see the request, but
yeah, I'll drop him. All right, we'll do 3.
Longer on TikTok.
All right, man.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, floor is yours.
Yes.
And just like an olive branch, I disagree with the previous guest's argument. Like, he's talking about an infinite regress for something that's like separate. Like this argument that I'm making, where it comes from, St. Thomas Aquinas, he didn't even believe that through reason alone you could prove that the universe has a beginning.
If he was Catholic, he was the worst Catholic of all time.
He's probably the greatest church doctor. But
sorry,
anyways.
not Thomas Aquinas. I'm talking about the
Oh, I don't know
die.
if he was. I don't know if he was a Catholic. That guy
I don't
was
know
a
why he
Catholic,
would
maybe.
give some kind of Aquinas inquiry, but yeah,
Well,
maybe.
it's Aristotelian in nature, so it might be from
I
that.
guess.
Yeah, because it's the unmovable verb. But anyways,
Not to pivot the debate, but I never understand how people bridge the gap between Aristotelian metaphysics, and Aquinian. Like they're somewhat similar, but they have very different philosophies. On
like what?
just like
Because
okay, for
Aquinas gets
example,
most of his stuff from Aristotle. That's what the
yeah, but
scholastics are.
they have a very distinct definition and description of time. They have a very on transcendentals. They're a little bit different, right? You could say he gets inspiration from them, but he doesn't say anything that Aristotle says.
Well, I would
I
disagree with
mean,
that because a
all
lot
of
of
this
the
goes off of the main. What were we wanted to talk
anyway,
about?
yeah, but anyway, scholasticism, by the way, is just it's Aristotelian nature. But
Yeah.
anyway, so yeah, the thing, I guess what I was okay. For example, I guess this maybe the chandelier and the chain thing we got somewhere with, right? This causal chain doesn't extend across time. We already agreed on that, right? So the infinite regress doesn't necessitate that it extends across time. Okay, it could be
Well, I mean, it's
just an
still in
infinite.
time. Like, you can't get away
You
from
could
that. If there's change, then there is time.
Sure. I'm saying that this time is not that's not, well, from my definition of change is just the actualization of potential. And I showed you with the chandelier thing, like that's not across time. So when you're using that definition of change, where it's just like, for example, the chandelier has the potential to fall or it has the potential to be held up.
Right,
Okay.
which is a movement in time, because time by definition is change. Anything going from X to Y is time. Anything adding a
But
link is time.
A to B.
A to B,
but
whatever.
yeah,
Dick.
okay, if you want to call that change X, that's not what I'm defining as change. I'm just saying broadly, generally speaking, change is
I mean,
just the
I understand that you're
actualization of
not
a
like talking
potential.
about like actual time right now, but you can't escape time.
But you agreed that the chandelier is not that causal chain is not
Right.
extended across
In a
time.
world where this has a start, there is a start, and there are set numbers of chain. In the world where there is no start, there is no start of the chains. There is no fucking start. You're doing category error where you're comparing a universe that is possibly infinite to something in the universe which is not infinite.
Wait, I'm confused. What's the logical contradiction with my scenario that I'm
I didn't
giving?
say contradiction. I said category error. You're comparing something in time that has a start, a defined finite start, to something that is not proven to have a finite start.
But time has no bearing on the causal
I'm not
chain.
talking
That's my whole
about time,
point.
dude.
Ooh, no.
No. So for example, host, you said that the causal chain, right? What I'm trying to signify, right? What we're trying to contend is with the causal chain, right? What
Okay, what's your
happens to a causal?
definition of time? I think we need to hash this out.
Time would just be some sort of sequence of events. I don't know how to.
Okay,
So a causal
I
chain.
could even say it's the measurement of change. I could even say it's
the
the
measurement of change. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
Yeah.
change is inseparable from cause and effect. Change is cause and effect, right? Is
Yeah.
thought, right? And if we have a cause, there must be an effect. You cannot have a cause without an
I
effect.
agree. Of course, I agree.
Okay, wonderful. If you have a causal relation change with effects, right, which is necessary, that means you have change, which means if you have change, you have time, because time is just the measurement of change. You don't necessarily have to have a measurement, but you would have change, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Okay.
what Cody's defining time as.
Yeah, SX. If I don't know if you're able to listen, but like the chandelier, okay, the chandelier example. The chandelier is held up by a chain above it, a chain link above it, right? That chain link is held up by a chain link above that one, and so on and so forth.
Infinitely.
Right? Which is no. I'm saying just for a regular chandelier. It just it's that chandelier is held up by a chain, which is held up by the ceiling. That sequence is not extended across time. That's at a particular moment in time. right? So that
Oh,
so
just a
when I'm
chandelier.
defining
Yeah.
yeah, so when I'm defining change as
But
the
that
actualization of a wait, sorry, hold on, real quick.
that's that.
But
Yeah.
so when I'm defining change as the actualization of a potential, the chandelier has the potential to be held up, right? And that potential is actualized by the chain above it. And that chain has
Well,
the
now we're
potential to
speaking
be
about
held up.
Right. And now
potential.
you're comparing this to an infinite regress, which is actively having causes and effects, i.e., change in time. It's
Yeah, yeah.
categorically not valid.
Well, the
Wait,
whole point.
no,
So,
this is
okay, all
just.
right, all right. If I asked you, host, if I asked you, how would you explain the chain being, or the chandelier being held up?
In a world that we live in, I would say that there is
Sure,
a
yeah.
starting point that the engineers decided to start at and build the chain to. If I'm talking about the universe, I do not know if there is a starting point or not, and there is no P and not P for the infinite regress. There is and can be a P and not P for the chain. The
I'm just
chain
asking about the
cannot
chandelier.
both exist and not exist at the exact same time. It cannot
Okay,
both
just
have a beginning and not have a beginning at the same
I'm just
time.
asking about the chandelier. I'm just asking about the chandelier. What would you explain the chandelier is being held
I
up? How
understand
is the
you're
chandelier
only
being
talking,
held up?
you're not just talking about the chandelier, you're
It's
talking about
just
the chandelier
relatively
and then the infinite
relational in
regress,
correspondence to what the designers assigned it to be.
which is literally what I fucking said.
Okay, what is holding up the chandelier?
A
What is holding it
chain.
up? Okay, what is holding up the chain?
No, the ceiling. No, the ceiling.
Exactly. The ceiling is
Yeah.
the term.
What's holding up the
This
ceiling?
the ground,
Yo, have
whatever.
you seen
Right?
Alex O'Connor talk about this? This is why
Yes.
the
And
chandelier problem fails.
well, he
You
talked.
have the
No, no,
walls
no, no,
holding it
no.
up. In order for the walls to be held up, it needs the floor. The floor needs a foundation. The foundation needs the earth. The earth needs so on and so. It infinitely regresses
There
until
is
we
Yeah.
an
get to a
infinite
point of
regress no matter how
inconceivability.
you
Yeah.
look
Wait,
at it.
SX. Have you watched this? Have you watched this with Ed Phaser, Alex O'Connor, and Ed Phaser
Ed Phaser,
talking about this?
Ed Phaser, no.
Well, you should, because Ed Phaser directly addresses this, and Trent Horn directly addresses this in a separate video, because he talks about this
Wait,
contingency
Trent
argument.
Horn. I've seen Trent Horn. Oh, that's like a horrible blunder from him, by the way. Because Alex
What's a
O'Connor.
horrible
So
blunder?
this was in the video, my best argument for God, or the best argument for God, and he was speaking about that, right? He was speaking about a foundation,
Yeah,
but it was just like a clip farm
yeah, Trent.
title, to which he says, "We get to such point of inconceivability, it's impossible to assign what's necessary or unnecessary. If you just define something to be a necessary existence, why is it necessary? And then you keep going to each link and link and link, and it just ends up in
Yeah,
like a vicious circularity or an infinite regression."
yeah. The whole point I'm trying to show, right? So, for example, the point I was asking, the reason why I was asking what is holding up the chandelier, right? It's because you don't explain the chandelier being held up by an infinitely long chain. Just as if I were to say a man is pushing a stick or it has a stick that's pushing a rock, right? And the rock is moving. We don't explain the rock's movement by an infinitely long stick, right? Or
Yeah, but
a
I
painter
just think,
or a paintbrush stroking a canvas, right? We don't explain the paintbrush's movement by an infinitely long handle of the paintbrush,
look,
We
if you
we
were
right?
trying
also
to speak about a single, sorry, just very quickly, James, if you were to talk about a single causal relation chain, I would concede the argument, but the universe is a multitude of different modes of existence, causal relation change, right?
Correct. And they all
So
have to
for
terminate at
you to
something.
say
That's
that,
what I'm saying.
I don't
I,
agree with that.
I don't
So
get the logic there.
it's essentially ordered causal chains. It's not temporal causal chains. It's essentially ordered ones. That's the ones we're concerned with,
Order,
And you're
right?
they still require some temporality to get to this succession.
Well, not necessarily because for
It's
example,
necessary.
yes. Can you show me why it's necessary? With for
Yeah,
example,
sure.
why is it why?
each
So for
link each
if
link
the
would
hold on
require to be
hold on.
added piece by piece by piece by piece. Once they're
Yes, but
added,
that's not the
they
that's a
just
separate causal chain.
exist.
That's
Wait.
yeah, it's a separate
Well,
causal chain.
well, this is just a category error, right? You're
It's not.
conflating a single linear compared to a set of events, right? So let me make an example. I think this would be a good quick one. Um, what could I find? Like, I'm just gonna use my keys as an example. I'm gonna turn my camera on one sec. So you have 3 pieces of this keychain. I don't know if you can see it. 3 pieces of the
Yeah.
keychain. You have, let's say this is a link, this is another link, this is the last link. Okay. Each of these, right, exist in succession, right? They
Correct.
don't have any change, they don't have any causal relation. The causal
That's not
relation,
true.
though,
That's not
which is
true.
happening
They
different.
do have
Wait.
causal. They do have causal relation.
What's
If
the
you hold
causal
up that key,
relation?
if you hold up that keychain, hold it up. If the metal circle or the metal whatever
Yeah.
you want to call that,
Yeah.
if that wasn't there, what would
It would
happen to the
drop.
key? Okay, so
It
there
would
is
drop.
causal relation there.
Correct.
Yeah,
Why is this in the middle?
to hold up the key, to connect
Okay.
between the key and
So
the
there was a
whatever the dongle thing
succession.
is.
There is a necessary succession after the blue bit to get to this the circle
Correct.
thing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's a causal relation.
Yeah,
That's
so I
what I'm
said there's a
talking
causal
about.
relation. That's what I said. There is a causal relation
Yeah,
between
yeah.
the three
Wonderful.
things.
That's temporal. One thing
No,
comes after
so
another. State A, state A, state B, state C,
wait, hold
so on
on.
and so
Okay,
forth.
hold it in front of your. Hold it up again. Does the key have the potential to drop at any moment?
No, it necessarily can't.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me the key right now,
The key can only drop if this
if
necessarily
ex-
fails.
exactly, yes. So there is a causal relation
Or by
at
what do you
any.
mean by potential? You
Hold on.
mean possibility?
It's a chain
Yeah.
of causal relations.
So yeah. So it has a
Yeah, it's a chain
potential.
of
The
causal
key.
relations.
Yeah. So the key has the potential to fall on the ground, right? But it also
Yeah.
has the potential to stay held up, right? At any
Okay.
particular
But is
moment in
this is
time.
this
Hold on. At any
I
particular moment in time,
understand,
if
but
I
this is a
hold on,
category error because
if
the
you,
issue is
it's not a category.
I agree. I
SX,
agree with
hold
you
on.
that this is a whole chain of causal relation. Pause. What you don't
Oh
understand
my
is
god.
what I mean when I say this is that these were created in or added into a
I
chain,
understand
into
that.
a
That's
causal change
separate.
in
That's
points in
separate.
time.
Separate.
How
Exactly.
can they
Separate.
just exist brutally if there are multiple parts?
That's separate. I understand that. That doesn't matter to my argument. For example, have you taken physics in high
But we're
school?
speaking about temporality. Sorry, what
Wait,
was your
SX.
question?
Have you taken physics in high school?
Yes.
Okay, and there's like questions where you see like the movement of a wave through space or whatever, right?
Yes,
And they
electromagnetism, whatever.
yeah, what
Yeah.
yeah, and they snapshot t equals 1 and t equals 2, right? And you compare the two different ones at a snapshot in
Yes.
time, right? They're
Yes.
frozen in time. Okay.
Yes.
If I were to take a picture of that keychain being held up at t equals 1, right, and freeze it,
Mm-hmm.
and I put it on a piece of paper, and then I take another picture of that keychain at t equals 2 and freeze it, right? And I look at each one, t equals 1 and t equals 2, and I say, oh, at t equals 1, that key is being held up by the metal thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at t equals 2 and I say, oh, at t equals 2, that key is being held up by that metal thing. And if at t equals 2, that key was not held up
You
by
mean
the
by
metal
the blue
thing, it would
thing?
fall, right? Blue metal thing to the blue thing, right? To your hand, right? Your
A
hand holding up the
chandelier
blue thing,
with
which is
two
holding up the metal
links would
thing, which
have
is holding.
three. A chandelier with two links would have four parts. It's necessary.
Yeah, the chandelier, the two links, and then the ceiling.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
I
means there are
understand that.
four causal relations
What
that are
I'm saying
necessary to
is,
go down the chain.
yeah, exactly. I understand that. That's my whole point. That's the whole causal chain I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Is a connected causal chain. It's essentially ordered. For example, I'll give you an example of a non-essential ordered causal chain. Right, your existence from your parents. Right,
Yeah.
at one moment in time, you were dependent on your parents for your existence. Right, but you are no longer dependent on your parents for your existence. You exist without them actualizing your existence anymore. That would be a linear
No.
causal.
So since I'm well, it doesn't matter if I'm a transcendentalist, but here's what I would respond to that. It is necessary for my parents to exist in order for me to exist. When they cease to exist, right, when they die, I
You still
exist in
exist.
succession of their prior necessary existence.
Sure, that's
Right.
fine, but
Okay.
that's
Can the
different.
ceiling?
So
Can the
your current,
ceiling?
hold on, real quick. Do you have the potential to not exist anymore right now?
Yes.
Okay, but you do exist, right?
Yes. And I necessarily exist right now.
Okay, yeah. So you exist right now.
No.
Well, no, you don't necessarily exist right now because you said that you could not exist.
What do you mean I could not? What do you mean I could not
Could you
exist?
Could you pop out of existence at any moment in time?
At any moment in time.
Yes.
Popping out would require time. I don't know what you mean by that. It's a cause.
Okay, you're at t equals 1 right now. Say 2 minutes from now is
Uh-huh.
t equals 3. Could you pop out of existence at t equals 3?
Just completely cease to exist if I engage with the hypothetical, yes.
Yes, exactly. So you don't necessarily exist. Okay.
No, I necessarily exist now. I necessarily exist in t equals 1 in order to get to t equals 3. If I don't exist in t equals 1, there would never be a t equals 3.
Okay, could you show me how you necessarily exist at every moment in time, even present?
Not at
past,
every moment in
future.
time, in the particular moment in time that I exist in. I think there's like
so you're saying just because you do exist, you necessarily exist?
Yeah, I cannot fail to exist. Okay, this is just a trivial truth. I cannot fail to exist when I exist.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, if I cannot fail to exist when I exist, I necessarily exist when I exist.
Sure.
That's all I'm
whatever.
saying.
Yeah. That's besides the point, anyways.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that you, okay, for example, your matter, right? Your body is made up of different cells, different atoms, right? That arrangement of cells and atoms doesn't necessarily have to be the arrangement it is that makes up you, correct? They could be arranged in some other
to make up. Wait. When you say you, it would have to be necessarily, because the way that I am is necessarily the way that I am. If it was one slight orientation different, it wouldn't be me.
I know,
because I'm a distinct being.
I'm saying, could they be in a different formulation to where it's not you? Your atoms.
By necessary, do you mean?
I don't know what you mean by.
I'm not saying necessary.
Possible
I'm asking,
world in a Are you saying in a possible world?
Yes, possible world. Yes, in a possible world.
Then it would just.
That's what I'm
Then we
talking
would
about
be
here.
talking about a
worlds.
different purpose. Yeah, sure. Then we'd be talking about a different person.
Okay, so you're in a possible world. Your hydrogen and oxygen atoms that are inside of you, they can be made up to be water, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily you. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yet you do exist. Yet your atoms are in that formulation, right?
Yeah.
The whole point of this causal chain argument, right, is that you could fail to exist at any moment in time, okay? Because you're in a possible world, right?
I don't know about any moment.
Well, you just agreed they could be in a different formulation.
Yeah, for the sake of the argument, sure. I'm engaging with like a hypothetical.
Sure. So what I'm saying is you could fail. Your atoms could fail to make you up at any moment in time.
My atoms could fail to make me up. No, I disagree. That's just like impossible.
Okay, so
at any point in time, just like
we'll use
you
something
have t
simple.
equals 1, and then in t equals 2, they just I just disappear out of existence. My atoms are
no, they could be formed. They could be formed in a different thing.
They
For
could
example,
be formed in
water in an
way.
ice cube. Yeah, form water in an ice cube. At t equals 1, it's water. T equals 2, it's ice.
Okay, sure. Just very quickly.
At any moment in time, water could become ice.
Ice is just frozen water. There's an actualization.
Yeah, but there's an actualization of the potential for water to become ice by cold air, right?
Ice
for the atoms to pack together. I understand that,
sure.
But it's in a different state. Would you not agree that it's in a different state?
It's under different conditions.
We're still on
just
fucking
very
regress?
quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Has he named what the actual logical fallacy of infinite regress is?
We're trying to flesh out.
It's not a logical fallacy. There's no named fallacy that causes.
I didn't say it's a fallacy. I said it leads to a logical contradiction.
Which is?
What's
a logical fallacy?
What's the P and not P?
The contradiction is a logical fallacy 3. So what is the logical fallacy? We've been doing this for like 40 minutes.
Keep clapping, bro.
What is the P and not P? So like a circle square is a logical fallacy.
Yeah, listen,
I
Sean
walked
was
away
referring
thinking you
to
guys would hash this
Jesus, can I
out.
finish it? Can I finish my question?
Sean said it's not a named logical fallacy, therefore it's not a logical fallacy. That's why I was saying, like, P and not P contradiction is not necessarily a named logical fallacy like the black swan fallacy,
Who
but
cares?
it's
Who cares
still.
if there's a name for it? What's the
You
P
made
and
that
not P of
argument.
the
It said there's
contradiction?
not a
Dude,
named.
if there's a contradiction, you could point at
I
it.
just want to know. I don't care if
I
it's
gave the P not P. Yeah. So
what is it? What is it?
yeah. So I gave a paradox, right? Where the thing
That's
in
not a
A
contention.
paradox is not a contradiction. A P. It's
No,
okay. So let me explain.
it's a thought
Let me
experiment.
hold
No,
on. Let me explain. I'm
trust me. I
sorry. Let me.
understand. A
Okay.
paradox
Let
is
me.
not a contradiction.
Please don't talk over me. Let me explain. So you said it's a contradiction. So a circle square is a contradiction because you have a P and not P. It has four sides and it also does not have four sides. That's the contradiction. What's the P and not P of an
Sean,
infinite regress? And
Sean,
is someone going to let the physics community know that, because they don't know if the universe is eternal, and many of them think it is.
oh wait, so Sean, if you were listening, I said I disagree with the previous guest that you could prove from reason alone that the universe began to exist. So that doesn't matter to me. Okay.
So
And
if you,
secondly,
that's all I give a shit
hold on,
about
hold
is
on,
reason.
hold on. Secondly, a paradox is just a thought experiment. I didn't say that a paradox is a logical
What's the
contradiction
P and
itself.
not P?
If you let me explain, I would explain it to you, but you interrupted me when I said the paradox I
Dude, it's
gave,
been
and you said, well, the paradox is not a
40
logical
minutes.
contradiction. Yeah, so the P and not P is in the paper passer paradox in that thought. I'll call it the paper
Category.
passer thought experiment.
Different
In the
category.
paper passer thought experiment. Listen, in the paper passer thought experiment, the thing in contention is the infinite regress. Okay,
No.
I could give that scenario.
No, in
Oh
your
my God.
paper.
Okay, can I finish?
No, listen.
Can I finish?
I have
You need
explained this
You keep
so
asking
many
me
times.
to give the P and not P, and I'm
in
trying
your
to.
paper, quote unquote, paradox, you are presupposing a start for both infinite regress and
I'm
the
not.
paradox. You said in the paper
I'm
paradox, you start with a number and continue going forward or backwards, and then you added that exact same start to infinite regress. That is not a fucking that is not a P and not P. That is not a contradiction. That is you failing to understand what a fucking infinite regress is.
Host, I think maybe I'm not communicating myself the best. So I'm not taking an infinite regress.
Are
And
you
then adding a
presupposing the
scenario.
universe started?
Wait,
Is that what's going on here?
wait, hold on. Wait, host, can I finish real quick?
No.
I'm not.
Are you presupposing that the universe has a start?
No, how many times have I said that my argument does not prove from reason that the universe had a start?
No,
How many
but
times have I
you
said that?
are doing that by putting a start with the number. That's not how infinite regress works.
I'm showing all my argument shows is a termination of causal chains. It has nothing to do with if the universe began to exist.
That's all we're talking about is the universe.
Yeah, I'm showing you why God exists from a particular argument. Not
None
that
of
the
this
universe
has
began
anything to do
exist.
with fucking God. This has everything to do with your lack of understanding of infinite regress.
Listen, I'm not taking an infinite regress and adding a scenario to it.
You did. You added a number and presupposed that there was a starting number or needs to be a starting number.
This is literally not difficult. I'm taking a scenario and adding an infinite regress to it. That's the condition I'm adding to see if it does anything.
You're not. You're doing the opposite of that. You took a scenario that has a start and compared it to a scenario that doesn't have a start, and you left out the number. That is a category error by definition, dumb nut. That's a category error.
This is hilarious. You said I'm not taking a scenario and adding an infinite regress to that, but then you said I'm taking a scenario that has a start and making a scenario that does not have a start.
What's going on? Just give me the P and not P. All you have to say is this thing and not this thing. What is the P and not P?
Hold on. The host literally explained what I just said and said I wasn't saying that. Are we going to be honest here?
Are we?
Is your argument?
Listen.
Is your argument that if infinity ago, you can never reach the present?
No, I'm not making the Kalam argument. I'm not making a Kalam argument. That would be a form of the Kalam argument.
Give the paper one
Again,
one more time for Sean.
No, that's an argument against an infinite regress. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the Kalam or you're talking
it's
about
not infinite. Yeah, infinite regress in time. That's not the infinite regress I'm concerned with.
Give Sean the paper analogy.
He's not speaking about time. I realize that. He's speaking about causal chains.
Yes, correct.
Not in a temporal sense, but rather the succession of fundamental things to get to the other rather than events and time.
Exactly.
like
Yes.
you have hair because your scalp has roots. You have the scalp. You have a skull, right? Like something like
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
And
That
what's
doesn't
the
require time.
yeah, what's the argument that necessarily must be infinite?
I've been trying to get to that, Sean. I've been trying. Okay. So
Yeah, and have you let the physics community know, because you should
this
write
is
write up this
that
argument in a paper and
actually,
submit it,
by
because then
definition,
you'll have
that's
false, by
Sean.
definition, what?
Sean, by definition, that is a category error because you're conflating philosophy and physics. Okay.
What?
That's a
Well, so hold on. It's if it's
that's a
logical.
category error. You're
Let
using the
me.
wrong
You got
tool
you got
to
to you got
analyze the
to
situation.
dude. You got to stop talking over me when I'm trying to explain something. So first of all, whether the universe is infinite in the past falls under the purview of physics, in particular cosmology.
Am I SX?
And
Am I
second of
dreaming?
and second of all, if
Yeah.
if it follows
Why is he talking
logically,
about a
it doesn't
universe into
matter.
the past? Why is he
Uh,
talking about it again?
Okay. Shoot.
all right, all right. I'm not. I'm. If he can't have a conversation and let other people finish.
Look.
SX will back me up on this. Watch. Go ahead.
Okay. Sean. Are you speaking about this in a temporal sense?
If he
Just
backs
to
you up,
clarify.
then I disagree with both of you. I don't give a fuck. So the thing
He's
is
speaking rather than events and think. Okay, think about it like this. Fuck time, fuck cause and effect. Let's
I
say a
know that.
brute
I know
thing
what he's doing.
exists.
I've heard this shit before. You're not talking about
But
an
he's not
infinite
speaking
regress
about
of
God.
time.
He's trying.
What is he
Uh,
speaking about then?
he's not speaking about God as of yet, right? He's not gonna make that jump to God, right? I've already asked him about this. He just wants to
Well,
establish a
this is
fundamental ground
w-
to where we can accept that causal relations, when it comes to like existence, don't necessarily
e-
require like A,
even if it.
B, C, D in a
Yeah.
time
So
scale.
no, I know that. I know that. I'm telling you, I know that. Um, yeah, he's talking about if you're holding up
That's
a
what he's
glass,
talking about.
you have water in the glass is required, and if it's or let's say it's on a table, then the table's required, then this other thing is required, and then it necessarily must be infinite, and then there must be like a start point. But then the start point doesn't necessarily, even if that I accept that, I don't know that I necessarily do. The start point could be just the laws of physics and nature itself, could be the you know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So or if God is the start of all of that, then it doesn't have an infinite regressive
Well,
causality. God is the terminus, and if God can be the terminus, some fucking else thing can be the terminus.
yeah. Well, no, that's where I have to get to, right? But SX would even probably agree, especially because you listen to Alex O'Connor. It's a category error to try and use physics to answer philosophical questions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
The
yeah. Whether
universe,
the universe is internal
physics,
into the past is under
physics.
physics, and by the way, so the
No,
scientific
it
method
is a
uses
philosophical system.
philosophy. Yes, uses philosophy.
Yeah.
So if you make if the bottom line is, I don't care. Like, oh, because I'm going to label it philosophy, they can't even look at it. If it's fucking logical, they can look at it.
Well, that's not true.
I'm with
You can
Sean
make
on this.
judgments
Yeah,
about what you
yes.
can
If
make
it's
judgments.
logical. If
Hold
it's
on, Sean.
logical and if it's logical and it's relevant to the age of the universe,
Then if it's
you
relevant,
can.
so Sean, you're saying if it's logical and now physical, right? Which physics does deal with physical things, right? It deals
Yeah,
with how the universe tends to behave.
right.
We're just assigning descriptions to how the universe tends to behave.
Okay.
That's not what
By
philosophy
the way,
is.
what's that?
That's not how what philosophy is.
Um,
I don't think you know what
logic
philosophy is
itself is
then.
philosophy.
Well, I guess if you want to make the broadest
Philosophy
definition of
still
philosophy, is just the
entails
study of everything.
epistemology, the study of knowledge, of which the
Yeah, how you
greatest
can know
tool for
anything.
is this scientific method, which
Exactly.
Yeah, how
requires
can you know
fucking
it in the first
science
place?
and philosophy. You
No,
are trying
yeah,
to
how do you?
compare you can't use empirics to study fucking metaphysics. Correct, that's a category error. But if something is metaphysically making an empirical claim, we use science! It's fucking cool, isn't it?
Wait, you don't use science to justify an
Empirically test shit,
epistemology.
which empirics is a study
No,
of
no. Hold on.
epistemology,
No,
which is
no.
philosophy.
Epistemology is foundational to do science. A certain epistemology
Which
is
is
foundational to do
philosophy.
science.
We use the scientific method to test.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when they make novel predictions, that's if P then Q.
Well, I can, but again, I can make judgments about things that will never exist because it leads to a logical contradiction, even though I haven't observed it. I can use just pure abstract reasoning to say things can never
with
exist.
Logic,
to make
which is empirically demonstrated thanks to axioms, which ground it.
No, I just said through abstraction.
Which is grounded in axioms, which are observed demonstrably, right? Like things exist, right? Right.
Cody, by the way,
SX, you can jump in on
themselves.
I'm saying we can know abstracts
of themselves don't.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying.
Don't necessarily correlate with.
Correct. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. I'm not making that error.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Sorry.
But anyway, this is besides the point with the whole infinite regress. The point is the paper pass paradox, where you have this infinite chain of people. Each person is assigned a number or whatever.
There's a starting point.
Number. Okay, yeah.
Right. Remember that you are starting this out with them having a fucking number. Remember that part. In this one that you agree works, you are starting them out with a fucking number. Now continue.
Actually, no, it actually doesn't matter. You could say...
It does matter because you're taking away the fucking causal chain from the infinite regress and then saying that the infinite regress can't work. It's not how it works.
They don't have to be assigned a particular number. They could just write any number they want.
Are you arguing against an... I understand the current argument. Are you also arguing against an infinite regress?
I am arguing against an infinite regress. What I'm doing is taking a scenario, right? If I have a line of people, say there's 3 people, the first person writes a number down. If the second person hands it or gets it handed to him and there's no number written down on it, then he has to write his number down and pass it to me. But if there is a number written down on it, he just passes it to me and then I read the piece of paper. Okay. What's going to be on that piece of paper in this scenario?
It's a loaded question.
Even listening to you.
It's a loaded question.
I was reading.
You have a thing for papers.
It's really not. It's really not a loaded question. It's whatever the first person wrote down.
It is a loaded question because you're changing the scenario for an infinite regress to make infinite regress not work with it.
So the condition here, right? Okay, can we at least agree the number I read on the piece of paper is whatever the first guy wrote, right? That's not loaded at all.
It's whatever number is at the person who has it.
What?
Whoever has the piece of paper has the number.
The rules dictate. The rules dictate that if the guy before me didn't write anything down and I get a blank piece of paper, right? Then I write my number down.
You can do that.
But if I
it works in infinite regress too. B theory time. Study it up.
Listen, it doesn't matter on B theory time because the universe could be. Well, let me finish this again. Let me finish this. So the condition I'm taking is that this has a beginning. The only condition I'm adding to the scenario, the only condition is now an infinite regress where there's no start to this causal chain. Okay. That is where the contradiction is introduced. Because when I get the piece of paper or the person before me gets a piece of paper or the person before him gets a piece of paper, no particular number, they will look at that piece of paper. No particular number can be written on that piece of paper, yet the rules dictate a particular number has to be written on that piece of paper. That's P and not P. It's a logical contradiction.
Brother, first and foremost, if the piece of paper existed, the infinite regress would have had that exist. You're
missing the whole point.
This is a category error, dude. You're comparing a non-infinite regress with a starting causal chain.
It's like you giving me a hypothetical about a man and his dog, and I'm like, yeah, well, if the man existed in the first place,
no,
like, that's not what you're trying to signify in your hypothetical.
Give the scenario one more time. So someone writes down a number on a piece of paper and hands it to someone, hands it to someone, and then you get to the end, and then that causal chain was caused by the first guy writing it on a piece of paper, right?
Well, yeah. Say in the first scenario where there is a start to the causal chain, the causal chain is that the person you are dependent on the person prior to you because if they didn't write anything down, you have to write your number down.
Okay.
If they did write something down, you pass it along, right? That's why it's essentially ordered causal chain.
Yeah, so it's a causal chain. One person writes it down a number, hands it to the next person. However many people, the last person will get the piece of paper and it'll have the same number. Is that what the scenario is?
Yeah, yep. And if
Okay.
say the first guy didn't write anything.
So what's the
right?
point? What's
Wait,
the
hold on.
point of that?
Sean?
Go ahead.
Sean, so say the first guy didn't write anything. He just handed the piece of paper to the second guy, and the second guy sees it and there's no number on it. He has to write down a number and then pass it to the.
Okay, so
right?
then whatever number is passed along to the end, it was either the first or second guy.
Sure, or the first guy in this scenario, because technically,
I said first or second guy because you said if he didn't write down the number. Okay.
Yeah.
So when the other guy has a number on it, he doesn't know whether it's the first or second guy because the rules are that if the first guy didn't write down a number, the second guy had to write down a number. So so the guy at the end doesn't know if it's the first or second guy.
Well, no. Technically, the first guy would have to write down a number because his paper.
Okay, then why did you add if he didn't write down a number?
Because
if he has to, then forget about that.
I apologize. I was trying to demonstrate that no matter if the causal chain starts at the first or the second guy, it doesn't matter. It's whatever number is written down in the first place.
Okay, and is this the point that there has to be a terminus?
No, that's not. This has a terminus. This causal chain has a terminus. It starts with the first guy.
Okay. Right? So what I would say is,
well, hold on, Sean. Now we have to get to the second scenario. So you would agree there's no problem with me looking at the piece of paper and there's a number written on it.
I disagree that in this case there's necessarily a terminus, and I'm trying to explain to you why I disagree.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So there was a causal chains of things before that guy writing down the number that caused him to end up writing that number down, including him being born in the first place and on into the past. And then like at some point in the Earth's history, there was microorganisms that, through abiogenesis that evolved over time, et cetera. And before that, there was an accretion disk that formed the sun, the moon, and the accretion disk didn't form the moon.
Sean,
but
you're missing the point. I'm talking relatively about a certain causal chain. I understand that there's all these other preconditions.
I'm going to hold you to that. With a specific chain, even in the infinite regress, there is a starting person to write the number down. And then before he wrote the number down, there was infinite befores. This is what you're not comprehending.
That led to the causal chain. You are acting like the guy who wrote the number down. There was no causality before that caused that to happen. It could have been like people had this idea. Hey guys, let's do this thing so that 3Y will give a bad argument.
Sean, you're missing the point, right? So like, for example, I could say, is it true if I say just relatively, right? Hey, cold air froze water into an ice cube. Just relatively.
Wait, what was your question about that?
If I just relatively say that cold water or cold air froze water into an ice cube, is that true?
Is it true that that cold air somewhere? It's probably almost certainly happened.
In my hypothetical, I'm just giving you a hypothetical.
Well, if a hypothetical, I'm not trying to be like pedantic or obstinate here, but like if it's a hypothetical, it's not necessarily true. I will say it's your scenario is very, very plausible. Like that can happen.
Okay. Yeah, hypotheticals are just used to test principles. It's really not.
Yeah, I know, but you asked if it's true. Like hypothetically, if my car was red, is it true? But it's not like actually true now.
When you enter into a hypothetical, you're granting the premises and testing a certain principle.
Okay, so your hypothetical is it's true that like air turned like water into an ice cube. It would have to be the water if the water was placed in a cube container. Sure. Yes, that's a very possible thing that can happen and probably has happened.
Yeah, so relatively, right? Relatively, the water is frozen by air, right? The water had the potential to freeze. It was frozen by air, just relatively.
Again, I'm very, what do you call it? Anal about like accuracy of detail. The air,
anal, what the
exposure.
fuck?
That's a. If you don't know that expression, like grow a little.
I was just joking. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sean, he's being sarcastic.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Amen.
If you want to try it,
Amen.
yeah. If you want to try it, come over later.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
fuck, I forget what I was even oh yeah. The air, the lack of the exposure to heat is what caused it to freeze.
All right.
Probably doesn't make a lick of difference to your analogy.
Yeah, relatively the effect water freezing was caused by the air, relatively, right? Now,
Yeah,
does that mean that
speaking colloquially, yeah, sure.
Yeah, does that mean so like we can say that, we can talk about that causal chain right there, right? And at the same time, we could say, oh, whatever set up that scenario, like the refrigerator and that being plugged into electricity and that being powered by the electrical grid, that being powered by like that's not what I'm trying to signify when I say a water is frozen by cold air, right? The causal chain of water going from water to ice, or even a chain hanging from a chandelier. We can narrow a causal chain to a relative thing, right? And at the same time, I can expand a relative causal chain into infinity. Be like,
You're
hey, the
talking about a
chandelier with
causal
it.
chain. You're talking about a causal chain instead of a temporal one. That makes so you're confusing shit, because that whole handing off the paper analogy, that's a bad example, because that's necessarily temporal, has to take place over time.
But what's being what's being signified here? What's being signified? It's not. We're not talking about. We're not talking about time. I gave you. I'm just showing you examples.
Your
This is
example
why
was
it's a
your
category
example with the
error. You're
paper.
comparing one
It's
time
not a category
temporal
error.
thing versus a non.
Yeah.
No,
So
because
you're supposed to use example. You're
yeah,
supposed
I
to
have
use.
to agree with them. 3, I thought you were doing what I thought you were
Yeah,
doing.
no,
What
he's
you
been doing
told
a
me you were
category error
doing,
this entire
but
fucking
now you're
time.
doing you're actually committing to temporalness, and this is where I have to agree with them completely.
So I'll probably add, in any logical modality, a relative causal chain can only be extended infinitely if you take a possible world's outlook. If it all terminates at one point, so if it's going
that's
to
what I'm
extend
doing in
infinitely,
this
you have to use
hypothetical.
possible worlds.
XSV, if you
That's
want
what
to
I've been doing.
always be right, you just always have to agree with me. I'm just letting you know that'll sound epistemology.
I mean, he was
SX,
telling me one
SX,
thing, and he was demonstrating
SX.
that one thing for a minute, but then he just
No.
He's
SX,
been jumping
SX.
all over the
I
place
feel like
because he can't comprehend that he's fucking
no.
wrong.
Listen. There are essentially there are. Okay.
Look, I
This causal
implied
chain,
as well,
right?
just as they have. Look, but
Dude,
in
I'm
order
getting
for
so
these
fucking bored of
causal
this. We've been doing this for an
chains, they
hour.
require like a cause, which
SX,
requires an
SX.
effect.
I'll show you.
They're inseparable.
I'll show you why. Okay. If say we have this paper passer chain, whatever, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And we take out member 3 of that causal chain. Even though the exchange happened previous in time, right? If we take out member 3, the rest of
Now
the
you're
causal chain
mentioning
is
time.
still.
Why?
No, listen.
It's a
I'm showing
category.
You can't escape time, dude.
Oh my god, this is such a bad fit.
Okay, you know what?
SX.
Wait.
Hold on. Let me explain. SX.
And it's not bad faith.
Enough.
I changed my fucking mind earlier.
Listen.
I didn't say it's bad.
Look, enough. We've endured this for like an hour now. Can we just get to why it is that your God exists? We can grant.
Have you been listening for an hour,
sure.
Mika?
Yeah, listen.
I've been listening for an hour. I've been listening.
Okay.
The whole time.
Holy shit.
Yeah. SX.
The whole
SX.
time.
This chain
whole
could extend
fucking
across time. It's still essentially ordered.
We need to fucking move on to God. This is literally the most. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Wait, you remember the what he was talking about when he brought up the chandelier case, right?
Yeah, that's another example of an essentially ordered causal chain.
I'm asking Mika.
Oh yeah.
If you remember when he brought up the chandelier case, could you please just like ask him to recapitulate, and then I want to see how you do, because
sure, go ahead.
We have zero luck. This is his argument for God, by the way.
Go ahead.
No. I didn't show that the chandelier. I just said that. Like, I was using the paper pass paradox to show why it leads to a logical contradiction once you introduce an infinite regress for an essentially ordered causal chain.
Look, listen again. For me, I don't speak for the rest of the panel, but right now I'm going to speak for the rest of the panel. We grant whatever the fuck you say. Where's the argument?
Okay, all right.
Can we get to your God? Can we get to your God?
Sure. Yeah. So
Which God do you believe in?
so if essentially ordered causal chains, they
Which
can't go
God do
back
you
into
believe in?
infinity.
Which God do you believe in?
Hey, Michael, can I finish?
It's a
You
simple
want me to get to
question. It's a
God?
simple
Now
question.
I'm gonna connect the chain. You
Which
said you granted
God? Which one?
the Christian God.
It's a
Thank
I've
God.
you.
already explained that.
Fuck.
Okay.
That's what
Thank
he
you.
was
I've already
asking
explained
you.
that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So okay.
Also,
So
no, I am not M's, by the way. M's
yeah.
is
See. So this is what. So you weren't gonna let me actually finish my argument.
I was
He's
Let's be
waiting for you
Schrodinger's
to
honest.
answer
M's.
my question. I was waiting for you to answer my question.
Sure.
So
Just let him continue.
okay.
Continue.
So yeah. Can I continue
Argument.
now?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if essentially ordered causal chains, they have to terminate. Okay, they have to terminate at something that is not caused itself. Because if it was caused, the chain would keep going, right? And that would again lead to a logical contradiction, right? So
Sure.
essentially ordered causal chains have to terminate, and the only thing they can terminate in is something that is causes, but is not caused himself. An example
Okay,
of
what
an
if
Why does
what
it
if
have to
it's the
be a
laws of
himself?
physics? What if it's a law? What if it's the laws of
well,
physics?
because I'll show you. Because I'll. Oh my
I don't
God,
grant that
Sean,
the
are you going to
universe is.
keep
I
making
don't
this
grant.
category error?
I don't grant that the universe is caused. By the
It's
way.
not a category error, dude.
And also, again, it's not a. He
It
didn't
is
really
a
category.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
it's not.
it is
Where's
a
the category?
category
Go
error
ahead.
to
No,
use
you're
physics to
not. You
try
are
and refute
talking
my
about
logical
physics. You're
argument.
talking about the universe, dude.
Okay, you know,
Yeah,
can I just say?
you're
Let
trying
me.
to apply your logic to the universe.
Sean, do you mind if I just like get a word in?
Go,
Give me a second. So
all right.
listen
Don't expand my scope. I'm talking about
I'm not
essentially
trying to
ordered
expand.
causal
Okay,
chains.
again.
Of the
Do you mind
universe.
interrupting me? I'm trying to look. I'm
I'm
not
just
even
gonna call
granting
if you say
again.
God, that's a
I'm not even
category error.
granting you again. I am not even granting you that the universe is caused. Can you demonstrate that the universe is caused? Number one, and number two, again, can you demonstrate that if this universe is caused, it has to logically lead to something that is uncaused? Go ahead.
Wait, I thought that was the whole point of you granting my infinite regress.
I'm not
Whole
granting
point
you
on the
anything.
infinite regress.
The problem
You
is
just
again.
said before. Hold on, SX. Am
No,
I
no.
crazy or did
I
you
never
just
said
say?
anything. I never said anything of the sort. I never said anything
He
of the
never
You
sort.
said
said that
anything. I
before
did.
SX. You said I'll grant whatever you're saying.
I
SX
said
Because we've been
said
going at it
that.
for an
because
hour.
I
no,
wanted to hear
listen.
you.
Here's
Yeah,
what
I
happened.
said that.
No. Here's what happened. I said
So
I grant
SX, do you
you that.
want me to
No.
continue with my line of reasoning, or do you want me to go back?
Again. I said I
We
will
have a guy
grant
named
you
I don't know
again.
in the queue, by the way.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, I'm
I
half
That's an
will
tempted to
grant
move
you.
awesome.
on.
Do you mind
That
if I
guy's a
listen?
troll.
Listen
That's a troll.
again. Listen. I said I will grant you, right, that there is such a thing, such an entity that exists, only for you to get to the actual like Christian God. But since you keep pivoting back to the meta, I just dropped the granting now. But if you want to drop the meta, I can grant it to you. It's very simple. Are you going to drop the meta now, or what?
Wait, no. You said you wanted me. You granted my whole
That is
point about the
literally what
infinite
I said.
regress.
That is
So I
literally
was
what I said.
reasoning. Yeah, I was reasoning back to why God is uncaused cause.
We're
Okay.
talking. I
Now
asked
from
you
that,
again.
yeah,
Habibi,
yeah.
again. I asked
Now
you
I can
which
get to
God
the
do you believe
triomni
in.
God. Now I can
Go
get to the
ahead.
triomni God.
Go
Now I
ahead.
can get to the triomni God.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I get to the triumphant
You,
God.
you, you understand?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you understand the difference between granting for the sake of argument just to hear where it's trying to lead and actually granting it, right?
Yeah.
Because I only
I
granted
know,
it again. I
obviously,
only
Sean.
granted it to you. I only
Okay.
granted it to you so you could like avoid the fucking meta. But if you keep going back to the meta, I'll just drop the granting. So
I
what is it?
wasn't going
So
back to
here's
the
what's gonna
meta.
happen. Are you
SX
going
literally
to go
said
to?
he
Are you going
granted
to
my
again?
scenario and wanted
Again?
me to reason
Are
back
you
to
going
it.
to go to the meta and are you going to drop the granting, or do you want me to? Are you going to drop the meta and
Look.
grant it to you?
I
You're
granted
the
it
one talking about
because
the
I
meta right
wanted
now.
to.
I was gonna keep going.
You were the
You're
one
the
who
one
pivoted
talking
back to
about
the
it.
meta, Yzelema. You were the one who pivoted back to the meta.
Okay. People,
Okay.
please. Okay. Wait. I'm gonna reason here. Wait. Okay. Both of you, mute. Let Mika ask his question, and then just respond to his question cordially, one at a time. Let's not talk about
Sure.
what was said before. Let's just
Sure.
continue in a straight dialogue, okay? Thank you.
Sure. So, can you please explain how a triomni God is the only necessary explanation for the existence of everything currently? Go ahead. Very simple.
Yeah, I gave this whole entire time I've been using a particular argument, the argument for motion or change, right? And that
doesn't necessitate a triomni God, you smart
well,
individual.
if you'd let me actually finish, then you could hear why it necessitates the triune God. For example, the principle of efficient causality, right, is that the effect must the cause must the effect must in some way be in the cause.
It's
The
not a
effect must be in
necessary principle.
Okay, why is so you're saying that and there's 4 different types of
Logically, it's not a necessary principle, right? It's in correlation with PSR, PES,
no
PKE,
the
right? It
principle
follows these
yeah the
principles,
principle of
right?
sufficient or the principle of efficient causality is not in the same is
Could you
not the
explain
same
to me
as
why? Could you explain to me why? What the principle of efficient causality is? Go ahead.
yeah, so it's that the effect must in some way be in the cause, right? And there's 4 different ways it can be in the cause. Formally, virtually, wait, no, maybe 3 ways. Yeah, 3 ways. Formally,
What?
form
What's
formally,
the?
virtually or eminently.
What's the difference between the principle the principle of efficient causality, and just simply stating that an effect has some relation to its cause?
That's what it is.
That's literally what it is. That
Yeah,
that an effect and a cause have a relation. How surprising! What a novel observation.
you're the one who stopped me after I said that. I was going to go from there to
Sure.
why it leads to the triomni God.
Sure.
Do you want me to
Okay.
continue, or do you
I
want to
want
just
you
keep?
to. I want to continue. I'm just very confused as to why that's even a principle. But go ahead.
Because for example, right? So for if effect is in some way in the cause, right? These properties of knowledge, right? Would you say knowledge exists?
I don't believe knowledge is a property. No.
Okay.
I don't believe knowledge exists unless if
Here,
we're
let me
granting
think.
like abstract ontology. So like.
Okay, so is there an infinite number of things that could be created?
Sure.
You mean in actual reality, or that someone can just imagine?
Well, reality is not just physical. Like, so you would have to make an argument for why reality is just physical. Like, I could say
Why
reality's.
could you?
There's a.
How is
Do you guys
reality
want me to keep
impure?
going, or do you want me to just keep stopping me?
I'm just asking like how.
For example, the
reality...
laws of logic; those aren't necessarily physical.
Yeah, but those don't exist though. They don't have ontology.
Yeah,
they're abstract facts of reality. If you want to
cool.
call
If
that,
you want to make, if you want to make that, if you want listen, if you want to make that argument, that's fine. All I'm saying is, okay, we'll say physically. There's still an infinite number of things that could be created physically. There's an infinite number of ways you can arrange atoms to create something.
Sure.
Would you agree?
Sure, I agree.
Okay. So those infinite number of things, right? Each one of those things in infinity, if the principle of efficient causality is the case, those effects, each one of those effects, those infinite things must in some way be in the cause, right? In order,
sure.
Okay, in order for those things to be in the cause must infinitely contain these things.
What do you mean by contain?
Like the he must have the power. Yeah, he must have the power to create these infinite number of things.
I grant that whatever is the cause would have the causative power necessary
to create an infinite number of things.
To be fair,
to create an infinite number of things.
To be fair, I grant that whatever causes the existence of these infinite configurations, I grant that it has the causative power to do those things. Obviously, that's just trivial. But go ahead.
So it would be all powerful. That's one.
What
all
the
powerful
fuck?
in the sense that okay, all powerful.
No.
All powerful in the sense. Okay, I want to be very clear.
The
So
amount
I
of
did not get and again.
presupposing.
And I want you to police me on my
I don't
language.
grant this.
Just give me a second. I want you to police me on my language to ensure that I don't blunder here. I grant that whatever it is omnipotent, such that it has the causative power sufficient to propagate these infinite configurations.
Correct.
That's
but
what
not
I mean.
that. But nothing. But that's all powerful. Encompasses
Okay, so
more than that.
So Michael. So
And
he has the causative power necessary to arrange these infinite sets of configurations, right?
Sure. If it could propagate these infinite configurations,
what
it's trivial
would
that
be
it has the
the
causative power to do so. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Exactly. It is trivial, right? So
Sure.
what sort of configurations would it not be able to configure?
Anything that
And
would
I
be
would tell
logically
you
impossible, or anything
exactly,
physically impossible.
exactly. And what is omnipotence?
Being able
The ability to do anything that's not logically possible.
To manifest the
logically
ontology of
impossible.
things. Yes, to manifest the ontology of things that are not logically impossible or metaphysically or
Exactly.
impossible. No, go ahead.
So can you see how that connects to the omnipotence? So if the effect must in some way be in the cause, there's an infinite number of configurations. those infinite number must in some way be in the cause. So
Yes.
the cause must have the causal power. So it has infinite power to configure anything that's not logically possible. That's
Well,
what.
to
That's what.
be
No,
fair,
no.
I wanna.
There could
Sean,
be.
you don't even know what's going on right now. So
Sean
Yeah,
knows.
yeah,
give
yeah.
it to
I
me and
fucking.
Michael.
Let's be very clear.
Don't
First of all,
don't
he's
fucking tell me I don't know what's going
also,
on.
first of all, yeah, let's be clear. Sean has been like attentively listening, so he obviously knows what's going on. Number one, and
He keeps
number two,
bringing
again,
him back to physics. He's like
and number two, and number two, and number two, I'll have
I'm
you know,
literally not.
I'll have you know, he was just about to bring up the same critique that I was going to. So
Oh
I
sure,
want
go
you
ahead,
to,
Sean.
yeah. So if you'd be so
Yeah, let's hear.
kind as to
I
be
want
on
to hear the
Sean's live,
critique.
let Sean respond. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. So first of all, lots of different things exist. They don't necessarily all have the same terminus of causes. Second of all, the ability to configure things that exist is not like that's not all encompassing under the notion of being all powerful. So what makes you think there's not multiple terminuses
First off,
for multiple
there's
different things? And
because
explain to me how it's a category error
yeah,
to say that the
I'll show you
terminus
why.
for all of these the terminus for all of these things could
Have to be the
be
same thing.
the laws of the law. They don't have to be the same thing. It
Yes, I'll
could just
explain to
be the
you.
law. It
Law of
could just be
identity.
it could just be the laws of physics. The law of
Yeah.
identity just
Yeah,
says that each thing.
No,
If
hold
you
on.
have
No, I'll
if you
explain to you. I'll
if
explain to you
you
why it can't be multiple terminuses. You want me to explain? There can't be multiple terminuses because if there's multiple terminuses, one terminus, there would have to be something distinct between one terminus and another terminus.
Yeah, the
If that's
strong
the
nuclear
case,
force and the weak nuclear force.
oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been trying to
They're
tell you guys.
distinct.
He just keeps. I don't know what the hell this has to do with what I'm
okay.
saying.
So, okay, can you finish your point about why these terminuses cannot be distinct, and then I will respond after that, and then Sean can respond if he is.
Yeah. So these terminuses, there can't be multiple terminuses because if there are multiple terminuses, one terminus would have something the other would not have. There'd be a potential between the one
I
and the
don't
other.
grant that. No, I disagree.
Okay. Could you explain to me how?
I disagree because when you say one thing is missing, I would just have to say that the distinction that you're trying to highlight is not that it's missing something, but that the terminuses and the events that lead up to the terminus are results of different deterministic evidential causes or different evidential effects. Like, for example, I can say that one terminus, another terminus could have the same, I'd say, identical ontology, could have the same like identicality in terms of the way in which they are spatially arranged. But when it comes to like actually which terminus an effect or event actually sums up to, that comes up to the deterministic laws and rules of invariant physical laws. Nothing to do with something possessing one thing another thing doesn't have. The difference is that the events are led to things that are necessary. The events are ended by things that are necessary, judging by the reactions that lead to them. Nothing to do with something that is missing one way or another. Do you understand?
Yeah, because well, listen, what I'm saying is there has to be one. It has to be simple. This is where the concept of divine simplicity comes from. So
Sure.
the fact is that you're saying there can be multiple terminuses for different causal effects. Then why would they need to be? Why would they be ontologically the same if they're for different causal chains?
For example, right? We can make a
Actually, I know
that
exactly why this doesn't work, but go ahead.
Sure. We can make a distinction that, for example, forces induced by electromagnetic fields and forces induced by gravitational fields can produce deterministically variant events. Like, for example, one can induce charges and the other can move celestial bodies. That doesn't mean that, like, ontologically, the function itself, the force itself actually differs. You understand?
Yeah, but Michael, we're talking about essentially ordered causal chains.
So what is
we're not talking about a simple. We're not talking about a simple cause and effect. For example,
Okay, go ahead.
the essentially ordered causal chain for existence, right? Under your premise, you would say for that causal chain, for me to exist, right? I could not exist at any moment in time. From that infinitely long chain, or that causal chain has to terminate at something that is pure existence. Okay, because if it wasn't pure existence, then that would beg the question. Okay, what explains that thing's existence, right?
Sure.
Now we go to something. Now we go to something that's the terminus for another causal chain. That's a essentially ordered causal chain, right?
Well,
That would be purely that terminus would be purely that thing, like the one for existence would be purely that thing, but it wouldn't have all existence, right? So there would be because it's a different terminus, right? So it wouldn't have. There has to be something that distinguishes the two. Okay.
I think that I
So
must have misunderstood you now, because now that you've
so
explained it again,
well, hold on.
sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. So
Yeah, go ahead.
there is a potential between terminus 1 and terminus 2 because the terminus 1 has all of the thing that is needed to terminate that one causal chain, and terminus 2 has all of the thing needed to terminate the causal chain for the causal chain 2, right? But that means there's a potential between terminus 1 and terminus 2, which, as I showed, essentially there cannot be these essentially ordered causal chains have to terminate at something that lacks potential, that is pure act.
Well, now
So that can't be the case.
So here's how I misunderstood you. So when you were talking about terminuses, I thought you were talking about the events of individual physical phenomena. I didn't think you were talking about like overall. But even if we're going to go overall, the problem is that even though the problem is that like each terminus would just ultimately be the pure existence, though, right?
Yeah,
are you like
but
arguing that you need a? Are you arguing? Well, never mind. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sir. No,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm just curious because it sounds like we're all. Whenever we talk about these sorts of things, it really just sounds like we're dancing around how did existence start, which naturally goes to like how did the universe start, which I don't require.
That's actually not the question I'm trying to answer.
Okay, then what is it? I'm sorry.
The question I'm trying to answer is why do we exist at all versus not exist? Not starting or anything like that. It's like why do we continue to exist?
Well, no, I don't think there's a why. I think there's just a how. But go ahead.
Yeah, there's no. Like, it's a very interesting question philosophically, but I mean, like that's more something that like
I'm trying to give the answer. I'm attempting to give the answer because
well,
I'm saying
because you have. Are you a Catholic or?
I'm a Catholic. Yep.
Oh, that was easy. Well, yeah, you're gonna have some sort of like
that was impressive.
Well, I mean, it's just like I'm sorry, I've done this for like 3 years. You just detect a pattern after a while, and I mean, yeah, like I'm sorry, that's not my fault. That's a you problem, and I'm doing it too. That's both of us.
I was saying I said that was impressive. You picked that out.
Well, because like I've noticed that like evangelical Christians tend to just go more for like a denial of basic reality. Catholics and Orthodox people tend to like grant some things like, do you believe that evolution occurred?
Well, yeah, like I do believe evolution occurred.
Do you think that the Earth is like 6,000 years old or 4.5 billion?
No, 4.5 billion.
Okay, cool. So I'm not bringing that up to like, disparage you. I'm just saying that like when it comes to like Catholics and people
that are
I
understand,
Orthodox,
trust me.
Yeah, there tends to be this general agreement that, oh yeah, the natural world works a certain way and we can agree on that. But like, why does it do that? And science doesn't necessarily like try to answer that question. It can only really arrive at certain conclusions of, but here's the thing though. I don't need a God. Like I don't need a God as my reason for existence because like I can just say what what's his face? The guy who wrote The Stranger. I don't know if you're familiar with that book.
I'm not.
It's not Sartre. It's a really interesting book, but he was a French philosopher. He basically postulated that, hey, the only reason, the reason
Descartes.
No, it wasn't Descartes.
You're saying Descartes?
Descartes was in the 1600s. This guy was existed in like the 1930s.
Sorry.
He's talking about the French novelist Camus, right?
Thank you. Yes, I'm talking about Albert Camus.
The relevance here is though because he doesn't write on metaphysics at all. But okay.
He doesn't. He just says, his attitude towards the reason for your existence is that which whatever keeps you from unaliving yourself.
Yeah, valid.
I don't see any sort of reason. I don't need a God for that whatsoever. And ironically, I mean, I work with people who do genuinely plan to go to sleep permanently and make themselves do that. Many are Christian, many are not. Like there doesn't seem to be any sort of like consistent like reason for existence.
I want to provide a comparative analysis to the theistic worldview for you three. You believe that there has to be a starting cause, right?
Not only a starting cause, but a starting cause that lacks no potential, is all powerful, all good, all knowledgeable.
You believe that there has to be something because something can't come from nothing, correct?
No.
And you also believe that God cannot be correct, right?
That's not my argument. That's a different argument.
All right, let me explain why the God hypothesis does not work for me.
Okay, you can straw man you can like
I'm not going to
attack a
straw
different
man.
argument. That's not
I'm
mine.
just going to point out like the similarities.
Oh, why?
That I'm
Oh, why it
seeing
doesn't
and,
convince
like,
you? Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
You reach God. I reach the universe. For instance, something can't come from nothing, so there had to have always been something. First law of thermo, energy can't be created. Energy does exist, therefore it's always existed. The Christian's going to have the same fucking argument, except for the Christian doesn't have any observable evidence. I have evidence.
That's not the reason why I get to God.
Did I say that?
That's not the question.
I didn't. I said Christians. So you're going to, some degree, state God cannot be created. That's true. You don't believe God could be created. You think he's the first unmoved mover.
Yeah, for essentially your
I have
chain,
zero fucking
existence.
evidence for that. What I do have evidence for is energy cannot be created, but energy does exist, therefore it's always existed. I have lots of reason to believe that. I have no evidence to demonstrate a God having anything to do with anything. There's no causal relation for a God linking to anything. But I do have evidence that all things can be reduced down to energy. Matter is an emergent property of energy. All things are made up of matter and energy. There you go. If you want to say that that's God, that's fun, but there's no evidence for God in any of these equations.
And your way around nothing can be created
Sean, hold on.
is magic.
Sean, he's talking to me. I just want to respond real quick. You're on the same wavelength with Sean, and I would love for like SX to explain to you why you're making a category error where you're trying to answer philosophical questions with like science.
So you'd love for me to disagree with him instead of you?
You just hold on. You just give a natural. You just give the first law of thermodynamics as a.
Okay, so you don't need SX to explain anything to me.
You
If
gave
he
a
agrees with you, then
thermodynamic
I
law
disagree
for
with him
explanation
too.
of a metaphysical question.
3. Metaphysics are not an excuse to fucking run away from reality. Metaphysics are abstract questions.
That is
no, listen. Metaphysics, dumbass. Listen, pay attention. This is metaphysics. If a unicorn existed, could it have scales? Could it have fur? You leave metaphysics and go into empirics when you say this unicorn does exist. It's a metaphysical thing, a starting abstract, a concept, an idea to try and make sense of things. And you use science, you use physics, you use logic to see if it actually fucking adheres to reality. Metaphysics is not a way to escape fucking reality. You don't get to run and hide behind the label of metaphysics.
I'm not saying reality. I'm not saying
you are.
I'm not trying to
physics.
Escape reality. I'm not escaping reality.
Can
I'm not
really
escaping
quick?
reality.
You are.
Reality
I guarantee you that you are, and I can prove it.
I don't believe reality is only physical.
I don't either. But you're running away from reality and hiding behind the label of metaphysics.
You literally gave. Hold on. Is it possible?
Could you point to a single physicist on this panel?
Wait,
Could you point to a
Michael,
single physicist on this panel?
Yeah, I'll show you. Host, is there a possible world where the second or the first law of thermodynamics is not the case?
I have no clue. Provide me the demonstration of another world where that is not true.
No, hold on. Is it logically impossible for the first law?
I have no clue.
Is it logically impossible for the first law of thermodynamics to
No, it's not
to
logically
be the
possible.
case?
No, it's not logically possible. No, it's not logically possible.
So it's not logically impossible.
It's not logically impossible. No, and I can show you a paper.
So is it correct? Yeah. So is it
I can show you.
Correct to use? Is it correct to use a physical law, right? When we're dealing in logic, to use a physical law that doesn't even have to be the case to answer our questions about logical things, about abstraction, about metaphysics.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so tell the host that.
Brother, I agree.
Host, I don't think he did that.
You just said that.
Durham, I don't think that's what he did that though. I don't think that's what he did.
Said.
Dude, no.
He said,
let me retry and phrase this.
Because nothing can be created or
I'm going to try
destroyed.
and rephrase this. This is what the equivalent of what you are doing is basically saying, and this is an equivalent. You are saying you're bringing up the metaphysics behind something like a photon, for instance, and you are saying we can think about photons and come up with hypotheticals and logical scenarios and how we think it could and could not work. This works, this works, with this works. What I am doing is bringing in the photon is something we can fucking test, so I'm gonna fucking test it. And you're saying, no, we only do metaphysics. That's what you're doing with God and the world.
That's not
the
what
universe, our universe is empirical. I can test these things. If you say that the universe at one point did not exist, I can test that someday. If you say it was
listen, us
created by
existing-
something, I should be able to fucking test
God,
that.
dude.
You don't
Oh my
get to
God, oh my
hide
God.
behind the
Listen,
metaphysics.
the physical explanations of why we exist now, like for example, our atoms being configured in such a manner that we exist, right? Doesn't answer the question why we existed in the first place. It
Yeah,
doesn't answer.
yes,
that.
it does.
Okay, first and foremost,
No, it doesn't.
I am not
And
able to
Michael
go
would
all the way
agree
back.
with me because he
The
just
mechanism
said
that we exist-
my,
the mechanism that
Michael,
we exist in the first place falls
listen,
under the
Michael,
purview of science.
listen, Michael would agree with me because he said you using thermodynamics to answer
We
that
don't give a
question
shit who
is a
fucking agrees
category
with you.
error. It's a
We
category
don't
error.
give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who
It's
agrees
not.
with you.
Three Y,
Let's
hang
take
on.
let's
Wait a
take
second.
it again. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Can
can
I
I
quick?
I just want to do some mediation here. So, like, okay, Thryderm, what you're trying to say is that, okay, like,
I'm sorry about that. I have to add somebody else on. Anyway,
Oh Jesus!
I was going to say
But
that.
if it's
Here's the. Go ahead.
I gotta hop
If
down.
matter,
I have
if
to hop down.
matter and energy cannot be created or
you can.
destroyed,
Okay,
then,
hold
then
on.
it's
So-
logically
being
here.
impossible for God to have
Look,
created.
here's the.
Sean
here's the
just answered.
equivocation.
Sean
Michael,
answered
I'll-
perfectly. I want to hear
Michael, I'll
Sean say it
listen-
again.
Or I'll listen to you guys. And then I gotta hop down.
Sean explained it. I want
to.
to. I want you to hear Sean
Sean,
again.
can you explain it again, please? Can you hear it?
Yes, if matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, then it's logically impossible for God to have created it.
And that is why you can't hide behind metaphysics.
Wait,
Ah,
did we
but in
just
metaphysics,
not,
what if-
Sean?
what
Do
if
we
God
not
is
just
magic?
establish? Did we just not establish that it's not logically impossible for that law to not exist in another possible world?
It
Do we
wouldn't
just not
exist.
establish
But
that?
it does.
Three
It
Y,
does
three
exist
Y.
in this world.
3Y, that
It's-
world.
I understand that, Sean.
Not being
This is why
logically
you're
When we talk
making.
about this
It's
world,
not
we're
lo-
saying
it's-
that it
it's-
wouldn't be in this universe.
Right, exactly. We're
Other
talking about
possible
we're talking about this world now. This is the world we're talking about. Like logical possibility is a very low bar. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon.
I think Michael and SX would agree with me on this.
No, they
I
don't.
don't
when
give a
you-
fuck who.
listen.
Stop saying who agrees with you.
Why am I
don't
getting
give
it-
I don't give a fuck who agrees with you. I just stop saying I think this guy and this guy would agree with me. Who gives a flying fuck?
May I?
If it's logically.
We've been having a good
Let me-
conversation.
let
3Y,
me-
it's logically impossible. Hang on, 3Y. By that same thing, it's logically impossible. There is a world where it is logically possible that my God exists and my God ate your God, therefore my God exists.
No, I would show through logical necessity why that can't be the case.
No,
But
mine
you
is
can't
actually
show-
mine
but
is
re-
necessarily
but
logical
re-
because my
hold
God
on.
is Azathoth.
But you can't show through logical necessity why
Yes, I
the
can.
second law of thermodynamics has to be the
Okay,
case in every
here's the
possible
reason
world.
Oh, yes, I can,
Here's the
because my
reason-
God
here's-
wants it to.
Okay, here's the reason why.
Okay.
Look, let's make a very very big distinction here.
Michael, you agreed with me that it doesn't
Because,
have to logically
look,
be in
there
every
is a
possible
different
world.
we have categories for what we call laws, though. Not every single law is going to have the same metaphysical category, right? For example, if we have we know fundamentally, we see this, we can make this inductive claim, we can even see it empirically that for something to have any fundamental ontology, as long as it's embedded in the physical realm, it has energy. Be it stationary or be it even massless, it still has energy. Even photons can still transfer energy through, excitations of EM fields. It is a very fundamental property. We can't ascribe this to, for example, things we can only make inductive claims about, like, for example, the law of motion and momentum. Right? We can't say that in every single possible world F is always going to equal ma, but we can certainly say in every single possible world that if something exists, it's going to have any form of energy, be it either through an EM field, be it either through for example, even through motion, right? Something that's truly stationary does require zero energy state, that's for sure. But that doesn't mean that.
Wait, Michael, real quick. Did you say you're making an inductive? You're
I'm saying
you're
that- I'm
using
saying that
inductive reasoning to
no, I'm not
prove a
making
logical
inductive- no, no.
impossibility.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say
So
that.
why'd you say we can? So why'd you say we can inductively show that in every
Because
possible world FS
with
equal MA?
with a property, with a fundamental property like energy, for example, you can never make an inductive claim because it's just always going to be the case. But if you're going to talk about things that work in only certain scenarios, like F equals ma or F is the rate of change of momentum, that is only things you can make inductive claims about. You cannot show that it's analytically true in every possible world.
Because every possible world might include a world that is not in this universe.
So can you show me? Wait. So you're saying in every possible world? Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
So you're saying matter, like matter and energy and stuff, is more
100%.
fundamental than the law.
Yes, that's what.
So matter and energy has to hold on.
Let
It
him
has to
finish.
exist. It has to exist. The second or the first law of thermodynamics has to be the case in every possible world.
We're talking.
Okay.
Which
Three
world are
Y.
we fucking talking?
Could you show me?
Hang on. Can
Could
I
you
like
show
please?
me? Hold on.
This is bothering me.
Michael, could you show
Three
me
Y.
the
When
P
you
and not
say
P?
it,
Could you
hang
show me
on.
the P and
3Y.
not P with it being
3Y.
different?
3Y. Since I was able to adequately predict that you're a Catholic without barely any context, okay? Please,
Well, I'm
1
arguing
minute.
Aquinas, but that's pretty
I don't.
giveaway.
Yeah. Aquinas didn't know about Adam, so I don't give a shit about Aquinas. So I really don't.
You guys
really
are
don't.
literally. It's literally hilarious
because Aquinas was
you keep
operating.
making the same fundamental error.
Aquinas was operating from a position of like just fundamental, like I don't want to say like ignorance, but he didn't know a lot of.
It's not a bad thing. He lived a long time ago.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's my point.
Ignorance
like,
on certain
believed,
scientific things.
3Y. He believed that the Earth was at the center of the solar system. So, like, I'm sure that he said.
Fine.
Hang on,
Nice genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy.
Hang on. I'm not saying that goes to that some of his claims are wrong. Okay, so like if you just, I don't know what it is with like Catholics and Orthodox. Like y'all have like the attention span of a moth. I'm not saying that means he's fundamentally wrong. I'm not saying that means he's I'm not saying that he's fundamentally wrong, 3Y. I'm saying that goes to a fundamental misunderstanding of how the world operates. Now that being said,
he is fundamentally
wrong.
Talking,
what? Nope.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't. I'm saying that some of his stuff.
It doesn't mean he's fundamentally wrong.
Some of his syllogisms are probably logically flow, and the conclusions of said syllogisms follow from the premises. But he's also operating from a worldview where he genuinely believes that the solar system is fucking wrong. I'm not the outlier here, and looking at that and going, I'm going to press X to doubt on at least some of his shit.
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy.
Now, the thing is I don't. Okay, dude, whatever.
You're not attacking the argument itself. You're saying where the argument's coming from. That's why it's wrong.
Oh my god, are you fucking Jesus Christ?
Is that not what you're doing?
Is this like your whole point? Like someone tries to like address you and then you just like distract.
Yo, this is cortisol maxing, guys. We need to stop.
This really is.
This is not good for positive cancel tilt, guys.
Base stand cortisol maxing. So the thing is,
3Y.
The thing is 3Y. No, it's okay. So when we're talking about like a possible world, like you do understand we're talking about like just generally something that could take place within the universe just as much as something that could take place like in a totally different universe where like the law of gravity or like where like equals MC squared is no longer E equals MC squared. It's like E equals MC cubed or some shit. Like that. Okay. So like,
no, that's me.
Oh, sorry. So 3Y. Hang on. This is the 3Y. So 3Y. Like you know that, right?
Yeah.
I know that in a different world.
In
a different. Yes. True. Yes.
Okay. So like we're talking.
Yeah, it could
be
E equals MC cubed. Yeah.
Okay. So then when we're talking about a world that is like that makes logical sense in this universe, in the 93 billion light year sized universe that you and I both share, we're talking about shit that just adheres to F equals MA. We don't have any reason, let alone datum, that would indicate that F equals MA just is not valid in any part of our universe.
I didn't say that.
I'm just
That's
making
not what
sure,
I said.
I know you didn't say that, dude. I'm just like making sure that we're operating from the same thing because there seems to be a lot of contention over like possible worlds because just like Sean said, it is logically possible for him to jump to the moon. It's just not logically possible within this universe because even on a asteroid like
it's not nomologically possible in this universe. I just want to be accurate. Right.
It's not physically possible in this universe. It's not physically possible in this universe.
That's what nomological possibility is. So here's the thing: we're talking about this universe. Do you agree with it? Do you agree with the law of conservation that matter and energy cannot be created?
Now you're asking me another
destroyed?
question before I can actually respond to Radigan.
Okay, so I want to circle back to that question, but go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So in this universe, that is the case, right? But that doesn't tell us what must be the case in other universes.
Do you have access to these other universes?
No, but I can still say.
So then, how do you know?
If I can't
do you know that? Hang on. Do you know? Do you have any sort of knowledge that these other universes exist?
No, but that's not the whole point.
Have you run any experiment? Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
If you're telling
Radigan, the whole point of logical impossibility is that it's a negative thing.
I know, but if you're telling me that
we got to reduce this. Okay, so 3Y, Why do you think if I ask what if enough, that will lead me to truth?
What are you? Okay, do you
What
guys
do
want
you
to
think?
stick on one
No, no, no,
topic, or
hold
do you
up.
want to jump
Hold,
pinball around?
hold the fuck on. What do you think possible world semantics is like really saying? It is essentially
No.
saying if things were different, they would be different. If some
No, it's
variation, some fact about the universe was variant from like what we know to be nomonologically true, they would be different. So,
because listen,
this is
Will,
this entire
the
argument is
only
saying what if
things.
things were different equals God. So where were
What
we
are you
bridging this gap?
talking about? What are you? We're not even talking
No,
about
I'm hearing this
God right now.
entire conversation.
What I'm saying is we don't say it as evidence that this does exist in another possible world. It's not a positive claim.
Well, I
It's a
know you're
negative
just saying
one.
what if.
No, it's a negative claim. If you can't show a logical impossibility of something existing in another
Logical
world,
possibility
then
is
it
a
would
low
be
bar.
logically
Logical
possible.
possibility doesn't equate nomological possibility.
I didn't say that. What are
Exactly.
you talking about?
Then why do we give
That's
a
the
fuck
point.
if it's why do we give a fuck
I
if it's
guarantee
logically
you,
Because the
possible?
point is
It is
the
logically
host is
possible.
using a nomenological
I
argument.
said I wanted to circle back to my question that I asked
Listen,
you earlier.
yeah,
I have two. I
this
just have two quick questions. I have two quick questions.
This is great. This is great. I didn't make that claim. The host was making the argument from a nomenological. He was
Okay,
making a
I'm going to ask you.
He was
I'm going to
saying
ask you two.
nomologically.
I'm going to ask. I told you I was
listen.
circling back. I let you respond
Okay.
to Ragnoff, and I told you I'd circle back to my two questions.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Do you agree
God.
that with the law of conservation, that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed?
Yes, that's a description of how our universe works.
Got you. Did God create matter and energy?
Yes, I would say he's the ultimate cause of it.
Okay, so
of the
matter and
gaps.
energy cannot be created or destroyed, and God created matter and energy.
So it's a logical
Oh my
contradiction.
God,
So it's
dude, you guys are.
impossible.
This is actually insane. This is actually insane.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
actually
you are.
insane that you're literally like
so
that's a textbook
Bro.
contradiction.
So you're
Matter and
using a
energy cannot be
nomenological
created
law. Hold on,
Hope harder.
Sean. You're using a nomenological law to show a logical impossibility.
No, I'm saying a
Can you travel
nomological
faster than the-
impossibility.
That's verifiably insane.
To be fair,
Wait,
I
you don't
will
even
add
hang
to
on.
the-
Wait, 3Y.
Just a
What's your
second, you guys-
diagnostic
you
tool
guys-
that you're using to classify him as insane? That's wild.
Okay, can we?
Whatever.
like,
I'm saying
I
that
wanna
the
add to
claim.
this point.
I'm
I
not saying
think the
he's
guess-
insane. I'm saying
No,
that's
I'm saying
insane claim.
it's nomoologically impossible for God to have created the universe.
That's
It's
valid.
nomenologically possible.
So, like, I mean, 3Y. Think about it like this.
If it's logically possible, then yes, it's physically possible.
3Y. Hang on.
No, it's
physically.
not.
Hang on. Wait,
No,
guys.
it's not. That's
watch
saying
me.
it's
Watch
physically
me,
possible
guys.
for me to jump to the moon.
Sean, hang on. Let me walk him into this. So 3Y. You and I agree that since you agree with evolution, is the Big Bang valid as well, and the hot dense state, is that valid to you?
Sure. Yep. Sure.
Okay.
Yep,
So.
that's valid.
Okay. Cool. So then, like, we can only go. Quick crash course. We can only go back to the hot dense state, and then from there, the universe turns opaque. All of our math stops making sense. We don't have any way to go like further back and get any evidence.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that
Sure.
God set that
Science
into motion?
doesn't work. Science
so then
doesn't
you're
work.
telling me,
Sure.
Okay, so there's a gap there, and you're telling me God explains that gap.
Nope. I'm not. No, don't try to force me into a God of the gaps argument. I'm not making a God of the gaps argument.
So then what
do you
started
mean
that?
by science does it? What do you mean? What do you mean by science doesn't work?
Radigan, that was the most.
that?
That was the most intellectually dishonest thing I've encountered so far. Was
Fair
you trying to
enough,
walk me
but-
into
but-
you were
but
trying to
hang
walk
on.
me into a God of the gaps argument and say, oh,
But
that's the
because
claim
that's
I'm
what
making.
it goes to. 3Y.
What the hell are you talking? What are you talking about?
Get defensive. What started the hot dense state then?
Why did you try to just walk me into a God of the gaps argument when
Because
that's not the
your
argument I'm
whole
making?
theology rests on it.
No, it's not.
Did
I
God,
didn't
did God
ever make a
create this
God of the
universe?
gaps
3Y, did God create
argument.
the universe?
I want
Nice
to
red
clarify
herring.
something.
Nice red
I wanna
herring.
clarify something.
Did God create the universe?
Okay. Look, I don't want to.
Mikhail, it's not a red herring. Hang on. 3Y, did God create the universe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How?
I don't know how. I just know he did.
Okay, so
because I can
let me
show
get this
through
straight. So
logical
you accept.
necessity,
So let me get
through
this
my
straight.
argument for motion.
So it was logically necessary for God to allow the hot dense state to exist, which then spawned the universe.
And by the way,
was it
the
logically
argument I was
necessary?
giving doesn't even.
Was it
Oh my
logically
God.
necessary for because you're trying to like just quickly you're trying to like retcon shit. Was it logically necessary for
What
God
does that
to
mean?
create the elements? Oh, it means like you're just trying to like hide and run away from the fact that this is unavoidable.
I'm literally not
This is
hiding
like
at all. My argument
okay. So
never
then
made a claim
answer the
about
question:
the
Was the
universe
hot
beginning
dense
to
was
exist.
God
I even
logically
said
necessary for the hot
I
dense
even
state to
said
expand and then cool into the universe?
that St. Thomas Aquinas,
Was
who makes this argument,
was
doesn't even
God
he
logically
admits
necessary? Was
listen,
God logically
That's a yes
necessary?
or no.
Was God logically necessary for the hot dense state to exist and then to expand into the universe as we see it today?
God is logically necessary for anything to exist
So
as we see it today.
did the hot dense state exist?
Yes, because God sustained its existence.
Okay, so we don't. So then you're providing God as the explanation for the hot dense state.
For anything existing, for anything.
Okay, we don't currently, under empirics, we don't have an explanation for how the hot dense state came into being, and you're just now admitting that you are proposing God as the solution, or sorry, not as the solution, but as the explanation
What
for the hot dense state. Is
this
that correct?
you guys okay.
Is
you guys need
are
to,
you
I'm gonna
are
hop
you
down.
you're
You
not
guys you
okay? So
Don't
so
run.
it's God of the gap.
Don't
Madigan,
run.
you
Don't
Sean
run.
and
Don't
Host.
run.
You're gonna concede either way, baby boy. So let me
Madigan,
get this straight.
you were
You're
trying
telling me
to
you're
make
telling
a
me-
physical argument
so,
for a
so
logical
you're telling
claim.
me. So
You're trying to make a
me-
physical
Hey,
argument for a
what
logical
grounds
claim. I don't
logic?
know where you're going.
What grounds logic?
I would say God grounds logic, obviously.
No, axioms, dumbass.
And if you're not,
Can
yeah,
God
you're
our
make two
telling
plus
me
two
our
equal
axioms
that
five?
the
physical.
hot dense state can only be explained
Host,
by a
is
God,
our
right?
axioms physical? Are axioms physical?
Things existing is physical, yes, and that's an axiom. Thank you.
Three-way.
Yeah.
Can God
Wait,
make two plus two equal
axioms
five?
are physical. Wait, are axioms physical?
Okay. 3Y.
Can
The
God?
axioms are just.
Wait, hold on. Are
Hi,
axioms
I was going
physical?
to answer you, 3Y. So logic, yeah, that's just going to be the description. So like the axioms are the description of the embedded framework in reality by which it functions.
In
right?
reality.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
reality.
so-
So could you show me why reality is only
have
physical?
you, no, 3Y. Have you ever seen an apple spontaneously turn into a banana?
Will, you guys, literally, you guys are stupid because
No.
you're saying.
Don't run. Don't run.
Three-way.
God of the
Three-way.
Gaps
I'm not running.
fallacy.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question.
Well, I'm getting
Three-way.
muted,
Can
so I
God
can't
make 2 plus
respond.
2? Yeah,
Go
because
cry to the fucking I don't know whatever.
can God make 2 plus 2
Why'd you
equal
say
5?
don't run and then allow me to get muted?
I'm not
Can
muting
God,
you.
hold on, stop, guys, please. Can God make can God make 2 plus 2 equal 5?
No, because what was the
So
the
he's
qualifier I gave
beholden.
for omnipotence to Michael earlier?
Beholden.
Wait,
He's beholden
no,
to the
wait,
laws of
whoa, whoa,
logic.
He
whoa.
How
defined,
does
he
he
defined,
ground?
but he
Sean,
defined
Michael.
again. He defined omnipotence as
Blunder.
being. He did not grant.
I
that
understand. I
again.
understand that. But my point is,
No. Let Michael get it out. Let Michael get it out.
you're claiming.
Let him get it out.
Sure.
Well, okay,
Sean
let's
James.
knows
just,
exactly-
let's just
James,
be simple
Sean-
here.
Yeah.
God is
I know what
if you don't
what
mind.
he's gonna say. I
No,
know. I know
Sean,
what you're gonna say.
let Michael get it out. Let Michael talk.
Okay, so all
If
right,
he
so I'm
knows-
just gonna
if
keep
he
my
know-
finger on the mute button.
If he knows
Like I
what he's,
grant.
if he knows what I'm going to say, then he'll say it. But
So don't he granted that God is his omnipotence doesn't include logical impossibilities. That's why I asked that question. So I'm
there's
going to
your
get
answer.
to where I'm going to go and get somewhere with my question. But what I want to point out is you are claiming God is both responsible for creating logic and is beholden to it. Is there? So can God?
Yeah, logic's
So
not
how
created.
is God the grounding?
He's identical
So
with logic.
Sean,
It's his
Sean, don't forget. Sean, don't forget. We're also like in this weird area of like it's not God of the Gaps, but the only explanation for the thing that started the universe that we have no explanation for is God. Like it's totally not God of the Gaps.
That's dishonest and force me into God of the Gaps.
No
I'm not
dishonest.
including
God's
all
nature.
nature.
Expose you.
you're
this
forcing
is just
yourself
word
into the
games.
God of
God's
God.
nature is 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's God's nature. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I
That's
think
just
his,
fucking gobbledygook.
I think his claim specifically is that God's nature is what grounds logical statements to be true. For example, God's nature
correct.
itself is what grounds things like 2 plus 2 equals 4, and that
Well,
2
so
is
again, what does that
inevitably
mean to
1.
ground? What does that mean to ground? I know
don't
that,
really
but I'm
know
saying
what
it's
it
not.
means. I actually don't know what he means by that. If you could give an
Yeah,
explanation,
that's the
that would be
point.
great.
That's the point, and I'm trying to get him.
I've
God's
got
nature is that.
I have an important question, 3Y. Is God the necessary explanation for God?
Actually, yeah. Yes.
Circle.
So God created themselves.
No, he didn't. He's not created by definition.
Oh
But
wow, Agrippa's trilemma strikes again.
so that doesn't sufficiently
Wait,
explain his
well,
existence.
you don't even know Agrippa's trilemma. That's hilarious. That's not Agrippa's trilemma. Nice try though. So I showed through logical.
No.
So could you go ahead, Will Dot? Could you go ahead, Will Dot?
Well, so
I'm gonna keep getting muted. So I'll let you guys go. Have a good one.
Essentially, oh man,
don't run.
Well, Sean's literally muting me every 5 seconds, so I can't talk.
Nobody knows.
It's okay, Freeway. Just go here. Just go back. Just run back to your priest, cry in his arms, and then donate money to his defense fund.
Okay, nice.
Honestly,
nice.
this isn't Agrippa's
Totally
trilemma.
not God of the gaps, buddy. Just go ahead and cry into.
The same church that created universities, scholasticism, which modernized science. Yeah, that's good. All the genetic science it was started by a priest. Yeah.
We wouldn't have science without physics.
Tell me about
If nothing
Galileo.
physical existed.
Galileo was punished for his
The
comments
founding
about
fathers of Aristotelian and Platonist metaphysics
shut
were
up. No, he wasn't.
totally Christian.
and by the way,
Oh yeah, and the
this is the whole
algebraic
point of-
studies, shit
If
from
God
Islam.
cannot-
We can just
I
discount
didn't say
all of that.
everything.
Kind of
I didn't
shit.
I didn't say
Hold
everything.
up,
I'm
hold
saying
up.
science and faith. The whole point of St. Thomas Aquinas was to reconcile faith and reason, that they go hand
By
in
the way,
hand.
3Y. By the way,
Well, he was
3Y.
bad
I
at
owe
it.
you.
That's what scholasticism is. That's where universities
3Y,
came
one
from.
second. By the way, 3Y, I owe you a formal apology, by the way, because I made a blunder. I'd like to address it. I said that there is a logical contradiction in saying that energy has a creator, when analytically it isn't necessarily the case, because I'm relating it to one real world, which is ours. I said that there's a P and not P,
Yes.
but in reality there is no P and not P. So my apologies for that blunder. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so you would admit that it's not logically necessary that
No, it's not
energy
logically
is
necessary.
neither
that
created
energy-
nor
Go ahead.
destroyed. Okay,
In this
so
world,
we
it's
can't
logically
use that
impossible.
claim to govern. Yeah, so we can't use that to govern logical laws in general when it's not logically necessary thing. When in
the
another
thing is,
world, it
logical
doesn't have to be
laws-
the case.
What other
The
world?
thing is, logical laws.
Any
the
other possible
descriptions-
world.
What possible
the
world?
logical-
Demonstrate that universe for me.
Go ahead.
I don't have to demonstrate it
Yeah,
to
you
say
do.
that it's possible. It's
Well, it's not
what's
true.
a possibility?
It's not true, is it?
What's a possibility? I didn't say
But
it
it's
was
not
true.
true,
It's
is
a
it?
possibility.
We have
Hinges
one
on
reality,
logic.
one
a
observable
possibility would be a
world.
world. A possibility will be a world with no logical contradiction or no metaphysical contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying about what you agreed to, Michael.
Yeah, it's also
saying-
possible
About
that
the
I grow
the
wings
first law of
tomorrow.
thermodynamics.
Look, the point.
Sure,
I'm making
there's
is
no
very
logical.
simple.
There's
The
no
point
logical
I'm making is
contradiction.
Correct. It doesn't make it true,
point-
though.
the
So if
point
it
I'm
doesn't
making-
have some possible world contradiction, it doesn't make it just true.
I don't think you guys are understanding.
But, like,
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
we
not
know you're
using
not
this as
understanding.
positive. No, host.
Just
I'm
let him
not
finish,
using
let him
this as
finish, go ahead,
positive
let him finish, go
argument. I'm saying that I'm showing why your standard of using a physical law like the first law of thermodynamics,
Which
to
has never
prove
been
a
proven
logical
false.
thing. Listen, to prove a logical thing, like God couldn't have done that. It's logically impossible
Host,
for God to create energy because of the first law of thermodynamics. Is not a good argument.
If that is
Is
what
it
make it a
non
category error.
Is it non-logically possible for God to have created matter and energy?
Actually, I think Michael can literally respond to all
Is
you
that a
guys
yes
about
or
this
no?
because
Look,
it's a category
I
error to
appreciate
use
you
nominal.
having
I don't
this
care
voice
if
on your chin.
Einstein agrees with you. I'm not fucking Einstein. I am not
but maybe
Mikhail.
he can.
I am not them,
Yeah,
and I
listen.
don't appeal to authority. I don't give a fuck who agrees with you. I
I'm not
don't.
saying
Gee,
I'm
didn't I
saying
say
maybe-
the same
maybe
fucking
I'm saying-
thing? No one cares.
Maybe I'm saying that to say.
Look, just because I agree, just because I agree that logical possibility does not entail nomenological possibility, and just because I agree that it's logically possible that in some possible world energy can be created, does not mean I'm
Wait,
trying to appeal to be
Yeah,
some sort of
I
authority.
agree.
to
It's
appeal
not
to.
a
Michael,
So
if I made the
so
argument
we're
to you,
actually-
if I made the argument to you, if I said God can't create
we move
matter
on?
because of the first law of
Just let him
thermodynamics.
finish. Let him finish. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
go
just
ahead.
let me finish.
He
Michael,
dodged my question.
Michael,
earlier.
Can
if
you
I
just
said
let
to
him
you,
answer the question? Go ahead.
if I said it's logically impossible for God to create energy because of the first law of thermodynamics, would that be a category error?
It would be a category error, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I was saying.
Because
Go
you'd be
ahead, host.
conflating nomenological possibility with logical possibility, so it's a contradiction, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
go,
Is it normal? Is
you
it
guys
normal?
deal,
Is it
host deal with that. Sean
is
deal
it-
with that.
Is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll deal with
Mika
it.
just agreed with us.
Don't
dude.
ask me to. Yeah. So yeah, he just agreed with us. My syllogism dealt with nomological possibility, not logical possibility. Is it nomologically
It has
possible
no
for
force.
God to have
It has no
created?
force to me. It has no force to me.
Okay. Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
you're
I didn't,
illogical.
he misunderstood.
Wait,
He
wait, wait, wait. So if I don't think a
I'm going to
I
get
don't
my
think a nominal
I'm going to get my question out. Okay.
Warrior,
Is it nomologically possible for God to have created the universe? So go ahead. Is it nomologically possible for God to have created the universe?
yes, because it's logically possible.
No, wouldn't you have to argue
No,
it's
something
necessary
being
though?
logically is it not okay, hold on. You said because let me do this.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said because it's logically possible, therefore it's nomologically possible. Is it
Yes,
logically possible?
because
Is it logically
nomenological
possible?
truths,
Is it logically
nom,
possible for me to jump to the moon?
nomenological truth. Could you give me an example of a nomenological truth that is not logically true?
God making
No, well, that doesn't matter.
Sean,
The point
I'm
is
sure, I'm trying
the point is something being
to
logically
demonstrate.
possible. Something being logically possible does not mean it's nomologically possible. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. It's not nomologically possible for me to jump to the moon. Therefore, you saying it's nomologically possible for God to create a universe because it's logically possible, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
And on the on the
Listen,
topic of
Sean, just let me finish.
possibility,
No, oh my God, can you guys just let me respond without the next guy, the next hooligan talking? Can I just talk?
All things that are nomologically possible are logically
Listen,
possible. Not all things that are
listen.
logically possible are nomologically possible. That's what you're not getting. You tried to do a little woohoo switcheroo and hoping
No,
because you
no
think I'm
so
stupid,
this
I
is the
wouldn't
case.
notice.
Is it Sean? Is it the case that something could be logically possible and not nomenologically possible? Is that the case?
Correct. No,
Okay.
no.
Is it the case that
Everything that
something?
is logically possible, everything that's logically possible is also nomologically. No, I'm sorry, wrong way around. Everything that's
yeah, yeah,
nomologically. I misspoke.
yeah.
I've got to
Everything
go.
that's nomenologically possible is logically possible. That's my whole point.
Excuse me, can we stop stuttering and can we stop with the meta and rhetoric? Please,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Yes. So everything that is nomologically possible is also logically possible, but it's not the case that everything is logically possible is nomologically possible. What you said is it's nomologically possible for God to have created the universe because it's logically possible. Being logically
Wait.
possible does not mean it's nomologically possible. Your performative little nervous laugh won't get you around this.
Wait. I'm not.
It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. It's not nomologically possible. So something being logically possible doesn't mean it's nomologically possible. What is your argument that it's nomologically possible for God to have created
So
matter
you're
and energy?
saying so
That's what
so that would
question.
mean that yeah, so that would mean that logical possibilities are governed by nomenological possibilities.
No, I didn't say that. So
Okay, so
something
then
has to
how
be
would
something. Yeah.
logical
Sorry.
possibilities only
In
grounded in
part.
mathematics.
All of
No,
this is
in
governed by
part.
the physics of reality, though.
It's necessary for
wait
something
here?
to
Oh,
be
I have agree. I have
nomological.
agree.
For something to be. Do you agree? Do you agree that everything that is logically possible is not necessarily nomologically possible? Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I keep
Can
getting
you answer the
muted, so
question?
I asked. Could you say that again?
Okay. Do you agree? I'm going to calm down, but just don't talk over me. Do you agree that
Yeah, go ahead.
everything that is logically possible is not necessarily nomologically possible?
I disagree with that. Everything that's
Okay,
logically possible
okay,
is necessarily nomenologically possible.
okay. So basically,
And that
you have no
wait, let me
distinction
finish.
between
Sean,
no. Well, I have two
Let me
questions
finish real
for you.
quick.
I Go
Let me
ahead.
finish. Because, for example, like Michael was saying, he was saying it's incorrect to say it's logically impossible for God to create energy and refer to a
Okay,
nomenological truth.
okay. So he just said it doesn't. There's no contradictions there. So I have two questions for you. Question one, is it logically possible for me to jump to the moon? Question two,
Yes.
is it nomologically possible for me to jump to the moon?
Each answer
Yes,
is
it's
different, by the
logically
way.
Well,
possible.
Okay, so is it nomologically possible for me to jump to the moon? Yes
Oh
or
yes,
no?
sorry. No. Okay, I had it reversed. You are correct, Sean. You are correct. Yes.
Okay. So
So
when you said it's nomologically possible for God to have created the universe, because it's logically possible, that was wrong. That was faulty reasoning, right?
Category yes.
hold on, I'm trying to put this in my head.
Okay. Yeah, so we've established logical possibility doesn't mean it's nomologically possible.
It's almost like logic is bound by physics. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
like
I
that
mean,
thing we've been saying
So
for goddamn
okay,
forever. Fuck.
yeah. So something doesn't automatically become nomologically possible just because there's no contradictions, i.e., it's logically possible. So is it nomologically possible for God to have created the
And
universe?
what I said to you was it not being well, I don't know how it wouldn't be nomonologically possible for God to create the universe. Why would that
Well,
be the case?
Can he create energy nomologically?
Yes.
Demonstrate that.
Wait, what do you mean not?
Then that means he
then you
created.
just disagreed.
Wait,
Then
hang
you
on.
just disagreed with the
Wait a
law
minute.
of
Hang on. Wait.
Listen.
Okay, now
Everyone,
God
wait.
is not
This is God of the gaps.
God is.
If
No,
you're
it's not God of the gaps. God is not governed.
Did God create energy?
3Y, you've clearly
God is not governed by our
blunder.
physical laws.
You've made a blunder and you're smart enough to realize
yeah,
it. You've made a blunder and you're smart enough to realize it.
Yeah. Did you say that God created energy, 3Y?
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
That's God of the gaps, 3Y. And if you knew anything about the hot dense state,
I'm saying obviously.
3Y, that's God of the gaps. You just walked
I would
yourself
believe
into
that
it.
as a theist. As a theist, I would obviously believe
Oh
that.
no!
Wait. Hold on, guys. I want to circle.
Hold up. I think we can demonstrate something for him really easily here, right? So logical possibility is quite weak. It's just arithmetic, right? So I'm going to give you two statements, right? And they're both logically possible. It's logically possible that God is the explanation for reality. It's also logically possible that God isn't the necessary explanation for reality.
I would disagree with that.
Both of these statements contain no internal contradiction.
They do.
That is all that is like
semantically they wouldn't. Semantically they wouldn't. But the truth value of it is a mathematical statement. The proposition itself would. The proposition would. It would contain contradictions.
All right.
Well, that's what logical possibility is, you ding dong.
Damn, we're just gonna like.
What? I want to circle back to your.
If it creates contradictions, it's logically impossible.
You have your own contradiction. You agreed that you agreed that the law of conservation says that you agree with the law of contradiction that matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. So, all right, you agree matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. No, I'm going to finish this. You agreed that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and then you said God created matter and energy.
Yeah, listen. Logical laws are not governed. Hold on. Listen. Logical law. Okay. Yep. You guys get it all out, and then I'll respond.
That was clean as fuck.
If it violates a law of physics, it's nomologically. By definition, if something violates the laws of physics, it is by definition nomologically impossible.
Listen, logical laws are not governed by nomonological laws. Would you agree?
Logical laws are not governed by correct.
Okay. Wait, give me an example of a nomological law.
The first law of thermodynamics.
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. Okay, there we go.
The first law of thermodynamics is not a logical law.
No, I said nomological law.
Physical.
I said nomological.
We'll just use physical instead of nomonological. Let's just use physical.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, the thing is, logic is grounded by
Let me ask two questions. Let me ask two questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Are logical laws governed by physical laws?
They're grounded by physics. Yes,
that's just not true, because you admitted that yourself when you said there's no analytic contradiction with saying God can create energy. So that wouldn't be the case.
I meant that. Sorry. Wait, did you say? I must have misheard you. Did you say nomological laws or logical laws?
I'm using logical and physical.
Okay, sorry. I thought you said nomological laws.
Logical possibility isn't sound truth, though.
Our logical. Listen. Logical laws governed by physical laws. Michael, do you want to answer that as well?
Wait, sorry, could you say that again? And
Are logical laws governed by physical laws?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay.
Logical
Our physical laws. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Our physical laws governed by logical laws.
Yes, they
No.
well I will say yes, but there's a caveat there.
What's the caveat?
What the caveat is that not everything that is logically possible is physically possible. All things that are physically possible.
Hold on, Sean. Let's go back.
Hold on. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. I don't know why you're afraid to let me speak.
Yeah,
all
Sean,
things, all things that are physically possible are also logically possible.
Yes.
Not all things that are logically possible are physically possible. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon, but we all agree that's fucking impossible.
How many times do we have to go over that? Holy shit!
He's not capable of honesty.
You're trying to smuggle in by saying governed
Host,
by.
I've been trying to be honest.
No, you haven't.
No,
I'm not.
Remember at the beginning of our
Can we let
conversation when I
guest
changed my mind?
Can we let the guest finish talking, please?
Host, there might be something.
An explanation.
Listen, there might be
Just
something
give him
that
a
I'm
sec- just give him a
missing,
second,
right? But
give
I'm
him a
not being dishonest. I'm not being dishonest.
Okay.
I might be missing something. I'm not
I'll
being
give you a
dishonest.
concrete. Listen, I'll give you a concrete something we can move on. Nomologically
Michael,
possible. Once
wait.
again, what's nomologically possible is only possible if a physical law allows for it. If it violates physical law, it cannot be nomologically possible. But what is logically possible isn't necessarily physically possible. What is physically possible is logically possible. There you go. Finish up.
Yes. So logical actions would not be governed by physics.
Like what's logically possible isn't necessarily physically possible.
The possibility.
So actual.
You're doing
Michael,
category
Michael,
errors
Michael.
again. You're
Like,
comparing
for example,
possibility to actually true.
I can give you a really good example. I could logically conceive of a human being being the size of Earth, but physically that's impossible because our spine would crush us into like a small finite piece. So I can logically conceive of it. Doesn't mean it's physically possible though. That's an example for you. I can even logically conceive. I can logically conceive of a particle like an electron.
Wait, why is it
exceeding the speed
physically
of light.
impossible?
It's physically
Why is it
impossible.
physically
It's physically
impossible?
impossible because your own exoskeleton would crush you into like a.
What if your exoskeleton is? What if your exoskeleton is strong enough to?
Our genetic.
That's why it's meaningless. These conversations are.
And also, our genetic code does not allow for that. The physical the physical laws of nature or what have you prevents us from possibly growing to be the size of Earth.
Notice how we're no longer talking about God creating shit, creating energy.
This is my whole point, though.
Hold up, I have a clarifying question.
God is not governed by physical laws. He's not governed by.
That's special pleading.
Massive special plea.
It's not
special pleading.
You're appealing to
massive special pleading. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not special
question here.
Could we all
100%
just please?
No,
Can we
hold
all
up, hold up.
again? Can we let the guest talk? We're like all over the place here.
I know, but I have a clarifying question that's important.
Before you answer,
you guys all do
I
at the same time.
I know,
You
but
guys
this is
all have
important for
clarifying
this
questions at the
okay,
same
fine.
time.
Okay, fine. Can you ask your clarifying question? Then he can respond to this. Because we're not letting him talk, and there's no point in hosting this. We're not letting people talk. So please go ahead.
Okay, so 3Y, are you affirming, right, that logical possibility entails nomological possibility?
Am I arguing that logical possibility entails nominal logical possibility?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the thing itself is not governed by nominal logical laws and it's only governed by logical laws, then it could do something physical because it's not governed by physical laws.
Like, for example, I can give you an example. I can conceive logically of an electron exceeding the speed of light. But as our current understanding of relativity physics, it's literally impossible. It's nomologically impossible, right?
It's
Do you
not.
understand
Yeah,
the
it's physically
distinction we're
impossible.
making? So do you understand the distinction we're making here?
Would my concept of God be bound by physical laws, Michael?
Your concept of God will be bound by logical laws.
Sean,
you're getting
I asked
around.
Michael,
You're getting around.
can I?
Yeah, he answered. You're
No,
appealing
I didn't
to
hear
magic
him because you talked
literal
as soon as he
fucking
was
magic.
answering.
Sean,
You
sorry,
talked as
give me-
soon as he was
Wait,
answering.
Sean, please just respond after I'm finished. Your God would be bound by logical laws.
Not physical laws, correct?
If he has a physical body, he is bound by physical laws. If he doesn't have
Yeah,
physical
he
body,
doesn't.
he's not
Yeah.
bound by physical laws.
So could God right now, say my God existed, right? Could he move me from here to there?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So he's not bound by our physical laws, right? He can move me from, but he can't but he
he's
can't
bound by
interact.
time, though. But yes, he's bound by time.
He's not.
Though,
Well, I would say he's outside of time, but that's separate. That's
well, the
something
thing
totally
is, if
separate.
he can
do you want to hold
initiate
to that?
change, if he's initiate,
Oh my
if he can,
god!
okay, here's the
Oh
problem.
my
Bro.
god!
If he is not bound by time, if he cannot initiate any change, if he's
That's
not in
not
some
true
sort of
because the change
temporal
is on the
medium,
part of the change is on the part of me. It's not on the part of God.
it
Oh,
is on the part
Special
of God.
pleading.
No,
well,
it's
It
again,
not
is on the
special
part of God.
pleading by
Wait,
necessity
so
because
Yes,
God
it
interacts.
is.
He
wait,
can't
now I have a
change.
very important question. Does that mean all of God's
All right,
actions are eternal?
yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, no, you do.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can have a primary and secondary act. That's fine. But anyways,
You can go.
He's a
Go.
yeah. What I was trying to tell him is he's literally appealing to literal magic. I'm not being hyperbolic. Fucking magic. Merriam-Webster, the use of means such as charms or spells believed to have supernatural power over natural forces. He's literally appealing to fucking magic.
I don't get how something that can initiate temporal change isn't itself bound by a temporal medium. I don't get it.
Well,
He's
Well,
hiding
it's
behind
just God.
metaphysics. He's just hiding behind metaphysics.
Metaphysics would disagree with him. Yazalama, metaphysics would show that he's like lying or equivocating. But anyway.
So difficult.
No, wait a
I
minute.
did
The
have a
Catholic
follow-up for him.
lying? That's not possible.
Oh,
You never do
wow.
that. No Catholic has ever lied.
You know, do you know that guy named Planet Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him before. He says that Eastern Orthodox Christians are known for being like renowned precepts.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true?
Well, he wasn't. I mean, he wasn't Orthodox. He was Catholic. But like Catholics and like Ortho Bros, all of them will.
Aquinas was wrong.
They're
3.
scared of the
Sorry
science.
to tell you,
so
bro.
Go ahead, sorry, run
they,
again.
no, you're good. They're scared of the science, so they cope with metaphysics.
Uh-huh. Metaphysics isn't even like it's just a branch of philosophy. It's not even real science. But
No, it really isn't. I doubt any of them have ever like professionally studied.
He kept
philosophy in an
appealing to
academic way.
philosophy as if epistemology doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah. Like the whole thing is if the logic stacks up, ignore like what branch of whatever. If you can logically show in a manner that we are able to understand. I don't know if any of you ever tried to read a PhD paper on like an actual peer-reviewed paper on physics or cosmology. That's some high-level shit. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even understand lot of it.
I've looked at it, but not understood it.
Yeah. So these guys have like a super high level of understanding of like math and fields of math I haven't even heard of and everything else, right? If this logically actually follows, someone could write a peer-reviewed paper falsifying that the universe had a beginning, because that does fall under the purview of cosmology, even if you're not like doing, if it's just based on basic logic. They would have figured that out by now, like themselves. But they don't do that because they can't, because it would not be accepted.
the issue I found with his argument was that he conflated again logical and nomological possibility, which we had to clarify more than once. And also, like Brother Gandalf said, when the science didn't work in his favor, he just retreated to metaphysics, as if that's
and again, I can't help but notice he got very defensive and claimed that I was being bad faith when I asked him about the hot dense state and God creating it. He admits God creates the universe. He admits that the hot dense state is necessary for the existence of said universe, for which we don't have an explanation for the hot dense state. We have no idea how it got there. But he's claiming that the only way for that to have happened, the only logical explanation, would be for God to have put it there, but it's 100% not God of the gaps. That's just me being dishonest.
Classical
Even
God
though
of the gaps.
we don't have we do not have a single idea in terms of empirics where it comes from. It is like looking into a black hole, but he's looking into the black hole and saying, oh no, God's there. That gap in your understanding, it's not a gap. It just needs a logical explanation, and God is that logical explanation. See, it's not a gap. It's not a gap, guys. I promise. It's not a gap. Please don't point out the God-sized hole that I'm filling with my God inside this gap.
You brought up a very good point. Like whenever you debate with these people, they assert that there is some. Sorry, whose noise is that?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, are you cleaning right now?
No, I was back. Like my food came.
Oh, okay. So I was saying to them.
Mute.
Yeah, thank you. So, as I was saying, the issue is that they assert that there is some contingency within any physical phenomena, and they will squirm either through metaphysics, through analytical or continental philosophy, or through science if it even works, happens to work in their favor, just to assert that this contingency is explained by something supernatural, explained by something metaphysically, ontologically independent. It doesn't make any sense at all.
No, not in the slightest.
The worst part is, by the way, what's it called? I don't know why we had to clarify that something logically possible is something that is all that doesn't necessitate nomenological possibility, because we spend half of our lives dreaming of things we know are physically impossible.
Right.
So, like, I don't get why we have to clarify that. Also, by the way, I really recommend you guys to watch. There is this like renowned debater. His name is Apollo. He's a known Muslim debater, right? He's also a Phil bro. And today, him and Dr. Blitz actually had a go at each other for an hour and 20 minutes. It was a surreal debate. You really have to watch it. It was really surreal. It eventually resulted in Dr. Blitz dropping him because he just kept wasting everybody's time. But it was fun while it lasted.
Blitz is too fucking smart.
No one can escape that guy, from Q-Top to fucking what's his name, to Kylo.kg. You ever debated Q-Top, by the way?
Q-Top, I have debated Q-Top. I actually didn't have a problem with him. It was very pre-sub, but I didn't have a problem with him as a person.
He's a flat earther.
Was he?
I debated
He
Q-Top.
genuinely believes that
wait.
Q-Top has stated on multiple panels that because the Bible states that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is therefore flat.
He's a fucking idiot.
He also
at least he's logically consistent.
He's also what? He's a genuine one.
He is also someone who doesn't have any issue when the Bible talks about stuff with underage people. Doesn't have any contention with that whatsoever.
So, whenever you debate God, he doesn't even go into the Bible. He just likes to go into meta.
I mean, he'll go to meta, don't get me wrong, if you try and debate him on the Bible. I haven't debated him. I've seen him debate other people, and it's...
He got trashed by Dr. Blitz.
Oh, yeah. No shit,
I made the mistake of debating him on his own panel, and I was very quickly shouted over, muted, and kicked.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I've never been on his, though.
I'm never going to debate Q-Top, by the way, or as I like to call him, Q-Tip. I'm never going to debate Q-Tip at all, by the way. It's never gonna be a thing. I'm like selective with who I actually choose to spend my time with, because as I've seen with Q-Tip, he's fucking embarrassing.
Thank you.
He is not a good person.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, also his raps suck.
Yeah, of course. I don't know what it is nowadays, but like rappers of this day and age just don't hit the same.
Oh, Flapper. Is Flapper wanting to debate?
Yeah.
I mean, I also think it's like genuinely fucked up that he I don't know. I don't know if he has allegations regarding underagers, but like he defends the actions. Like he does not have any issue with the actions that, like, in the Bible where it talks about taking underage.
Sort of. There was a recording of him like justifying God's impregnation of Mary at her age, and some hypothetical, and it was pretty gross.
Yeah,
it is gross. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Gotcha.
Yep. Major ick.
I hate when.
But yeah, also as a flat earther, like, dude is a complete fucking moron.
I want to see if I'm going to look for that on YouTube. Q-Top Dr. Blitz.
Yeah, you can find it. It's called Christian Sophist. Semi-sprinkler Christian Sophist gets I think it's like gets dog blitzed or some shit. I can't remember. It starts off with just look up Dr. Blitz Christian Sophist, and you'll see like a photograph of Q-Top like twiggling his fingers like he's an evil like villain. I'm not even kidding, by the way. And he has that shitty hairstyle. He has that shitty hairstyle with those fucking beads. He looks like some sort of like fake conceived Native American. It's stupid.
But it takes cojones for some of these guys to debate experts in their field about their own field. Like, you know who else did that? Is William Lane Craig against Dr. Sean Carroll. William Lane Craig was insisting the universe had to have a beginning and tried arguing the science against Dr. Carroll. He got absolutely fucking decimated and embarrassed.
We don't even have to leave TikTok for those examples, right? So you're all familiar with Russell, right?
Oh yes, or I like to call him, as I like to call him, asshole. But go ahead.
That guy
Okay,
does not like me.
So
He doesn't.
Russell on my panel confidently tried to debate Phil of Mind with two
Bro, Russell just
neuroscientists
messaged me, by
and a
the way. This
medical
is like
scientist.
crazy foreshadowing.
What the
I
fuck?
just joined and y'all are already talking about Russell.
Maybe this is like fate, but go ahead.
So basically, he was confidently trying to argue Phil of Mind with two neuroscientists and a medical doctor on my panel.
Do you have that clipped?
Do you have that clip, by the way?
Somewhere. It's on my phone that I sent away for repairs.
You
I'll
know,
have
yeah,
that in about
yeah.
a week.
It's kind of like when somebody tries to educate me on my language without even knowing how to speak the language. It's embarrassing. Like
Oh
that
yeah,
guy. Yeah.
that happened on John's live. A guy who doesn't speak Arabic told him you're misinterpreting what the
I
Quran
wish I
says.
was there. I watched the clip and I was so angry I missed it.
I mean, that
I
happens
was
like
so
once a day.
angry that I missed it. I was so angry that I missed it. My phone did not fucking ring.
No, I think you were there. I think it's while he was talking. Maybe you missed it, but I'm like, how is a guy who doesn't speak Arabic trying to tell an Arabic speaker he's misinterpreting it?
Wait, he told Ems that he was missing it, or what? Who was there?
No, you. This was
Oh,
you on
Lloyd.
John's panel.
Oh yes, Lloyd, right, yeah.
Yeah, he tried to tell you were misinterpreting the Quran, which is like you know keeps the original Arabic. You know that's the actual translation. All the shit they put in English is nonsense. Well, not all. That's being hyperbolic.
To be fair, it is every single one almost. Like there are some that are closer to the actual translation, but they are still disingenuous every time. You can ask. I believe I've watched some of M's clips when he was debating some Muslims. You'll see that there is like an arrangement of translators, and he'll show you that each and every one gets like closer and closer and closer to the actual translation. The problem is, all you need to do is just spend your years learning a language, and then you'll be able to properly read the Quran and the Hadith. But if you don't do that, then just don't bother even debating it.
Bro, I've been learning Arabic for like 4 years. I still don't understand anything. I've given up.
To be fair, I was put through, because the thing is, my mother is a native Arabic speaker. And she put me through, like, again, while I was young, she made me directly read and learn words from the Quran itself. From the Quran itself. So as in,
God,
I got
that's
the direct
insane
translation.
indoctrination.
Also, yeah, I've been forced to read it around like hundreds of times. So as in, you tell me like, if you tell me like a random chapter and a random verse, I'll be able to recite it to you word for word.
The more you read it, the less believable it becomes.
Imagine like you can imagine plotting an exponential curve of e to negative x. You can imagine me going slowly down and down and down and down and down in belief as reading it.
You would be crazy at Devil's Advocate. I think you should do lives where you do like I'm an atheist, or like why should I be Muslim? And then another life like I am Muslim, like prove Allah doesn't exist. Since you know everything, you can probably formulate arguments like that.
Also, Quran 61 says, "Sabaha lillahi ma fi al-samawati wa fi al-ardi wa huwa al-ladiyyu al-hakim," which is
wow. Ooh.
That is Quran chapter 61 verse 1. That is what Will asked for me.
Damn, he brought receipts.
Wait, 65:4?
65:4. It is that is chapter Surah Al-Talaq, verse 4.
Correct.
If I remember correctly, it says, وَلَا يَأْسْنَ مِنَ الْمَحِيدِ مِنَ النَّاسِ مِنْ إِكُمْ إِنْ ارْتَبْتُمْ فَإِذَاتُهُنَّ صَلَصَاتُ الْأَشْهُرِ وَلَا لَمْ يَهِدْنَ وَإِلَّاتُ الْأَحْمَالِ أَلَجُهُنَّ وَيَدْنَا حَمَالَهُنَّ وَيَيَّتَقِ اللَّهُ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مِنْ أَمْرِهِ يُسْرًا.
That's the one. Yeah.
That is a common one people like to bring up.
Yeah.
It's a terrible verse, by the way. Terrible.
Terrible verse.
Anyways, idealism is true.
Oh, Cody, I will find where you live. I will come directly.
Please?
Okay.
Actually, do you want to hear my favorite?
I will find your address and give it to the Jehovah's Witnesses to come visit you every day.
Oh, yeah.
Evan popped up out of nowhere.
Saints.
You know, do you want to hear my favorite Quran verse, by the way?
Yes.
This is the one that I actually like. This one is chapter Surah Al-Zumar, 39:53 it says قل يا عباد الذين أسرفوا إلى أنفسهم ولا تقنطوا من رحمة الله إن الله يغفر ذنوبهن جميعا إنه هو الغفور الرحيم, which is, all my servants who have transgressed against themselves, do not despair by the mercy of Allah. He is forgiving and He is merciful.
My
Forgiving and
servants.
merciful.
I only like it because it's like, oh, you know, if I've sinned, that I can get forgiven.
Bro, it's such a contradictory verse because merciful, the definition of mercy is to let go without any repercussion or any justice to be made. So if you sin, right, if you steal, if you do whatever, right, if he's all merciful, you will not go to hell. You will not go to Jahannam.
Gotta love contradictions.
Gotta love it.
W contradiction, bro.
You know the word. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say on the energy thing, like, so we do know that dark energy redshifts, and that we see not a creation, but a form of emergence from some field or something, right? So it's like, I'm waiting for the day where I bring up energy can't be created, energy exists, therefore it's always existed, and then someone actually says, well, actually no, in accordance with this, it seems to be that it's able to be created. I'm waiting for that to happen.
This is funny though. Have you heard of Noether's theorem, by the way?
Yeah, that's in regards to the BGV, right?
Not only the BGV. Remind me what that is again.
That's a good question. I'm looking them up right now. What'd you call it? No, it's, how do you spell
no
that?
Ether. No ether. No as in no, I refuse, and ether as in like the ether.
As in the aether, like.
Yeah. So
Tesla.
Put the no, and then put the ether, and that's what
theorem.
It is.
There it is. Yeah, they bring that up all the time. Noether's theorem.
Yeah, and this actually goes against his point earlier, because here's the thing. You don't even have to imagine a hypothetical universe to show that energy conservation is dependent on time's translation symmetry, right? Because you can just see that in our own universe, the space-time is expanding, and because the fabric of the universe is changing over time, it lacks time translation symmetry on any cosmic scale anyway. So we know that because of this, total energy isn't actually strictly conserved in an expanding universe. Because, like you mentioned, redshift would drain energy from photons as they travel.
Right.
And dark energy density remains constant even if the volume of space increases.
It does remain.
Crazy.
That's okay.
Dark energy density remains constant even if the volume of space increases. Because
that's weird.
Because there's just more dark energy. It corresponds with the volume as it expands.
So it's still conserved.
But okay, so for that to apply to the universe at large, we would have to assume a closed system or an isolated system. And there's two possible other systems, which is just open or wide open or boundless. So until that can be like rectified, that is non-applicable universally.
I thought that's what it was, that it's just we can't observe all of the global energy, which is why we can't state that it is for global.
But yeah, the thing is, the Noether's theorem, I believe, is done under the assumption that the universe is closed to some degree.
I need Chase to correct my ass. Chase.
Okay.
Yo,
Thank you,
yo,
Chase,
pause. What
Chase agreed. Chase validated me and said I'm correct. So, in a hypothetical universe, we can imagine even as it expands, dark energy density would actually remain constant because more dark energy would actually correspond with the volume of the space-time that is expanding.
But that means it's conserved.
No, dark energy density. But we're talking about, like, when I'm saying redshift, would actually drain energy from photons as they travel.
By the way, Cody, if you didn't know, dark energy comes from nothing.
Yeah. Chase, was my example like cogent enough? Did I make a mistake?
No, you were right. I was just gonna try to help clarify it. So the energy density, like dark energy density, is if you have just say some cube of space, it has an amount of dark energy. And that's a property of the volume of the space. So if you then double the volume, you double the dark energy. So as space expands, more dark energy is literally technically being created on cosmic scales.
The first law of thermodynamics for energy conservation is for local isolated systems.
What do we mean by local isolated system?
So so this is a great question, and this actually I'm going to answer your question and help with the second law of thermodynamics thing that I've definitely seen John and Sean have to deal with it a lot.
Yeah,
is where they wonder how on Earth life gets more ordered and more complex, even though it should tend towards disorder. But the isolated system is basically when you account for all the incoming and outgoing energy. So, for example, Earth is not a closed system,
right?
Because the sun gives us energy and we radiate energy back into space. But the sun, earth, space system is closed. There's nothing else coming in or going out.
So does this have nothing to do with actual energy particles?
No, there's no such thing as energy particles.
So a photon
is not a physical substance. A photon is a boson. It's a force carrier.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, this is like the biggest thing that I have a
fucking
huge
what? You're telling me we're this fucking uneducated?
Yes, physics is hard, and as much as we read about it, like you don't know what you don't know.
So
like,
a photon's not an actual thing. It just carries. I'm so sorry to cut you off.
It is a thing. It's just not energy.
A photon is an excitation.
Energy is a property of the photon.
I believe a photon is formally defined as an excitation of a. 1 second. I believe a photon is strictly defined as an excitation of an electromagnetic field.
Yes.
Right.
The fuck does that mean?
Energy is a property. Like temperature is a property.
Like I know that it's potential by literal definition, but I thought that a photon was a literal light particle that we're able to fucking shoot around.
Yeah.
It is.
Yes. So, but its energy is the Planck's constant times its frequency.
E equals HF.
Or wait, frequency.
E equals HF. Yes.
Yeah.
So a photon then would be some form of
has energy.
Yes, that is.
I believe energy was. I believe it was defined as like a quanta, like a quanta of energy.
Yeah, photon has energy. It's kind of temperature is a measure of how fast the molecules are moving. But temperature in itself isn't a thing. It's a property. It's like a calculable property. And energy is the same thing. It's like a calculation of the potential amount of work that is instantiated by a thing.
My favorite example is if you take a truck that's traveling at 60 miles per hour, it has kinetic energy of 1/2 the mass times the velocity squared. But it's not like you can grab 1/2 mass times velocity squared from the truck.
I think I'm extremely confused right now. Okay, so a photon, with what I'm understanding you're saying, is the same fucking thing with different amounts of potential or force as radiation and kinetic.
There was a lot of words there that I think didn't need to be there.
Okay. Because kinetic is heat, right?
Kinetic usually just means moving. It can kind of vary a little bit.
Which causes heat. So, okay, so then what the fuck is heat?
Motion.
Heat is the speed of the average speed of the particles.
Thermal energy would be heat.
Thermal, sorry. So thermal is when particles fucking do this shit, but it causes a warmth.
When something's hot, its particles are moving faster than something that's cold. That's why there's a limit to how cold something can get, because the particles are frozen. So that's absolute zero. There's no, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chase, theoretical maximum temperature. Well, maybe the speed of light, maybe, but shit can just move faster and faster and faster, and that's more heat.
A photon is a particle and a wave in the EM field.
Technically, you use kinetic energy between your hands to make that thermal energy.
Okay, so
moving your hands.
Yes.
You know?
So all these forms of quote unquote energy.
To be fair,
but thermal was a byproduct of the kinetic.
To be fair, just a second. I'll be very careful with trying to assign a photon a wavelength, because wavelengths usually correspond with momentum, and something without mass cannot have momentum. So.
Well, I'm trying to comprehend.
Unless Chase, am I wrong by the way? Chase, am I wrong by the way?
You have wavelengths of photons even without having. So momentum and energy actually become equal in quantum field theory when you start using natural units.
So-
Like I said, this is why, by the way, and I know we're having the conversation here because we're just discussing it. When I do pop science communication, or even when I like join debate streams, I try not to get into quantum field theory because it's so goddamn hard.
Well, now you're making me want to fucking study it because this is cool as shit.
It's really cool.
Yeah, do you guys like any heat? Heat is just a measure of how fast the molecules are moving.
Okay, and then
like
a photon is a particle doing.
So at its most accurate, technically there isn't wave particle duality. That's a little bit outdated. That's from quantum mechanics. In quantum field theory, it is a wave, and then it can get excited via entanglement and look particle-like, but it's really just a particle.
Isn't entanglement what we
really
do
all
to it, where we take one particle and we basically clone the bitch?
I think actually the excitement and the entanglement is something we need to measure in joules. Like, how many joules of kinetic energy did it take Jesus to wash those feet? And then was there like a thermal blast from the disciples?
That's ball reference knowledge, dude. Ball knowledge right there. To wash the feet. God, that's good. That's so good.
I had to go there. I'm
That's
sorry.
so good. I'm impressed as fuck by that reference.
What's actually really interesting, Sean asked a question and I don't know the answer to it. If there's a maximum temperature, I want to look that up. I don't.
Yeah, so
see why there would be.
I would assume, like, as a layperson, and obviously I could be way fucking wrong, but I would think the hottest something can get would be technically like just under the speed of light. The molecules moving just under the speed of light because they have mass. What do you think, Chase?
I still. I see what you're saying, and it looks like what you're getting at there is Planck temperature. Oh yeah, and then in string theory we have Hagedorn temperature, but that's you can't. I'm trying not to teach anything from string theory because we don't know if it's right or not.
Right.
But it looks like it's for complicated reasons from what I'm seeing. We would actually need a theory of quantum gravity to see if there was a Planck temperature, or there is a Planck temperature, but to see if that was a practical limit.
Yeah, because basically what I'm thinking, if nothing with mass can accelerate to the speed of light, that the speed of light would be also the cosmic temperature limit, because atoms and molecules, like particles with mass, cannot move at the speed of light. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, it's such an interesting question. I've never thought about it. I've only, we just not take for granted, but we all learn about absolute zero. But
right,
I've never
and
thought
like
about it the other way.
yeah, like if there's a cosmic temperature limit, I would imagine if there is, whatever it is fucking insanely hot.
I'm taking a search around right now just to see if.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you were like exposed to absolute zero for like a tenth of a second, if it would like fuck you up. Sorry, I think about dumb stuff too.
But a photon is still.
Oh,
your mind's still blown.
Well, I'm trying to comprehend it. You guys are like moving on, and I'm over here like a kid that just learned that the color green is the color green.
What did you look up, Chase?
It was saying that even though the speed plateaus, energy doesn't. So instead of moving faster, the extra energy injected into the system goes into increasing relativistic momentum and kinetic energy. So it wouldn't cap it.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking.
See, no, kinetic energy.
I barely understood that.
Basically, the extra energy doesn't just keep going to speed; it starts going to other quantities, so to increase the energy.
So when you calculate the circle of the MD5 hash, it's going to give you the radius of the whatever.
What's the temperature that happens? I bet it's like scientific notation, like something times 10 to the nth power or some shit.
Brent, Chase corrected that, and Chase is a almost PhD theoretical physicist, and that's not necessarily true. That's why I'm not responding to it. Okay, Chase, Brent in my YouTube chat is still sitting on this, so if you could explain it. He said, Cody, a photon is both a particle and excitation or wave in the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yes, so we say that in quantum mechanics, because it really looked like whenever they did the double slit experiment, that it was behaving like a wave and then behaving like a particle, which is technically true, behaving like a particle. But if you were to define wave as like a smooth, continuous mathematical field spread across space, the underlying field is always there, and the photon's quantum state propagates according to wave equations. So, but it is quantized. So quantized just means it's not like further indivisible. So when you measure a photon, the field interacts at like a specific localized point. It doesn't hit the detector like a little hard marble. The field spread out instantly deposits its entire packet into that single spot, and it looks like a particle. Which is, again, why I tried to touch QFT in pop science.
Interesting.
Because we usually just teach quantum mechanics. And then quantum field theory, there's some little subtle changes in there, but then everybody's heard more about quantum mechanics and quantum field theory. So
all I'm hearing is in the absolute most reduced way possible, all that exists is a field and the energy that comes and emerges from the field, and we are that energy and particles and matter observing itself.
I mean, that's a way you could put it. But yeah, I would say the most accurate way that we know how to describe physics is through quantum fields. It's so far accurate to like 1 part in 10 billion. So by far the most predictively accurate theory humans have ever come up with. So we but it's very complicated. So quantum field theory, another thing that's interesting about it is there isn't like quantum field theory, like one thing. Quantum field theory is a mathematical framework, and you make quantum field theories from them, and then the one that we have for our universe is the standard model.
My smell is a quantum sense. Now I can actually smell the vibration of the strings. String theory confirmed.
Exists and does not exist at the same time.
There you go.
Isn't
It's like
quantum
Jesus.
isn't like actual physical, right? It's just mathematics to try and make sense of what we can't see.
Schrodinger's Jesus.
It's like Mika Schrodinger's ends.
Schrodinger's feet washing. Oh no.
I love that your mind keeps going back to that so much.
I can't help myself.
I mean, he did get nailed by a bunch of Romans and has been coming for 2,000 years, so.
Oh, Chase, here's a question for you. Is there anything in physics or in the physical world that is demonstrably uncaused?
Oh, I love this question. Yes. So I was thinking about bringing this up before people say like everything that exists has a cause or everything has to have a cause. So
Yeah.
when you have uranium, which decays into thorium and alpha particles, I think, which are helium nuclei, I'm pretty sure.
And over 4.5 billion years lead.
Yes. So you have it decays according to this probabilistic equation. So if you have a chunk of uranium, in the first millisecond of one particle could decay. And it will take up to 4.5 billion years, for, if that's the half-life, then half of it to decay. So there's actually no selection or causal mechanism for making it do that. It just does it. And you can't say like this one will do it 10 seconds from now because There isn't like this cause that happens that makes it do that.
And it's
No
probabilistic
cause?
in a very predictive fashion, right?
How is there not a cause
Yes.
for an action like that?
Yeah. So now here's an important question, and I know Evidence First will like this one. How can one distinguish between something doesn't have a cause and something
So in the example that I gave, we use what's called the Bell inequalities. And so what happened was actually originally people thought there would be these hidden variables that were causing a certain one to go at a certain time. And then whenever they checked Bell's inequalities, which at this point I'm pretty sure have been definitively empirically shown, when they checked Bell's inequalities, it turns out that there was no underlying hidden variables, so you could not they ruled out underlying causes.
There's so much going on at the micro level. Holy shit.
And the thing that decays, those are referred to as isotopes, right?
Isotopes are different numbers of neutrons, same number of
Okay.
protons. So like carbon-12 and carbon-14.
Okay. An isotope is an atom
protons.
with a different number of neutrons and protons. Is that what you said?
I let me double check. That is more of a chemistry or material science thing, but it could be different numbers of protons as well.
Yeah. What is the thing that decays?
Isotopes have the same number of protons but different number of neutrons. I was right the first time.
Okay.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Who has science questions? I love this shit.
I've got a billion. I'm still stuck on fucking photons and what a photon is. You guys moved on so fucking fast.
Biology.
Like, a photon is still a goddamn particle, correct?
Yeah, I think. No, particle physics.
Oh, here's one.
There we go. For all intents and purposes, treat photons as particles. It will make you feel better.
Can the particle be created? You fucking dick!
So here's what happens.
Son of a bitch!
So you can smash particles together, right? And by giving them a speed, you give them a kinetic energy. This energy that goes into the particles is the budget of the system, right? If these two particles collide, like let's say an electron and positron, and they release two photons, those photons are technically created in the way that you would like look at this from
It's
a
an
regular
emergence
thing that we're talking about. What it really is that it's the same amount of energy fluctuating in the quantum field. It's just as photons now rather than electrons and positrons.
Oh,
right, so
is
it's
that
just transferring.
why they say, yeah, transferring from one? We're talking about the law of conservation. One thing transfers to another. So there was no creation. There was a creation event, but but still maintaining the, I don't know what you would call it, budget or the.
Yeah, it's energy, but I like the word budget because it removes this idea that energy is like a physical substance that exists.
What do you mean it's not? Is a photon not physical?
A photon is not energy. It has energy.
I'm gonna fucking self-control alt delete, dude.
and a photon has no mass, right?
It has no mass. And everything with no mass travels at the speed of light. So like gluons also travel at the speed of light.
Yeah, I have a question on that. So with time dilation, if you could, in theory, obviously you couldn't, put your consciousness and see around you, whatever, from the perspective of a photon, time would drop to like infinite, right? Like basically you would just teleport to your ultimate destination, right?
How is it not physical?
From your perspective?
Only if you were in the gravity well of a black hole.
Well, with time dilation, the faster you go, the closer you get to the speed of light, the more time slows down for you relative to things around you. That's an infinite effect at the speed of light, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Chase?
Oh, I was talking into a muted mic. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
From your perspective, if you're traveling at the speed of light, time dilation reaches its theoretical limit, time stops. You would teleport instantly from your perspective.
That's fucking wild. Now here, check this out, Chase.
How the fuck is that possible?
Dude, I'm telling you, quantum. That's why I love
What the fuck?
Quantum. That's why I love quantum mechanics, because it's fucking wild. So now this is something I thought about, Chase. What if you travel at the speed of light? Let's say the universe is infinite in size, there's no end, and you travel at the speed of light in a direction to where you will never land on something. Where do you go? Because you basically teleport to where? You're muted.
Oh my god, I try to mute so I don't do background noise because
No, it's all good.
I pace because I get nervous on these things. So I mute so that I don't make all this background noise. I know I'm the shy.
Dude, you're awesome. You don't have to be nervous. Like on John's show, we love you, man. You're good.
I really appreciate it. But it was like just talking in front of a bunch of people. I spend all my time in my office on chalkboards and computers. So when I know I'm talking to people, I'm walking around my house and office everywhere. And it's really funny because I had one guy like, okay, so you can read Chat GPT. I'm like, no, I'd have to be carrying my computer around the house.
Someone accused you of Chat GPT? Fucking dicks.
Yeah,
but yeah, so
like pretty easy questions.
What if you're traveling at the speed of light, so you teleport, quote unquote, to your destination from your perspective? But what if you travel infinitely in one direction as a photon? What is life like from your perspective? What happens?
So this is interesting. You would not teleport anywhere because your journey has a beginning, but it doesn't have an end.
Right. So what happens to you?
So for
just cease.
Outside of you, obviously clocks tick normally. Space expands around you. Your wavelength will stretch longer, cooling your energy down towards absolute zero, but you still keep moving infinitely through space. So you don't arrive anywhere. You're basically trapped in an instant of time. You don't experience an eternal passage of time.
I fucking love it.
Frozen at the millisecond that you became a photon.
That's fucking nuts. That's also terrifying.
What if you experience time dilationception, like time dilation within time dilation?
That would be wild. I don't know how that would work.
Well, you'd have to be traveling to that photon just as it gets caught in the accretion disk of a black hole.
Yeah, I think we would just use linearity and add the time dilation effects with the gamma factor to keep speed of light stuff well behaved.
So much time dilation.
But so here's one of my favorite things, by the way, and I use this.
Your government stalking me today.
What's up?
Your government stalking me today.
The government?
Yeah. Yes. No.
Bro,
Yes.
fucking what?
They might
like
be.
They
could be in your walls.
Say what?
They could be in your walls.
But I don't know.
They could be in your what?
They're watching you right now, Star. They're in your walls.
The government could be in your walls.
You need to make the big order for the Busak noodle.
Yeah. How would you say God don't exist? Why you say that?
We were just having a lovely conversation.
Yeah, yes. Y'all some Satanists or something?
Yes.
No, I'm a Western Orthodox.
You say that, yeah.
Like,
All right.
What was it, like the card, whatever? Yeah, like the certificate.
Why the fuck your government stalking me then? Or they ready to go to war?
Because you're a special boy.
They might just be too shy to say hello.
No. Hey.
Anyway, that's enough of that. Welcome again. Hello.
Come on, we had a paying customer.
Paying customer. He just wanted his feet washed.
So,
Yeah,
the
he
weather
did.
biologist, are you a friendly?
Oh, sorry, Chase. Is B theory of time actual? I don't know shit about it. I've been meaning to read up on it. Is that actual science or is that philosophy?
It has evidence in relativity, and so this is actually what I was about to talk about before the government guy came in with his stalkers. So this is I have my favorite way to explain this because you have to have some way when you're teaching like heavy
Yeah.
mathematical concepts to keep students off their phone.
Yeah.
So even in class, even in
Sorry, that was funny.
thank you. Even in classrooms, I teach it like this.
Students of the phone.
It's one of my favorites. So, if there is no B theory of time, you're going to have to explain this one thing to me. So, we have this equation for time dilation, and the way that I'm going to explain it to you, first, I want you to imagine just to wrap your head around the end result later. So, we're going to do like a little foreshadowing. If you take a laser and you point it at the moon,
Yeah.
right, and you move it just a couple of degrees, it moves hundreds of miles on the moon because it's so far.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, so let's take the equations of special relativity and let's take two people, Alice and Bob, which I'm going to give a little side note here. It took me forever. I was always wondering why in special relativity they always do Alice and Bob, but it's because it's just person A and person B.
Yeah.
It took me an embarrassingly long time to realize.
But
nice.
It wasn't until I was teaching it to someone and I was like, let's say we have person A and person B. And then in my head, I was like, let's just call them Alice and Bob. That's how I learned it. And I was like, oh my God, that's why I was talking like that.
Nice.
So Alice and Bob are walking towards each other. So let's say 1 meter per second or about 3 miles per hour. So they're just walking towards each other.
Yeah.
If you were to look at the Andromeda galaxy, okay, let's say that there's some aliens. I like to explain this because it's just more fun. Some aliens in the Andromeda galaxy are planning on either invading or not invading some other civilization. So they're talking about it, they're debating it with their generals.
Mm-hmm.
Alice is walking, let's call her the positive direction, and let's say Bob is walking the negative direction because they're walking in opposite. You can decide whichever way you want, the math is the same.
Yeah.
So they experience time. The way that we work is we do delta t prime, so Bob's time minus Alice's time, and you get 2 times the velocity times the distance divided by the speed of light squared. So the velocity we chose to be 1 meter per second. The distance we chose to be 2.5 times 10 to the 6 light years, which is Andromeda galaxy. Just by walking at each other, just walking, their plane of simultaneity goes to the Andromeda galaxy about 8 days apart. So it's possible that Alice is watching them plan the attack or even saying, we may attack, we may not. And Bob is watching the attack happen 8 days later. If there's an A theory of time, you would need to explain to me whose now is real. Because their nows are 2 different things 8 days apart in another galaxy.
And to me, that almost that defies logic because the light, if you want to call them photons or whatever, are reaching both of them at the same time.
Yes, it's the time dilation, moving that tiny little angle of them walking. That's why I start with the laser.
That doesn't make fucking sense.
I think I think a better example is this, right? So
it's quantum
Chase, by
mechanics,
the way,
it's not
correct?
physics.
Chase, by the way, I want you to ensure that my example is still analogous, but you've obviously seen like photographs, I mean videos of the Earth orbiting the sun, right?
Yeah.
Right. So to you,
all
it just looks like
CGI.
to the screen, to the screen, it looks like it's only like a couple of pixels moving, right? But in reality, during that 365-day period, it's actually moving hundreds of thousands of miles around the sun.
Yeah, of
But to
course.
you, it just appears like a few pixels.
Yeah, because something far away looks like it's physically moving smaller.
It's
but
the same. It's the same way here. Like
no,
for
I
you,
get that,
yeah.
but the thing that blows my mind where it doesn't make sense is, as far as I see it, like something is happening on a star, right? And then the light emulates that shows, so to speak, when that light enters someone's pupils, that shows what was happening at that moment. Well, the light that's reaching both Sarah and Bob is from the same event, like moment.
I can help. I can help with this.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You're just
Of course, yeah,
backwards on the inertial reference frame. So we take Alice's frame to be with Alice's motion and Bob's frame to be with Bob's motion. So the light, where the light comes from the source, isn't what would change it. It would be their speed relative to each other. So like the best way to think of special relativity is in terms, actually even physics. It's really nice to go back to the basics of rulers, clocks, protractors, and scales. Your rulers, let's say it starts at your nose, right?
Yeah.
If you take off running, let's say your nose is the 0.000. If you take off running, your nose stays 000, but the world around you moves backwards relative to you.
So then what the fuck is time?
Time is the measure of the ticks of the clock in this like highly generalized scenario.
Like according to all of this, it seems almost like the only reason that we observe anything that we can call time is just due to sight or the reflection of light on our cornea, and all moments in time are exactly the same. We only witness one type of time because of our corneas forming the way that they form.
Yeah, that's the B theory of time, is that all of the time
so
exists.
now that just posits that hypothetically we could observe events in the past happening right
literally
now.
That's trivially true.
Like,
if you go 80, if you teleport 80 light years away, and then powerful enough telescope, you can watch World War II playing out.
Apparently, yeah, because like you can imagine every event is like, in terms of strictly like photons. So if you travel like far away enough that those photons haven't traveled yet, you could just observe that event actually happening.
Yeah, of course.
There could be aliens 4 billion light years away that are super excited because they just found the first protocells on Earth.
And they don't know that, hey guys, you're a little bit late to the party.
Yeah.
They know that they
No,
don't know that
logic
they're a
would
little bit late to the
dictate that
party.
they do know that
They don't
it's-
know that they're a little bit late to the party though.
No, they would know if they observed the first cells on Earth. Like if they have the technology to observe that from that far away, they would know. Like,
yeah, I can give that. I'll just give a fun example.
Okay, philosophical inquiry. If all moments in time are the same, depending on your relative observation, velocity, couldn't intuition be some future moment or past moment that is currently happening, kind of like you knowing the future or the past?
Actually, I want to answer that. I actually have a very good answer for that. So, I can't remember his name, but there was this person who wrote a paper on how the B theory of time. He actually provided a concrete proof of the B theory of time. It's still contentiously debated though. But what he argued is that the past, present, and future are just simultaneously existing within the present. So as in whatever is left of the past, exists in the present, and what initiates a potential future exists in the present too.
Which makes the law of attraction objectively true. Subjectively.
So he argued that intuition would actually just be your mind subconsciously arranging a potential future to make a predictive outcome on what the actual future could be, using the variables of what the future in the current actually is expressed as.
So there's like communication, past, present, future.
Not necessarily communication, but like arrangements by your subconscious, like investigating possibilities within the remnants of the future, quote unquote future, existing within the present.
So like to some degree, if you're someone that's going to be super rich in the future, you could have that quote unquote remnant or whatever communicating quote unquote to the present to have a subconscious desire for XYZ to cause said future.
I don't think the desire is subconscious, but I think that what's arranging this potential future is purely subconscious. Because intuition is, again, purely subconscious.
And then idealism becomes true. Son of a fucking bitch.
Well,
how does idealism become true?
If it makes you feel better, I can already poke a hole in it. Even though it may exist, that does not make it accessible. So, for example, there are things that happened that are outside of your past light cone, and you're outside of their past light cone, and you'll never observe them. So
but you still have the intuition and the subconscious experience.
You can have intuition and subconscious experience, but the future cannot access the past.
You also have epistemic access of whatever in the present is could possibly initiate a future. Like what I'm saying is in principle that you have initial conditions and boundary configurations that exist within the present that have the capacity to initiate a probable future, and that is epistemically accessible.
Yes. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I agree with you, but I don't think that's what my point was. My point is that
No, I was
what could
separating what you
ahead.
said from what Cody said. I was agreeing with
Okay,
you,
thank
but
you.
getting
Thank
rid
you.
of the
Like,
idealism conclusion.
thank you. But
Oh,
I'm
I see what
that
you're saying. Okay.
whatever is probable, a probable future, the boundary configurations necessary for that probable future exist within the present. So that's the concrete proof that of his B theory, even though it's not it doesn't follow the formal definition though. But yeah.
Oh, Nefesh, Oxford Dictionary says you're an idiot.
Can I ask a question if you guys don't mind?
As long as you rub my feet.
or wash mine.
Okay. In all
So
seriousness, answer the question. Go ahead, Erica Cook.
The question is it if it's theoretically possible to, in the present, view the past because the photons haven't traveled that far, or whatever the case is, and the theory of time, is it possible, if the future already exists somewhere, is it possible to remember that future if you technically already
Well, no,
experienced
you
it?
can't store a memory of something that never happened. But go ahead, Chase.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the same thing. It's unacceptable, or inaccessible.
Like for something to be accessible, it's either has to be either a current experience that you're undergoing or that an experience you've already undergone.
Okay. And so my follow-up question to that is, if somebody was experiencing the ability to remember things that, though, let's say for instance, let's take yesterday for example. I was on John's live with Sean, and I was giving them kind of the breakdown of what I experienced, and we ended up finishing the call. Obviously, I have no scientific evidence to show to anybody or prove to anybody my experience. It was more so just kind of talking to them about what it is that I experienced. He was talking to another guest. He already had a guest on the live. And I was thinking to myself, again, if time B exists and the future exists, if the past, present, and future all exist at the same time, then technically I will continue watching the rest of the live. And if I'm going to watch the rest of the live, then I have already watched it somewhere. The future exists somewhere, so I have already watched it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a number line.
Yeah, exactly. So let me finish. So if I'm thinking, I was sitting there in the van thinking, okay, if it does exist and I believe what I believe and I experience what I experience, then I should have already seen the rest of this live, which I should be able to remember the next guest's name. He kept talking to the guest that he was currently speaking with. They finished up and he was reading chat donations. He didn't have another guest come up, but he was reading chat donations. I had typed a name down at 11:07 when I was, I guess, quote unquote, trying to access the future, or trying to access what, in my opinion, has already happened, which would have been the rest of John's live. I typed it down at 11:07 and I screenshotted it. I typed down the name Steve. At 11:30, John was reading his chats. I thought it would have been another guest because I remembered hearing John thank somebody named Steve. And so I thought what I'm remembering is the next guest's name. But I was wrong. I didn't have enough context. What I actually remembered was John thanking the chat donation, and the chat donation's name was Steve. And that happened at 11:30. And so what I thought is exactly what happened. If time B exists, then I would have already somewhere watched the rest of John's live and seen the content, which means I would have seen the names of whoever pops up. And so I typed it at 11:07 and I saw it at 11:30.
What you're saying is just categorically wrong. That's why I tried to stop you early before you kept building more off of the initially wrong idea. So the B theory of time changes the ontological status of the past, meaning it's real, but it does not change the local laws of physics, entropy, or brain biology. So the block universe is not a physical landscape you can look back across or walk through. If the past exists So let's take a human brain with a coordinate at time t equals August 21st of 2026 at 2:36. You only have access to physical data available at that exact coordinate. You can't see the past because somewhere else light and information travel along a specific path through space-time. You can't look across the 4D block. You're embedded inside a slice of it. So you don't have access to future slices of time upon which you can then recall backwards to the future.
What's the name of the next guest that will come up in the guest box?
I can't, again, like I said yesterday, I don't have any control over it necessarily. It happens outside of my control. But Sean, can you agree that the screenshot I sent you is a note that I typed at 11:07 and I screenshotted it at 11:07? And the chat donation, you were there when he read it, and when I jumped back on and asked him to confirm, what's the name of the person, Steve?
I didn't look into it or anything like that.
Well, it's in your DMs. You're happy. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm happy to have a conversation with you outside of this if you want to go through it. But I did.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Type
later.
that, screenshot it, and it did come up.
You also got to remember, like, so I'm not taking everything we're saying as literally true in our objective reality. Like, this is kind of like philosophizing possibles. But you got to remember, Steve is an extremely fucking common name, first and foremost, and second of all, coincidence. Like,
yes, I would agree with you, but I have been testing this repeatedly, and like I told John yesterday, and like I told Sean, I have now about 25 or so like documented where.
Right. And how many failed?
I don't write down everything that I think. You know?
Okay, so then this is a terrible test.
What do you mean?
Well, first and foremost, your first one failed because you were guessing the next guest to come up. Future you would have remembered you thinking that, therefore would have only sent that information to the past. And you decided to backpedal and change the idea of I'm just remembering only part of the information. It's like that already fails the test right then and there.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that I remembered specifically.
You didn't remember anything.
The next guest's name is Steve. That's not. I did remember something. I remembered John thanking a person named Steve.
No, that's not what you initially were asking, though. You're backpedaling. That's the problem.
I'm not backpedaling.
Didn't you say you guessed the name of the next guest and instead it was a super chat?
Yeah. So what I was thinking was. Okay. So what I would. Let me finish.
This is backpedaling, dude.
But what I can say for certain is whatever you're experiencing, let's even say it's true, it has nothing to do with what B theory says.
Okay.
That's what I was getting at. Sober put it better than me. I tend to speak science too much.
My curiosity is like how much of this allows for intuition to like be some sort of manifestation idea. Like I know psychologically you can like manifest certain things because you thinking about things and acting and talking certain ways quite literally currently rewires your brain to a desired outcome. But I think it's really neat the idea that all these different points in times, and if it could somehow be possible that our intuitions of current could be future knowings or something like that, that's a really cool idea. But it's like, it's mystical.
Let me break it down in string theory for you.
So you gonna teach us about string theory?
So your smell is a quantum sense, right? So essentially what we have here is some people have more evolved smeller than others, like basset hounds, right? So those would be non-human people, of course. So some people have more evolved smellers to smell the vibration of the one-dimensional strings at the subatomic level. So therefore, those who can smell the future are what we call in Warhammer 40k psychers.
And if I may jump in, this kind of throws a curveball towards my theory on quirks when people can taste the flavors of all the quirks and then from there they can kind of make an inference on.
I know you guys are joking, but I swear to God, this could actually be true.
Yeah, taste the rainbow, baby. I'm 100%
No, like
serious.
literally.
Yeah, I'm quantum smelling the bullshit from here.
I think that, come on, that could totally be possible.
Oh, it is. I've
Nah.
done it.
I don't think. I mean, maybe I don't. I do think like string theory is beautiful when it comes to the math. I agree, and I think it has good predictive power in the sense of like gravitons. I don't know, man. I think if anything is going to be true, it's. I think we need to gravitize the quantum instead of quantize the fucking gravity. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the issue there, because we've considered that, is that we know where and when gravity fails, and we can't find anywhere where quantum mechanics like predicts its own failure, like singularities.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that quantum mechanics is perfect or complete or like can explain everything. It's just we can't find where the mathematics itself is predicted. So, like, as soon as Einstein wrote down general relativity, singularities inside of black holes in the beginning of the universe were there. The end of general relativity was written into it from the beginning. It predicted its own failures.
That's crazy.
Is that just mean it just needs to be extended, like it's unfinished math, or?
Yes, it needs to be extended into the quantum, so we try to quantize it.
Photon, it needs to be observed, and then it'll
Taste the
behave differently.
rainbow.
Taste the rainbow, bitch.
Can I ask you a question to Chase, by the way? Chase, are you there?
I'm here.
How does hydrogen emission spectroscopy work?
Whoa.
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a big question.
Here's what I want to know. So, I know that if you correspond like the lines in between spectra, you can determine shifts in wavelength, right? And they correspond to shifts in frequency, and they also correspond to shifts with respect to the speed of light and speed, right? So, like, change in lambda over lambda is equal to a change in f over f is equal to change in v over c, right?
Yeah, I think there's an even easier way to think about it. So when you have hydrogen, so like, because we did this experiment in undergrad in modern physics. It was really, really cool. So we had to calculate the expected emission lines of all the different elements that were possibly in the classroom. Obviously, we didn't have like uranium and gold and stuff. And then they would put random elements in, and we had to use our predictions to tell them which elements we were looking at the emission lines of. It was such a cool experiment to be like, oh, that's the emission lines of mercury. And then you go check, and it was mercury that your professor put in there. It's really interesting.
How do you actually correspond to them, though? And also, no, it's not Jack Walton, it's my cat wearing a suit, but go ahead.
But they, so when you start, you have to inject energy into the hydrogen gas. So we use usually high voltage electrical discharge or really high heat. So the hydrogen starts, or all of them, but let's just use hydrogen, starts at the lowest possible energy level, the ground state, n equals 1. When the electron absorbs the energy, it goes up to 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. That's called the excited state. So you went from the ground state to an excited state. The electron can't stay there for long. It naturally wants to drop back down to a lower, more stable energy level. And because energy must be conserved, the electron has to get rid of the extra energy. And it does that by spitting out light or a photon. And then there's something called the Balmer series, which is as the electron drops from a higher level to the second level, it releases photons that we can see with the naked eye. And it creates the visible emission lines. So n equals 3 dropping to n equals 2 will give you red light at 600 and, oh man, it's 600 something. I don't have it all memorized, nanometers. And then n equals 4 dropping to n equals 2 will be like a blue-green light at a little bit less than 500. And then you have n equals 5 dropping to n equals 2 will be like blue or violet, and then n equals 6 dropping to n equals 2 will be violet. And the wavelengths are going down. So then when it passes through, when that light from the glowing hydrogen gas is passed through like a prism or like a diffraction grating, then the different wavelengths are bent at different angles. So instead of a continuous rainbow, it separates into like a black strip interrupted by these sharp individual lines of color. And if you see that exact pattern of red, cyan, blue, violet, then you know with absolute mathematical certainty you're looking at hydrogen.
Thank you. I needed
All
the
right.
clarification.
I do gotta end stream. I'm on 5 hours right now.
I got it. Thank you.
Someone's on Xbox.
All right, guys.
No, I get my Xbox messages sent to my PC and my phone because I let my kid play Roblox and I ain't letting him play that shit unattended, you know?
Valid.
That's just
valid.
good parenting.
Valid. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. That was a lot of talk.
Yeah, sorry I nerded it up.
Oh no, that was
and that
perfect.
one guy, the government is in your walls. You need to check.
Yes, absolutely. Chase, I do think that I'm gonna have to like force you into a Discord call or something so I can talk about photons more because I'm still fucking lost.
Let me write something up for you. I'll do some math and write it up. And I'll do a nice, good presentation for you that will help a lot.
That's so hot. Thank you.
Yeah, in exchange for feet pics.
Hell yeah. Okay, bet. All right, deuces. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
YouTube guys are legends as always. Mods. I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Adios.